Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game Changers EMEA Week 2 of the group stage. My name is Zovi. I am joined by the amazing Zax, the double Z's, here to bring you an amazing matchup today between Neon Blade and BBL Queens. Zach, how are you feeling this fine evening, and what are you looking forward to with this matchup?
Feeling great. I just had coffee, as you guys have heard me
There you go.
pontify about for the last 20 minutes, and I'm super excited because we have some fine Valorant this Friday evening.
We
We've
do.
got BBL playing over on not just the EMEA VCT, but also here right now. And personally, I might be a little bit biased here, but this is the one I'm more excited about just because I love this team with everything in it. But like you said, our first game for the day, it's going to be BBL Queens facing off against Neon Blade. And to do credit to both of these teams, right? Just a
Mhm.
reminder out there to everyone watching: Neon Blades is the team that's still here right now, the only team that's unsigned, and they've been doing pretty good in this group stage, I gotta say. So if anyone's looking for a good GC team to sign, well, look no further. Because here you go.
No, completely, like, they've been working hard and, uh, literally, they've they've definitely had, like, a little bit of a journey, right? They started out, like you said, it's been ups and downs, losing to some of the higher teams in
Mhm.
the group like Nazareth Knight, and, coming out of a very rough match at the end of last week against Giant X. So I feel like for me, this is their chance at redemption against another very respected team after their run to GCC last year,
Mhm.
and on the side of BBL Queens, this is just a chance to kinda continue fixing their record after their initial loss against Giant X.
Yeah, I mean, they might have started off on a rough note, BBL Queen, sure, but they've definitely been able to recover pretty steadily, I would say. Like you mentioned in that group stage, despite that initial loss, they were able to pick up a win in that last game that they played against Nasser, and it was a 2-0 as well. They look super
Mhm.
confident while doing it. So maybe it was just those starting pains that we saw.
Yeah.
This roster did see a lot of changes compared to last year, even though they still have the core intact. But while there was a lot of skepticism about this roster, about how far they would go, I feel I'm pretty convinced, especially after watching Proxima in action over the last week.
Yeah, you have had the pleasure of casting a BBL game. This is my first, BBL game, but I
Welcome
was
to the
there.
rodeo.
The Neon Blade, yes. But we kinda teased you guys about what the results from last week were, so let's go over it a little bit more formally. So, as you can see, for Group B, I mean, G2, it's just on top, pretty much what you expect. But what I wanna point out here is, like we mentioned, that BBL had a rough start. They kind of recovered towards the end of the week. Giant X as well has just kind of grown more dominant as well in this group. And there's a matchup later today with Valiant GC versus Mad Lions Koi. And needless to say, Valiant really needs this win if they want to ensure that they don't get relegated after the group stage. So, Zach,
Mhm.
what else do you notice that stands out to you there from last week's games?
I'm glad you brought up Valiant because I feel really bad for them. Both
If it's
times
so
in both of their games,
close.
exactly. It's been such close games. They're like the only team that has had to play out all the games of every best of three they played in so far. So I think it's
Mhm.
so close. I saw like a 13-2 loss that gets them out in that map number three. It usually almost goes to overtime. Like we were there for one of them. So like you mentioned, I really do hope they can pull it together. One team that has made me very happy in terms of performance is Falcons. They've been
Mhm.
like super incredible over that last week to be able to pick up both wins, especially in their game against Valiant. We saw a lot of times they had like that huge initial lead, and even though their opponents came back, they weren't able to like push it forward. But
Mhm.
talking about these teams, let's take a look at what this week does have in store to kind of decide how the points are gonna like shake up for these teams after this group stage.
Yeah. And as you can see, after the week 1 matches, these are the standings, as we said, kind of dominance from G2 and Giant X. I mean, Giant X, their roster is just so, so strong. And the fact that they, started out as a kind of free agent roster that got signed is no surprise to me. But you can cut. I feel like you guys can do the math after seeing the week 1 results for yourselves, and you see that outstanding is on the screen. Kind of as we said, both Carmine Core and Valiant GC really important week for them to make sure that they don't get relegated. Even Mad Lions Koi, to be honest. But we are going to go to the week 2 schedule so you can see what matches are coming up. For example, today, as you can see, we're covering BBL Queens and Neon Blade now. Valiant GC versus Mad Lions Koi later. But I think my eyes are gonna be on Focus Soccer a lot this week because they've had some strong matches, like you said, but they're still kind of the dark horse in my eyes where, like, I don't think I ever bet with them. You'll see later when we get to predictions potentially, but, like, they are such a strong team. I feel like they're, like they can surprise you. It just depends on the day.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, they are probably the team that has the best chance after Falcons and G2 in their group because they already do have
Yeah.
that one victory under their pocket, I think. So definitely a better chance of escaping that dreaded relegation zone thanks to
Mhm.
that one victory. But I think this week, another game that I'm super interested is that final game of the week, G2 goes in versus Falcons, because
Ooh.
neither team has lost quite yet. They both have that perfect 2-0 record in their group. So this one could decide once and for all which team will be on top because even though G2 goes in is that favorite, right? For
Mhm.
arguably good reasons. They have like Mimi from last year, Petra from last year. They picked up Vanya, who was my personal favorite from all of
Mhm.
2023. So I think it's just an incredibly strong team that they have. Like every single player was um among the best in their old team. So I think they kind of put together the cream of the crop there, especially with the roster changes. But Falcons as well, right? They've been pretty good over the last week that we saw them perform in, and I'm gonna be super excited to see how this matchup shakes up. But another game I think that really matters would be like you highlighted K Corp versus BBL Queens on that same day, which I think again for the same reasons that we talked about, right? K
Mhm.
Corp, they had a bit of a rough time. They've shown signs of brilliance, but they haven't been really able to close it out. And going up against this BBL Queens, especially if they can win today, they might be an unstoppable force of nature at that point.
Let's get back to our matchup for today, right? BBL Queens versus Neon Blade. And although I do like a good underdog, I do believe that as we move on to predictions, most people are probably betting on BBL Queens. I mean, we were talking about this before the stream. As you guys can see, this is our amazing our caster crew lineup for this week. Um a lot of teams are going with BBL, and I think that a lot of us Billy, did you know Billy didn't change it either, and I think the reason for this is literally just the comparison against Giant X, right? Giant X stomped in a 2-0 against, Neon Blade versus BBL Queens brought them to a 3rd map quite competitively where it was 13-10 on that map last map of Lotus. So if we're just using that as a comparison point, then BBL Queens
For me,
technically should be higher, but
I mean, for you it's logical. For me, it's intuitive. I see five
yeah,
Turkish players on a roster. I say like, yeah, they're gonna probably like aim diff at least for a while. So I
makes
don't
sense.
know. I have a little bit of that bias from watching BBL in action last year. So that was my reasoning. No shade on Neon Blade. They've been great for a new roster, but I gotta support my Turkish chicos.
That
They've
makes
been
sense.
crazy.
But let's jump into our map vetoes for this best of 3. And I was kind of surprised by these, right? 2 maps we haven't really seen a lot of from BBL Queens. So Neon Blade definitely gambling, right, by choosing Icebox because they don't know what is up their sleeve. I think they did this actually against against no, they didn't do it against. Yeah, they did it against Giant X and were surprised, right? They also got
They got
13-3
bullied.
by
Yeah,
them.
it,
Exactly.
it was a bit
And
of a rough map for sure. That one.
fine, neither team has played, right? So maybe,
Mhm.
Neon Blade also is hoping or sorry, maybe BBL Queens also made the same mistake and, Neon Blade has something hiding on Bind, right?
I mean, for BBL, I think that because of their more experienced roster, they definitely have a bit of a deeper map pool. So
That's
perhaps,
true.
despite them not having played it so far, they could still be feeling pretty confident on it. And this deep into the group stage is a good time for them to start bringing these maps out, especially since they did get that buy in that initial week. So we haven't seen as much coming out of them. But this icebox, like you mentioned, it interests me because, like you mentioned, the last time I played against Giants, they got 313. So not a
Yeah,
very good map for them. But I mean, because they have that experience playing it, they could go back to it. The problem is that
true.
out of the 3 times that they played this map, they've only been able to close it out once. And this is a hell of a time to pick it up in the fate that you can convert it. But that's it. If they do convert it, if they manage to push it to that map 3, I think they have a pretty good chance on ascent.
Bro, and the one time I was gonna try and the one time they won Icebox was the 13-7. But I also do wanna point out that one of those losses was a 16-18 against Nazareth Ignite, right? So,
I remember
again,
that
they were
one. That was
on
a long one.
yeah, they were on the precipice of turning it around and making a dub against one of the other front runners in this group. But in my eyes, right, Ascent is also very interesting that BBL Queens let us slip through as kind of the last pick because Neon Blade is 6-1 on it. The only loss being that kind of red flag of a 13-1 from Giant X at the end of last week. And my only concern there is maybe BBL Queens watched that VOD and is gonna pick up similar strategies to what Giant X was running to have a similar type of dominance. But if it isn't the case and the Neon Blade of old, kind of returns, then we might see BBL Queens need to take this first map. Um, if and, obviously, like, they might not need to see them 2-0 if they want a victory here.
I mean, like you mentioned, Ascent is a map that both teams have kind of struggled on. But that said, if I remember BBO from last year correctly, I know they've had a couple of players change over and stuff, but it
Mhm,
was one of their stronger maps. So definitely, I think the fundamentals are still going to be there for that team. That said, though, with a couple of the role changes that they've been putting into place across their players, I am going to be intrigued what their Ascent comp is going to look like and which players are going to be doing that.
mhm.
But that said, so talking about this map number one, right? What are you thinking, Sophie?
Fine. Alright, we are going into agent select, right? I would love to see some fruity compositions, and it looks like Schnell and the side of BBL may be delivering. Looks like though we could get I'm surprised by this single Yoru, right? And I was baited by the Gecko pick. It always happens, bro. I hate to say it. Also be baiting us, I'm not gonna lie. But it's interesting that we're seeing the double duelist, specifically the Raze Jet combination. I'm wondering if that means we're gonna see Adora more on like an operator while Jade Maul is more the entry. But the other thing I want to point out is that we really more see Jade Maul on the initiator role than anything. So the fact that they're flexing over to the duelist as the IGL as well is kind of going to be a different feel for this team.
I mean, even with their time on Ascend, Jade was kind of that flex player who could
That is
play a
true.
lot of these opening duelist roles
Oh,
as well.
there it is.
So
Okay.
I think it shouldn't be a problem. But yeah, we talked about the
My
double duelist for
sentinels.
the side of Neon Blade. We're gonna be seeing that for the defense as well. And personally, I love seeing a Yoru. Give me some Yoru action any day, and Schnell is here to make me happy and deliver. So yeah, personally, I'm gonna be leaning towards that Yoru more, especially considering how it can just so effectively gather info. I feel like Yoru is again one of those agents that just fits in that weird slot mixed between an initiator and a duelist. Like, yes,
Yeah.
you can take space with your TPs, but also like your utility is so good to flash through. And on this map in particular, I've been watching some VCT Americas, and I can tell you, I've learned some really good Euro tech from just watching tens.
Yeah, but it's just so devastating for this double duelist, double controller composition to come at the cost of sentinel.
That's
I love
Viper.
Cypher
You
on this
mean
map,
Viper is
and
basically like a pseudo sentinel.
shh, no. I'm just talking about a sentinel, pure sentinel. All right, you're a kid, Jamie. You understand my pain. You better understand my pain, or you're a
I
fake
know.
fan.
I know.
But the only other interesting thing for me is that they went with the Viper Omen on the side of BBL instead of, the typical Brim pick that strengthens your post plant. So I'm going to be keeping an eye on how that affects their attack side. But for now, Neon Blade being the ones to start out on the attack. And it looks like they are actually headed towards this heavier stack on the B site.
Start things off for sure, yeah. I'm gonna be interested to see, like you mentioned, how exactly this Viper is gonna be positioned. You can already see that pressuring wall coming out from the attackers on this A side, but it seems like instead of the usual wall that you see that covers Hookah and B Long, coming in from the Viper, it's gonna be more towards that A setup instead because there's gonna be aggression coming through on this B Long area. Already 1-for-1 trade, although the increased stack by the Neon Blade players, the default coming out of them is rewarding them with more kills here. Philippa now trying to make the numbers even, but Adora quick to grab another advantage, and now will need to remain for BBL Queens.
Yeah, so 4v2 unfolding. Before the spike even gets planted, most of them taken care of. Luckily, both now rotating over now on the CT side, able to start piecing away at the loose ends of the Neon Blade post plant. Able to grab one off, so number advantage starting to dwindle. We really need to see this Omen win this fight, but Adora prodding as well, trying to pull the distraction. And the shots
Oh,
from Proxima not landing, so Jade Walk and Adora each able to find their frags accordingly. And just a very team effort based around from Neon Blade. Everybody kind of doing their job there, you can see.
yeah, I mean, I like the play coming out of BBL, like the theory of it seemed right. It reminds me of the days when Breach used to have 3 flashes and people would just chain flash their way down B long. Good old PTSD. But I think they were trying to pull off the same kind of play to try and get that early pick, but because it was 2 players from BBL pushing against the 3 that were stacked already there, holding that position down from Neon Blade, they just couldn't find an advantage in that fight. So a little bit of a good read coming out of Neon Blade as well. That said, though, now BBL on this anti-eco, not much to work with. See Wentz going, jiggling for that information, does hear a player, will be falling back, having garnered that. And again, you're going to be seeing that slow start out of Neon Blade, just waiting for BBL to aggress, maybe give them a kill or two before really choosing where they want to commit.
Yeah. I mean, usually you see some joint aggression on these ecos, but more default into defensive approach as well, kind of spread out players. I mean, Neon Blade made quick work of the 3-stack last round on the B site. This time, they're hoping that that was enough pressure to sell a fake. The Omen there, Proxima, almost falling forward and rotating over the B site, but it's still going to be a deserted A site. Kind of this backside control being maintained instead by BBL Queens. A nice challenge from Medora, but they don't clear out CT, so Proxima sneaks away with one as the reinforcements through the teleporter, through Shower arrive, and the first layers of recon come out thanks to the Trailblazer. Repositions forced, and Neon Blade needs to hunker down and hold on, but Jadewall kind of on an island here, and Proxima's trying to punish it.
Yeah, does fall back to the cover of their teammate. Now, still in this 5v4 BBL Queens, they have a number, if not the guns here. They have this one, right? One rifle that they picked up, but it's gonna be the classics that are doing the work here. Alkia and Schnell between them, moving into this one player. Philippa's taking the defuse. It's gonna be all the way, and Alkia will confirm that final kill to get that thrifty for BBL Queens. An incredible round to come out of them, and I liked how they positioned themselves for the retake. They knew that there was a gun probably dropped around the middle of that A site. All of them stack up towards there. They push together as soon as they hear the plat, and they confirm that final round here. So really nice coordinated take out of BBL, banking off that initial advantage they got thanks to Proxima finding that kill.
I think to kind of remedy the situation that just happened and led to that thrifty for Neon Blade, they need to kind of leave somebody to address that Showers control because it was taken advantage of by BBL Queens. But BBL Queens look like they have other plans. They're the ones that are going to be taking this shower space pretty aggressively. A beautiful guiding light to force Alkia off the angle, but I expect as soon as contact is made, we're going to see this paranoia, a fight taken as well. For now, we're not even sure if they're still there.
Yeah, the trap play not gonna quite unfold yet. In fact, it's gonna be contact plays coming out of BBL as they look to pressure towards Showers. Okay, gonna be left isolated, although with that weapon advantage, able to find that kill and get away with their life. And with the overgrowth from the sky available, a possible top up as well if they can regroup with them. But it seems like Alkia doesn't even feel like they need that. Just gonna be holding on to this A side here. A pivot from Neon Blade towards B instead. And remember, this is a round where they don't really have much to work with. They have like that one hero rifle,
Yeah.
so any damage that they can find is gonna be good.
Now, like you said, trying to make this pivot towards the B site. Nice
Oof.
damage off of Philippa. Gonna force them to take a little bit more passive of an approach, lean into Wentz and that pseudo sentinel defensive capabilities. But there is that hero rifle rearing its head. Excuse me, Zach
30
gets
seconds
the
left.
first blood here, and with how low both Alkia and Philippa are, it's interesting that they're rotating here, and they don't even have the time of day to
Spike
clear
down
out Alkia. So suddenly the round's been turned on its head, an advantage stripped away. Seele now, 15 seconds left, trying to make a hero move, but Spike is down. Alkia's onto the ace, and they're gonna get it with the bulldog of all things. A beautiful conversion of the bonus when the rifle is carried over from the converted thrifty, and such a closeout after losing the pistol to turn things around and already claim the lead back.
Alkia was so low as well, but didn't even flinch in that kind of peak. I liked how they waited for the sound of that ult orb to get that guaranteed kill, an additional bonus as well, and of course the ace to round it off, which will give them the showstopper for this next round. I know it's technically a bonus for BBL, but Alkia's gonna be the only one with a holdout on that bulldog. Everybody else of the team is gonna be upgrading to full rifles, and in the meantime, on the opposite side, while Neon Blade, they do have rifles across the board, they're not gonna really have that full armor, so any kind of chip damage, it's going to make them look so much more vulnerable here. Already an early guiding light towards B-Long for some information. And again, Wentz to take that first contact, not going to be taking any damage, but does get the info and will fall back to play that two-player advantage on site.
Yeah, now the second layer of aggression coming out of the Yoda flashes with the Trailblazer. So Adora, one of your duelists gone, and strike that, maybe even the round, unless the Legion has something to say. They get the trades back, they even the playing field, and extend the advantage with the Seekers to gather additional intel to either inform if they want to follow through on this B hit or rotate over to that A site. And seeing that only Wentz was home, the decision has been made. The group up has occurred, and Jade Maw trying to frag is dropped by Proxima. Oh, beautiful paranoia.
Indeed, and you can see the aggression off the back of it, but still are able to take down Wens. There is huge showstopper though through the teleporter coming through on site. But yeah, nobody is hiding. The Satchels is behind, and so does the shot. Alkia still confirms the kill, and somehow Alkia gets both there. Absolutely chaotic around. You know, it might have been a Rosa ult, but at least for Alkia, all that she really needed there was that Bulldog to take care of the run. 3-1 now for BBL Queens, and you can even see Schnell kind of picking up that operator, deciding maybe an outlaw instead. I don't know why. Maybe they're just playing around with their food here at this point, because once again, it's going to be a bit of an equal round to come out of this Neon Blade side.
I know Alkia doing amazing here in
10-1.
these first few rounds. Yeah, I mean, it is insane. And now, moving forward, an eco round for Neon Blade here yet again. And they're about to, you know, face Alkia head on, right? Deal with the problem sooner rather than later. An interesting choice on the deeper dark cover, but it's still appeasing the pressure so far out of this squad. Maybe thinking there's somebody on the other side of it there playing in shower. The threshold they don't want to brave, especially when they have these lighter shields.
Especially considering how often you find someone with a judge just around the corner or inside the smoke. So yeah, completely understandable play now. Though the smoke is gone, you're going to be seeing them re-pressure on this A site, using the Viper wall to kind of take control of this U-Haul's area. Nobody really playing inside it though, so you can see how far BBL are playing, how much space they're willing to give up in the hopes of making this retake work, and they're aware of it as well. Alkia just consistently holding down that angle, and with these smokes going down, that's the cue that yes, there is some pressure towards U-Haul. Alkia though tries to take that first kill with the help of Philippa, able to confirm the kills here, and now that's 2 picks for BBL's side. Elysian finally striking back with one of their own. Silly joining in with another 2 here. Suddenly BBL once again on the back foot. Now 2v3.
Spike planted.
Those weapons for collection are so far away, so in the area still controlled by BBL, and Wen's realizing this is trying to strike sooner rather than later. But Sile off-site playing that post-plant Molly, it really is just this Viper Ori that has to hold on and play as much time as they can for this post-plant strategy. The 3 bullets, the reload will give the information that Schnell is there, and it even gives the frag away. And now they collect the hero rifle, but they're traded out, and now the question is, did the incendiary buy enough time? Can Sile hit this shot or play down the clock effectively? The tap, the swing, the frag, but
oh my,
it's very, very close. And Wen's praying to the heavens, do I have time? And of course, 0.11 on the clock. And Wen's gets the clutch. An expensive round for BBL Queens off of the eco for Neon Blade, but another round on the scoreboard nonetheless.
I mean, they're not going to be struggling with the 4 rounds in a row that they have now. Their economy has been thriving so far. And honestly, when your economy is that rich, the more you die, the better for your ultimate collection, if not your KDA. So you can already see that Alkia is already halfway back up to her showstopper there, considering that she already used it once. We also do have 6 out of 7 on Schnell's Yoru ult and 8 out of 9 on Wenz's Viper's Pit. So definitely a lot of ultimates here, very close to coming into effect here for BBL Queens. And for Neon Blade, well, they finally have their first full buy coming up here. They're also close to a couple of swing ults of their own, but for that, I think one thing that they've really been struggling with in terms of getting onto site is finding these entries here. So let's see if with the buys, they're a little bit better adapted. Nasty off angle from Alkia. Yeah. Oh no.
Spike down.
And Proxima's good for the trade too from Truck. I mean, so many different angles being held. A very well constructed system there to ensure that they walk away with the numbers advantage and walk away with the site, since Sile now backing out, maybe trying to sell the fake rotation. I mean, they still have the Viper alive, they still have the toxic screen on this site, but if anything, BBL Queens has not given up any control. Even the Viper is like, do I want to head back A? Do I stay here at B with you know, the Yoru? And it looks like Elysian trying to push into this back sight line. I do like it, but I don't know if they should be peeking solo. No trades in sight. Proxima brings the number advantage up to 2, and they're still denying this plan. They don't even want plan money to go to this team.
One enemy remaining.
It's a 42 at this point. They take the fight. Philippa able to find the first. And
AP at this point.
I mean, there's no time. It's like 15 seconds. 18
DB
seconds left. I I mean, even if you want to, Sile tries to, but Proxima's just like, nope, you're not getting out of here. The third kill for the Omen on this round and a fifth round in a row for BBL Queens. They're really just putting
Jeez, man.
Neon Blade through their faces at their point, like you mentioned. No plant money, no kind of damage really being taken, and now it's going to be a timeout finally called here by this attacking side. I think they got to deal with two problems. Number one, this aggression from BBL Queens that they're willing to get into so many scrappy fights in the beginning and often come out
Yeah.
in an advantage. And number two, how do they take space? Because they've been really struggling with taking space despite having that raise in that jet.
Like, the only time they've gotten the plant down has kind of been the pistol, where they actually did win those first engagements.
Mhm.
And then the other rounds is when BBL Queens kind of gave it to them, right? They kind of maintained that deeper backside control, for set up these flood retakes, set up these kind of double pronged assaults, like through backside, through a shower simultaneously. And so either they need to kind of fake out these rotations like they were doing to get these sites,
Mhm.
or they, like you said, just need to, you know, go kill, go shoot your gun, right? And I mean, I don't know what like could change there in terms of the double duels when the toxic screen was dropping. Maybe they just need to better time the toxic screen cycles so that they could have made their way into U-Haul without taking the fights against the Proxima Alkia duo there on truck
Mhm.
and then off angle. But either way, I agree with what you're saying, and maybe the ultimates look at the firepower they need to get these frags on their side.
Yeah, they finally have a couple of them stacked up here. On the other side, Proxima does have it from the shadows. Felpa with the Seekers as well, which could be super pivotal in a retake. But yeah, now, like you mentioned, this Blaze Storm gonna be the tip of the spear here for this team. Silly as well, they're able to find 2 kills off their own. The Showstopper will not connect, but they spot out this third player on this BBO side. And now Philippa facing out all the pressure in the world. Yes,
Whoa.
second as well. And that will bring things down to manageable levels here for BBO Queens. We're already having crossed over into elbow. I don't know if Neon Blade expected. It's still a 2v3 advantage towards Neon Blade here as that spike goes down.
Yeah, I was almost concerned Jamois was going to over-aggress, but now a nice little crossfire being set up by Adora. Paranoia as well, not really going to be able to divide it, but Jamois not with the timing. Instead, with the trigger discipline to get the 2K, to get the second round on the board for Neon Blade. And, I mean, it costs both duelist ultimates. That's my only concern here. But they still have some really strong post-plan strategies this round, right? The Viper's Pit, the Orbital Strike. And we saw that they almost won that clutch up against Wens with just an incendiary. So I think their timing is on point for that kind of post-plant. And if they can have that kind of similar aggression where, you know, Adora and Jade Maul were able to make room, then it should be good to go. My only concern, though, is that, you know, Schnell, they didn't buy the operator this round, but they've been toying around with the idea. So we'll have to see if that comes to light in these future rounds. But for now, the double duelist is over towards A short, and they might even be, couldn't tell if it's a jump peek if they want to push out and challenge.
The flash from the sky didn't catch these players. So Philippa might not have the info, but she does have the peak timing, able to get Jade down for free, and that will give her the Seekers here. That will be set down towards long. Additional layer of pressure to come out along with the flash here. Still fighting for their life, able to get the first kill, but immediate refrag to be there from Wens. Now numbers maintained in favor of BBL Queens. Once again, Schnell from CT looking towards Hookah here. 2 players, has the expectation, but just has to maintain this crossfire as both of the players from Neon Blade, they still look like they want to push towards this B side. They tried to take that contact play onto side, and BBL, they're just waiting for that plan to be confirmed. Very disciplined coming out of them. No hasty aggression at all here.
No charges left.
Yeah, and I'm kind of concerned that Viper is late to the party because I would have loved to see a Viper's Pit, but even then, they have the dimensional drift, so if you wanted to, they would be able to spot it out and, you know, get them on their side. But information collection, like you said, this pseudo-duelist, pseudo-initiator, getting the job done, allowing these frags to go in their favor. Suddenly, Ori, the last standing position confirmed by the auto flash as well. And this toxic screen is allowing them to stick it all the way. It's not even playing for them, though, and they just stick it. Wins the clutch master, 3K on the round, and they're guaranteed at least a tied half.
Yeah, for sure. Like you mentioned, the plant position, not exactly for them, but with the amount of control that BBO had already on the side, it was just very difficult for Neon Blade to get that open plant because they were so worried about that push from elbow coming through. Because like you mentioned, the Viper was so late to the party. So yeah, nice run to come out of BBL. I like the patience for them to wait for that retake, for that sound cue before they really persevere for like further there. And overall, nice little momentum breaker. Neon Blade, they finally got around in after a while, but with that loss again, BBL, they shifted back in their favor. Now, I think what I am liking to come out of BBL is this ult cycle management. Like, they seem to have at least one major ult available for all of these retakes. Like in the previous one, even though they lost it, you saw the Viper's Pit coming out. Before that, we saw the Seekers. This time we have the Dimensional Drift. So there's a lot of very innovative ways that BBL Queens, they're kind of using these ults
Mhm.
in more of a defensive position, which you usually don't see coming out of these agents, mainly because you don't see these agents at all. Like, when is the last time I saw Euro and Biden Game Changers?
That is true. I think for me, the answer is Shopify Rebellion. Um, last last GC. But get that NA out of here. No, I think I completely agree with you. And I was like when I first started getting casting, I was always like, oh, double duelist, easy attack comp. You know, if they don't do well on the defense, it is what it is. But like every game that I see a double duelist, I'm just more convinced of how strong it is defensively. If you, as you said, have discipline over that aggression, right? Like if you have
Hmm.
two duelists that are, that don't have their timings down, are pushing out and getting first blood at every round, then yeah, you're gonna have a weaker defense when you're down numbers seconds into the round. But this team doing an amazing job ensuring there is a trade. And I think that just comes from, like you said, them keeping that core three. And the other two that have joined the squad, Chanel, slipping into one of those duelist roles, is killing it.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
On this map.
BBL might have lost a couple of really talented players, but the ones that they have right now are by no means any less scary in their own ways. Like, one of my major concerns was for this roster was how they would deal with Vanya leaving, right? Because Vanya was
Yeah.
not just their IGL, but also that top fragger so often for this particular team. But Proxima this particular season, like if you look at that scoreboard, she's up there. She's like in the top 5 players, and she's
Mhm.
similar to Vanya, only usually plays that controller role of that Omen. So it's really interesting to see that the talent that they have gotten into Phil, they've been really good, and of course the existing ones as well, like Alkia, for example, shifting over from that duelist role to more of that flex kind of situation. I think the team does have a little bit more versatility in terms of roles right now because of the newer players that they
Mhm.
signed, and I think that even though they had their growing pains, like you mentioned, that first series, it was a little bit difficult for them to really make it through. But in that second series and now as well, they look super convincing as a team.
I completely agree. And as you can see, we're on a tech pause. I can talk about something that I think I glossed over in the pre-show that I wanted to talk about was
Mhm.
that Chanel and Jade Maw, they were on the same team back in Game Changers
Oh
Series 1,
yeah,
right?
the
And
Suns.
so yeah, Sunrise there's the fact that like Jade Maw's now the IGL means that the side of BBL Queens is likely leaning into her in this series to kind of get like the insider info, like about what Jade Maw might be calling here. And I feel like some of these rotations, especially if you like watch like the player that's kind of hanging out in spawn and what side they're leaning towards, it's been pretty good on the reads thus far. And even here, right? They're gonna be going showers and maybe even gonna be able to get a flank around if they clear it out aggressively with this double duelist. And the efforts are all towards A short. There's not even a lurk player this round from Neon Blade.
Yeah, unfortunately, we've seen this before where they kind of just disregard the showers area and it comes back to bite them later in the round. That said, you can already see Proxima taking up a lot of space for free thanks to these smokes. Orbital Strike going to be used early on as well, it seems like, to confirm the space here. Jade, though, the one to find that first, but now the showstopper popped by Alkia, not able to find the kill, though Alkia still takes one down in the smoke. 3v3 situation, Spike on site, and Silly holding on for dear life here. 2v2 as Wentz finds one with that snake bite, and now things have finally slowed down a little bit. The two remaining players for BBL Queen, so they're just rotating over, and Neon Blade perhaps sensing this will be able to get that spike down. No ults for this post plant though, since the Viper's pick and that Orbital Strike were both expended.
Yeah. I mean, you mentioned it, Zach. They've had issues taking site control, so they use those ultimates to get the control, but now post-plant strategies have been exhausted, even the incendiary. Stele instead playing here more on site, but again, they're divided here. There's no trades to come through. Elysian, I think, just try and play down the clock. Nice flash allows them to grab one. They know where Wenz is, and the tracking follows suit. You know, Elysian gambles and payoffs, and the payoffs are in the positive for you in that situation. Around on the board, Neon Blade, hopefully on the road to recovery.
Yeah, a little bit of a. I feel bad for Silly. There's just nothing that they could really do. But yeah, like you mentioned, one Sky Flash and it pays off huge for Lizzie in there to be able to find that first kill. And of course, a bit of a mistake as well from Win's side to put down that toxic orb and not wait for it to fully pop. You know, you want to kind of play around, have the mind games and those kind of 1v1s because if you're just gonna push to the smoke, especially if they have a Phantom, right? That's exactly what's gonna happen. Elysian with the W tracking to confirm that final kill. Now BBL Queens for the first time today on a bit of an eco deficit. Only sheriffs to work with already, though. A lot of chip damage being taken by Wens here will fall back after that initial aggression, and the rest of Neon Blade, sensing this weakness in economy, look to just play together and confirm the site for themselves.
And now the rotation's coming through. Nice challenge into Be Assured as well to get a weapon for Wens, but the action might be done before they even get back. Now, kind of the players of Neon Blade crunched. I mean, I wouldn't be opposed to a teleportation here. I mean, don't know if they quite know that Proxima is also on flank, but they definitely know Wens is at least coming from the other side. This toxic screen, an interesting choice, but allows them to at least close out the closer angles. They pay their way closer. And I mean, this quad just clutched the round last, right? And it looks like that's exactly what they're trying to do it here. Again, Paranoia to try and break up the squad, but the Legion again challenging and winning these fights. And although they're low, the double swing isn't enough for Proxima. You highlighted them as a star player even in the new season, and they just delivered again to get BBL Queens the advantage. They're 7th before decides a swap, and they still have 2 more to go.
Yeah, there's a new sheriff, a new outlaw here, if I can make that joke. To be able to take BBL Queens to 7, take the lead, and confirm a positive half here. But yeah, really nice work to come out of Proxima. I know that the fights were a little bit isolated there, but because both players were so low, the sheriff wasn't up for the cleanup there.
Here.
And now, kind of shoe on the other foot, Neon Blade was their buy. All in, and now they're reset to null. Bucky Deagle is one hero rival from Elysian who's been having a good few rounds to try and put Neon Blade back on the map, but I mean, you have a From the Shadows and a Viper's Pit for BBL Queens here.
Oh my god, they're scaling up with the Bucky. I'm sorry, but
I mean, why not? If it works and you challenge and you haul this close angle against Proxima, I was gonna say you might just win, but 35 HP, that's something to scoff at, right? That paint shell, if they didn't get out of dodge, would have killed them. So they have to actually retreat, right? They're gonna try and wait for maybe the Sky rotation to get a regrowth, but they definitely can't be as aggressive as we know they like to be. And because of that, Jade Maul has been able to take up that space, right? Pick it back up.
Yeah, Yuho's gonna be held in reserve by Neon Blade, although the spike itself is pivoting over towards B. Now, there's still this crossfire on site that they'll have to kind of contend with. No real way for them to garner that information, but as that smoke comes down, Philippa looking to flash through and take contact. Molly invested for backside, so that's one less piece of utility that's going to be available in that post plant. And in the meantime, look at Jade's position here. Such a huge work to come out. Instead, it's going to be the TP, though. The rotation to come through. And unfortunately for Chanel, not ready for Jade's position to be so aggressive. Alkia, though, still on site. Still looking to play spoil sport here. And not going to be really caught out. They're going to be holding for that showstopper, but won't be able to take down Jade in time. 2 huge kills for Jade as they fall back. And that spike will go down in this 4v3 post plan for Neon Blade.
Yeah, but we've seen them clutch up worse rounds. We'll have to see if they decide to leverage the Viper's Pit. But with them being Heaven, they're kind of the first line of contact here, especially with Sile on this off angle. But they're taken care of. And once again, like I said, these better weapons, making quick work of most players. You know, nice time play strategy here from Jade Maul and Shower. As they now wait for the crunch to come in. I mean, yeah, Fedora is playing this beautifully, right? Making sure no one's on the spike, getting off of it. Now the paint shell as well off the frag. Wen's trying to stick it, but even there, forced to bail. Teleportation play out means they will keep their weapon while Jade Maul does not find the same success. And regardless, it's a thrifty and a very well composed one from Neon Blade.
I mean, let's just take a look at the journey that Jade made through that round, right? Walks up to CT with that Bucky in hand, gets a kill, picks up a Vandal, pops a showstopper, takes down Alkia, goes all the way to Showers, and the fact that they were able to get that 3rd kill They're onto one of the BBL
Anyone have
players,
funds
gave
to
them that
spare?
second paint shells, which denied the defuse from possibly coming through all the way from Wens. They were able to play that clock down perfectly to a T. So just a really nice round to come out of Neon Blade, and a round that honestly you wouldn't be expecting to win. And also, they bait that Viper Spit out of Wens. So the fact that they were able to win it and get that ult in exchange is just huge for them in this final round now, as both teams do have the economy to work with. Just a bit of default aggression to come out of Alkia there. Walks up, not going to be punished either side, taking any damage. And off the back of that, again, it's just Neon Blade left kind of waiting for BBL to continue making
Oh no.
those kind of mistakes. Yeah.
We've seen this play before.
Oh no.
It allowed them to get around these players, and this round allows them to grab the first blood on a Jade Maw, who had kind of upset the momentum for Neon Blade in the best way, was able to kind of get that last round. But now they're gone. You can see Viper trying to fill their shoes here. Hookah maybe going to be the next to contest that control. Sorry. Not. Ew, they get the ding,
Oh.
but Felipa not able to finish them off. Still going to collect that weapon back since it's a more fragmented buy for BBL Queens. Wens as well taking some heat here. Backside the flash, but
30
they don't
seconds
clear
left.
out Wens backside just yet. Now.
Oh no.
Turbo Strike, we've seen these get used now. Twice for these more aggressive hits. They work out pretty well, but this time they're not convinced. The full rotation coming through. A gate crash over to A side with 12 seconds left. Schnell can play
10
spoiler
seconds
here.
left.
And they're trying to think about who has a spike. They line up, but still just enough time to get the plant through.
Yeah, they get the spike down just enough time, like you said. But Wens running in will be able to get it down to a 1v1 here. Lysian, they've been incredible
So
so
low.
far over today. And Wens is so low, like you said. A sliver of HP left. The offing will be held, and that's going to be enough for Elysian to confirm this final kill. It will still be a half in the lead of BBL
Switching
Queens, but Neon
sides.
Blade, they brought it close after that rough start. And all things considered, I think that both teams are going to be feeling pretty happy about it. BBL, though, now switching over to this attacking side, it's going to be really interesting because for Neon Blade, they had both of these very aggressive, very space-taking duelists on their side, but I'm curious to see how they're gonna like meld the capabilities of this Yoru in Schnell and Alkia on the Raze, because we're used to seeing Alkia's Raze, but we're not really used to seeing Schnell's Yoru as much.
That is true. I'm hoping that they're gonna farm orbs, kind of like a Phoenix ult, right? To
Oh,
get
yeah.
like that dimensional drift on time and time again and inform these kind of sight hits. But I'm also looking forward to, Adora. They've been kind of the sleeper agent, I feel like, on this map. 2-11, not the best start. But I feel like I said, this double duelist composition with the Jet instead
Careful.
of a Yoru, I think it's leaning or kind of alluding to like a defensive operator if they can get the pistol in the first few rounds. Like, obviously, they couldn't get it on Op last half because of the rough start, winning your pistol, but losing the following two. Economy was kind of iffy. But for now, I love this clash we're about to have on A short.
Kind of waiting for their teammate. Adora
Nice.
corner, able to find the
Down
first kill.
A.
The Schnell gets an immediate refrag, and somehow Wen's able to get a second kill as well. That is huge. Tilly now that last hope on this A side takes down Proxima, so that's going to be no more smokes for the duration of this round.
Spike planted.
Still holding down showers, although Alkia will be playing a more aggressive angle here. Now, two players on this BBL Queen side looking incredibly low. The flank coming in from Elysian as
beautiful.
well, and they don't really expect it here. It's all going to come down to timings for the squad, and when spots them out, does a lot of damage here. Alki able to kick down Silly as well towards Showers, and now these two remaining players, it's all going to come down to the position on the second player coming down from Heaven. Going to be caught out though, and Alkia finds that kill as well. Now Elysian in a 1v3, very, very low, 1 HP in a dream here, and still swinging with all the confidence in the world, but it will be Wens to confirm that kill, and BBL Queens take that pistol.
I mean, I see a 4v3 retake coming in. I see two players of BBL Queens low HP, and I'm like, all right, very promising round for Neon Blade. This should be a pretty good one. And then just the fact that they're able to leverage Alkia, exactly, who has such a high HP level, and Wens and Schnell were playing just for their lives beautifully. I mean, Wens obviously taking the gamble there onto Elysian, but it pays off in the end. Like, I like the chip damage they were able to get through the box while still escaping, and it does show how kind of cohesive this unit is. But for now, I like this play into Hookah. I mean, it's an eco strategy, definitely. But I want to see them push out, like, as soon as they have an indication that this is going towards A. I mean, Elysian was able to get a decent flank. The repercussions of not having that Sentinel, like a Killjoy, like a Cypher, like a Chamber, even with those trap wires, those trademarks, and kind of device to watch the flank. And now as the play comes through, here comes that flank we wanted to see. I'm wondering, well, Silly, what are you doing? You think there's a lurker there? Or are you gonna teleport? All right.
I mean, I would be paranoid too at this point, but yeah, nothing to lose here really for this team. Just classics in hand, wins that first point of contact as they watch that crossfire. Swings off the back of the paranoia, but Ori isn't going to be caught by it. Still, though, Proxima looking to do a little bit more damage, gets taken down, and Schnell will be enough to confirm those final kills. A 4K for the Euro here at BBL Queens to confirm that anti-eco. They lose a couple of players, so I think that's one specter that they will be able to carry into this bonus. But you can see that Wens really doesn't mind. In fact, you're going to see them fully investing here into this hero rifle here, although they will have a buy for that next round. So this bonus from BBL looking very, very spicy. And I think for Neon Blade, what we're kind of missing from there, and this early information, like, yes, they have Elysian, but they haven't been really in the right place at the right time. And without the aggressive forays that BBL were kind of doing, right? Neon Blade, they just don't have any info about where BBL is pushing.
This is true. I think that's why they're about to play this contact-based information gathering. Schnell, though, standard, shower take off the auto kit. They get double challenged and can't grab either. And since they're alone here, because the real flood's coming in through A short, allows no trade to come through. Alkia trying to wrestle at Beth, an unexpected satchel play, but that's red as well. So now they kind of have this double-pronged retake attempt set up, right? So Neon Blade in a great position for the follow-through. The question is there going to be a hero player on BBL Queen's side? Are they going to somehow turn this round on its head again?
I mean, there's a wraparound coming in from both these duelists towards short. This might be the play that decides the round. Wins the timing, not quite on their side here, and Adora takes care of that. Now it's a 3v5 for BBL. Felipa, though, able to find that first kill. A second to come through as well onto Sile, and all this pressure being exuded towards CT. It's going to be the flank that gets challenged, but Felipa finally gets shut down here. 2 players remaining for BBL. Proxima finds that first one, picks up the upgrade on that Phantom, but Alkia is so low here. Proxima is going to have to do all this heavy lifting. Able to not find that kill, though, and it's all onto Alkia.
Get on.
With no HP left, not even peek on that push there, and Jade will confirm that final kill as the defuse comes through for Neon Blade's side. A great round to come out of their duelist off the back of that early showers host, and then reflank around. That was the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, I was wondering if they were going to go for, like I said, that pinch play retake style or the flank around. And I mean, I think it's smart, right? The only really post-plant strategy other than that paint shell from Alkia is wins with those snake bites. So you typically see them playing off-site there, cycling their wall for misinformation, and taking out that piece of the puzzle really early on makes the picture fall apart. But otherwise, I mean, they fixed the issue you pointed out as well as that information collection about where the site hit is going to come from. And I think if you have a Yoru, unless you've been lurking, duelist, but this isn't your competitive game, then it's a pretty good indicator that it might be the A site. But for now, they're trying to sell a... I was gonna say maybe they were selling a fake because of how deep in spawn the players were, but instead information collection, realizing that maybe the Raze is on an island, realizing that the A site is deserted, they're gonna flood in and take all of this control. I am concerned for Jade Wall. I don't know if the same strategy works twice, especially when you have Schnell and Wens there to contest, but the teleportation play out, and now the flank coming in from B short. All of these designs now punish the players of BBL Queens like they've fallen right into their trap. Alkia trying to flip the map, but it's too late. Sile, Jade Maw both punishing. Look at Wens! Look at Wens! No time for lineups, they know it.
Yeah, they'll have to go for the swing and able to get the first.
Oh my goodness.
But yeah, it's finally gonna be Jade to clean up that last player and be able to confirm the defuse. He got a little bit dicey there, especially with how low Jade was as well. I saw worlds where there was a lineup that happened and BBL somehow get that ace clutch, but not this time. And Neon Blade, they keep it close, 9-7 now.
I mean, you even saw Jade Maw like, hey, is there a molly in this guy's spot?
I'm not risking it. I'm not risking it. Nope.
Exactly. And I mean, just that, like, the vulnerability or so the decay that came out of that poison cloud was insane from Wens. It allowed that spray transfer to occur. But regardless, now only 2 rounds separating this squad. Powerful ultimate on the side of BBL Queens again. I mean, they used the dimensional drift for information collection last round. They'll have the Seekers for this round. I'm expecting them to lean into this Viper's Pit, right? You can see Wens, they have that judge already kind of forced up for the team as well. So as long as they can get a site, they should have a really strong post-plant strategy. But have to get that part of the deal made first, right?
I agree with you. I think that Viper's pick could definitely be great in that post plant. And the thing is that it could work because Neon Blade, so far at least, they've been happy to let BBL teams kind of have the site. They've just kind of held on to one lane. If you look at these last rounds where they've been successful and they hold on to one major lane, go for that very quick flank, and then the retake is relatively easy for them, is what it seems like. That said, though, now BBL Queen switching over some additional pressure towards that B side while a lot of control has been taken on A by the squad. Chanel able to find the trade 1-for-1 so far. That will cause the Seekers to come out immediately for these attackers. Philippa trying to garner some information here as the spike itself makes its way towards A. Sille, the only player hanging around this part of the map, looking to try and deny this diffuse from possibly coming through. This plant from coming through, although not going to be able to happen. It's still a 4v4, and like you mentioned, that Viper spit, it could be huge, but Shell goes down towards Showers, keeping things in a 3v3. One's able to find a kill, and yep, there's that Viper spit.
I mean, I feel like the rotation from Neon Blade came in so late, specifically the Sky and Jet, but Elysian getting that frag on Showers is huge, now allows him to play towards this site, but again, I love this pit, barely covering the spike, allowing the players to pivot around it like Proxima. Now, the 1v2 unfolding, Adora asked to deliver for their team, and they can't get the right fight at the right time, and double digits is reached here by BBL Queens.
Did you see that TP from Proxima? I'm losing my stuff over it. Like, TP behind them into the cubby and gets 2 kills. How does that happen? But yes, a very nutty play to come out of. Yeah, just Omen things. As an Omen player, I relate. So yeah, Proxima doing all of us Omen mains proud while pulling off stuff like that. Yeah, definitely just now to come through for BBL. And remember, that was a little bit of a half by round for them. So that's gonna break the economy for Neon Blades right now. They do have the Bucky as well as the Bladestorm looking to get aggressive off the back of it. You can see BBL just kind of waiting for the information. The Wens, the only player to really go for these information peaks. So those double peak, it's going to be too much for them to deal with. Proxima finding a second kill as well. And this aggression is going to be completely shut down here by the side of BBL Queens. Elysian, the only player left on site right now. Looking to pressure at least a little bit already, though. The Showers angle got to be watched. Schnell there for the cleanup. And that's a very quick, very efficient round that should see BBL getting to 11.
Schnell is at the right place at every right time, and Ori, as you mentioned, the Bucky, trying to bait them to take this fight around the corner as well. And I love it. You know, you get a hero rifle, can kind of rob a few more, but rebaiting, they're going to have to play the timing here potentially from the teleporter. But, I mean, they're not even going to give them the corner peek that they want. Yeah, and a flawless round to get the 11th on the board is huge here. And albeit that was an eco round for Neon Blade, I kind of want to see the timeout. The second timeout now from Neon Blade. I'm not gonna lie to you, right? This feels like they're look at me, I am literally a psychic. Because like this is their last opportunity, right? It's a buy. If they lose this, they're heading into another save on BBL's map point. They have the ultimates to work with, the orbital strike, the Seekers. And I mean, last round, yes, it ended very fast, but that's kind of what you get on these all-in gamble pushes, right? You either hope and pray that you land your shots or that like you just catch the enemy off guard. But BBL Queens, as we said, they're very kind of aware and very kind of, in their positioning, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. I think that also just in terms of aggression, right? Neon Blades, they kind of succeeded with that early aggression towards Showers and stuff. They were able to find those frags, or if not, just hold on to that part of the map. But because BBL, they've like, okay, fine, we're gonna let you have that part of the map. We'll take site, we'll take a little bit more space somewhere else. And because so many times, right, in these last rounds, when Neon Blade, they try to flip the strategy, they try to get aggressive instead. BBL were ready for it. They were like, yeah, we were the ones aggressing throughout that first half. We're not gonna be caught out by it. And both times that Neon Blades have tried to go so aggressive, they've just been shut down very quickly. So I think that they need to kind of figure out another strategy. One thing that I feel a bit down that we haven't been able to see for Neon Blade is that operator, just that economy cycle. It's been devastating for Adora.
I really wanted to see them on it. I thought that was gonna be their chance to shine here, because that seems like the only reason for the Jet pick. But for now, again, these adjustments from BBL Queen, so intelligent, right? That double duelist into Showers is what's worked for them. So now they bait the players out, deny that space, deny that information, to allow for this quick pivot towards B. And it really is, I was about to say, going to come down to this double stack in Garden, Elysian, and Ori trying. But again, no information, like you mentioned, gathered beyond that guiding light confirming there was somebody found.
Yeah, the Trailblazer gonna come out here. A little bit of information here that there is a push, and oh, Ari trying to break that Yoru code will in fact find the kill. Once Yoru themselves, Philippa able to get a huge trade though, and Alkia satchels into sight, not able to confirm the kill. Legion still looking to play spoils for it, and now there's some backup as well available from Jade. A second kill to come through for Legion, and that will make the site look very impregnable right now. 2 players remaining, make that one. It's all down to Philippa, 45 HP. How much can she really pull off here? And it's looking almost impossible, I think, to be found as Elysian with the 4K will keep Neon Blade in this off the back of that timeout. Really nice hold to come out of them. And for BBL, it's going to be a counter timeout coming out of Question, who probably has a couple of questions he needs to ask.
Yeah, no, that's concerning, right? You stop the momentum as soon as it's established on the side of Neon Blade. And I mean, I liked that play, right? They were more reserved. Like I was concerned, like I said, when I saw Elysian and Ori there in Garden ready to fight belong. Like they had gaps there in Hookah. They died there in Garden, then you have like no site control, you have numbers disadvantage on the retake, so many red flags blaring. So what do? They fall back, they re-clear some of these angles more directed towards the site and wait for the rotations from the team to come back so they can flood in and deny the spike plant. So now, 3 rounds separating them, as you said. Still gonna have another rifle round off of that victory pretty flawlessly too, not losing too many rifles. Now the question is, what is BBL Queens cooking, Zach?
I would like to see Alkia just do something explosive. Like I feel like we don't see enough of Alkia on the race these days, which makes me very sad. But you know, talking about what they've been cooking, I think that they should still have enough money to go in for a buy here, despite that previous round loss. I'm gonna be interested to see what ults they are having. Apart from Proxima's ult, I don't think they really have much to work with in terms of ultimate. Although, if they pick up that ult from Schnell, will have the dimensional drift. So we've seen how that ult can kind of be used to just navigate around side, get that information, and get that spike down. Usually on the A side is where we saw it being put into play, but this time it seems like B is going to be where the Queens are headed. On the opposite side, though, Jade is only one off of that showstopper, and Sele also does have that orbital strike ready to go. So a couple of ultimates available for Neon Blade that could swing this round and narrow this gap completely in their favor, unless, of course, BBL Queens are able to find an aggressive kill. All right, Alkia.
Hey, you said you wanted to see them go explosive, and I guess that's one way, but in the meantime, the only other explosive thing, right, is Jademon was able to charge this showstopper up for the retake. What?
Planted.
When might have just single-handedly gotten the map point for BBL Queens. They shut off not one, but both rotations to the teleporter. Elysian trying to bail them out now, but it's Adora with no better time for redemption than now. The 1v4 on the line to keep BBL Queens off of map point, but even now, Utility denying them that CT space. So many different angles to clear out, and time up against them. Alkia forcing the Utility out. No, they just think it's better off to save, to fight for those 4 rounds in a row to get the team to overtime.
Yeah, I mean, logically speaking, 1v4, 35 HP, not much time on the clock. You're not going to be able to pull it off even if you have the powers of God at that point. So, yeah, Adora just going to be trying to keep themselves safe inside this U-Haul. 35 HP wants to hold on to this Vandal because, like you mentioned, the economy not in the greatest position for Neon Blade. And BBL Queens, they will get themselves 2 match points on their map pick. Adora now able to hold on to that gun. The rest of the team also able to kind of buy around them. You do see a bit of a compromise in terms of Bucky for the Viper here, although they do have that Viper spit, so still could be a playmaking gun. That said, though, Neon Blade, they also do have those ultimates still in place. Still, they didn't really get the chance to use that orbital strike in that previous round, so that could be a factor. That said, though, for BBL, look at their ultimates. They have the dimensional drift from Schnell, one off the showstopper from Alkia, so a couple of explosive duelist ults definitely ready to go. And you can see the adaptation coming out of Neon Blade. They're playing aggressive to try and deny this ult orb for that exact reason. But Schnell, with this dimensional drift, might be able to just cut through this Viper spit.
No, I love that. They're like, I love how they like flocked to the Viper spit. Normally you're avoiding it, but no. They're literally leading their fellow duelists, leading the players here. The pit is out of the picture. Jade Moss still alive, still fragging at least. Orbital strike is well available to deny this plant if needed, but Philippe was aware of that.
Oh my.
They've got to re-hit. There's no way they re-rotate, but again, the 3 players remaining for, or sorry, the 4 players for Neon Blade, backside already to contest.
They're gonna be able to hit Adora as well with the Skydog there to be able to concuss them. U-Haul control gonna be kind of given up here, left a little loose. Schnell though towards Showers, able to catch Jade while out. That's gonna be a huge pick to start things off here. Proxima still watching down this U-Haul angle as well. The smoke comes through and the swing is
Adora.
there. Adora able to find that first kill, looking for redemption. Like you said, Silly with a second to boot. Orbital Strike has been taken out, but Wenz with a nasty kill. It's gonna bring things down back to a 2v2 here. Silly though takes down Felipa. Now it's all up to Wenz here. 1v2, gets the first kill. 30 HP left, shortly in hand. Not gonna be able to connect the shots though.
Nice
and Silly
try, kid.
will keep Neon Blade alive for yet another round with that defuse to come in. 12-9. BBL Queens, they spend a lot in that round, and so do their opponents, but it's still gonna be Neon on top.
I feel like Wen's being at the receiving end of that corner spray is like karma for them delivering that same exact thing when Elysian was
Oof.
flanking like a few rounds ago, if you remember. And
I
it is quite fitting. But regardless, Neon Blade's still hanging on, still fighting for this overtime, and definitely making it probably a lot closer than any of us thought it was gonna be. But once again, this is the pick on the side of, I was gonna say a team, of BBL. So the fact that they're still in the lead makes sense. And now, there's the outbreak!
Get your wish, Sylvie. We're gonna be seeing it coming into play a little bit of miss. Unfortunately, that first crucial shot, letting Alkia pull the showstopper out. In fact, it's gonna be Schnell to find that opening kill onto Jade. A lot of space garnered though off the back of that showstopper. Adora
Spike
now with the
planted.
shorty staying inside this dark cover, hoping for someone from BBL to walk in, but instead it's gonna be them falling quite back here, pulling the Seekers out instead, and knowing that nobody's gonna be flanking. All of this push is coming through from the CT side in this 4v5 situation. No major ultimates available for this Neon Blade side either to make their job easier. Proxima though, Mike and timing here, in fact does get taken down.
Trade?
Huge kills, denying the trade in this U-Haul's area. Looking quite low though.
What's Silly doing it?
They're running
player
gun.
standing.
A fourth single-handedly keeping and saving this round together now. It's all down to Wenz. A 1v5 for them, but Operator will deny even that first kill as Neon Blade. They get themselves 2 double digits off the back of a beautiful retake. Silly did all the heavy lifting in that round. I don't know how they got 2, let alone all 4.
No, completely. I mean, I was for sure thinking that Alkia was good for the trade there. And then at 7 HP, they find Schnell, who's at 7 HP, like the only other person that's as low as they are. And like, yeah, the support players definitely doing some heavy lifting here. Legia and Silly have been insane. Jade Moa as well, I mean 20 and 16, but regardless, that round definitely needed here. And not only that, but it now brings some ultimates back online that are like Neon Blade has been, I think, winning rounds off, specifically that Orbital Strike has been really good for them in terms of how they've been using it a little bit more aggressively. I mean, they did that on the defense. It's kind of carried over more to the offense. They kind of use it to frame these refloods into sites, especially on the A execs. So we're having a quick tech pause. This might give BBL Queens a time to kind of think to themselves about what's been going wrong. I mean, they have 2 more chances before Neon Blade punches their ticket to overtime. They have a post-plant strategy in the form of the Viper's Pit. I mean, even from the shadows, I feel like, I mean, you said it yourself. If Proxima can get away with these teleport plays, I feel like they can get away with it from the shadows play. Especially with the door right on the operator. If they're posted on like an angle, like a heaven, it can be hard if they ult to the right place, especially if you miss that initial shot to punish it.
Yeah, for sure, but I think also Proxima could just be holding on to it in case there just needs to be a quick rotation with the spike somewhere, or the spike gets dropped in an awkward angle. I feel like that's the main reason the Omen ults get so much love these days, for those pivot plays and those repositions. That said though, I would like to see another kind of flank coming out from Proxima. Ultimate-wise, Wenz does have that Viper's Pit, so definitely could be a crucial win condition in this upcoming round. BBL still have the economy as well, although this will be their last fully effective buy. If they're not able to win it out here, they risk letting it slip forward to overtime because of that economic disadvantage. And more than that, Adora still has this operator ready to go as well. It's going to be spotted out though by the Trailblazer, so they know where the op is positioned, and immediately you can see them slowly but surely falling back. They're like, yeah, you know what? We spotted the op, guys. We want nothing to do with it. Have a nice day. We're going to see and test our luck on the A side instead.
Yeah. That's where the Orbital Strike is, right? And Jade Maw, the current top frag. So it's really pick your poison at this point. Now, Obviously, Trailblazer was exhausted to spot out the operator, so they're gonna have to lean into these guiding lights. Allows Jamon not to punish when coupled with his Poison Cloud, but Boombot does the confirmation for them. And try and reposition now for this back site fight. Alkia eager to take it, but they'd rather have strength in numbers here, especially when the orbital strike's gonna throw chaos into the wind. Felipa running left with
Oh
20
my.
HP in a very wall-bangable position. I do like this challenge early in the pit. It's finding frags left and right. Schnell, though, not address shower just yet, and suddenly Proxima's left in a 1v4. Angles being held. Sky now smoked off. Here comes the TP play we're hoping for, but the shorty's on top of them. And then they're robbed of the ace clutch from Adora, stepping up when they need to get now the defuse on the table to get the 11th. And as you mentioned, increase the chances pretty heavily of going into overtime. Looking at the BBL Queens bye that we're about to
Look,
witness.
I know that was a Neon Blade win, but to me,
It didn't feel like it. The
didn't
mental.
feel like it. No, it was a 1v5, and Proxima still gets 4 of them, gets Adora down to like 50 HP. That was a round that should not have been as close as it was, giving literally everyone watching a heart attack. So kudos to Proxima there to be able to almost pull off that clutch. That was crazy stuff to come out, but yeah, for this final round, BBL's economy in a bit of a dicey spot here. I see a Guardian, three light shields on top of it. They do have a couple of ults though, so still looking to be closable out here, if a little bit more difficult. Adora with that attack, with that operator early position towards the short, not going to be able to find too much value, so we'll be leaving that angle, looking to watch something instead. Although BBL Queens, they're not really aggressing so far, they're just waiting for a possible push to come out of Neon Blade's side. In fact, both sides, there just seem to be in like a holding pattern, at least for the first 30 seconds.
Yeah, I like how deep this like control is from Neon Blade on the B side, right? Garden, you have the Brimstone right in Hookah as well. I did also like the initial brim smoke there belong to kind of deny information collection from the sky from
Mhm.
Felipa, and now it's even forced a rotation to come through onto the A site. And they haven't flanked in a while, so I do like this flank idea. 3 amigos on their way to hopefully send themselves into overtime. Now we really need to see Adora and Ori deliver to buy them enough time here. Now I think they've done it. I think they are gonna completely catch BBL by surprise, unless Proxima
30 seconds.
has their
left.
eyes on it properly.
Well, Philippa is able to get that spike down, but like you mentioned, that flank
Oh,
coming
I'm
in.
sorry.
Proxima, like you mentioned, eyes wide, able to get that first kill. Trades quick to come out, though, still a 3v3 position. I don't know,
Ooh,
Proxima
nice
expect
shot.
the rest of these fraggers coming in from the flank here. Wens, though, looking to do the damage. Proxima keeping over towards Showers, will be able to clear out that angle. And now it's a 2v3. Alki on 32 HP, though, still doing the damage. Has the paint shows back to try and set up this crossfire. These wallbangs could be brutal here, but it's going to be silly to try and get the
enemy
defuse
remaining.
through. Taking a swing, it's going to be Proxima to find that first kill.
That's
And now
it.
with this 1v2, it's the double peak that will
Attackers
confirm it. BBL Queens, they will take their map pick 13 to 11. It got a little close. It got a bit dangerous, but BBL Queens, they still managed to pull it off.
I really think that round win comes out of Proxima and their usage of the From the Shadows, right? I mean,
Mhm.
Alkia, they're very low HP from the wallbang coming out of Adora, able to kind of play the paint shell, but then once that's gone, they would have had to solo swing in a 1v2. So the fact that they were safe there in the shower to play down the clock
And
to
like get that
force the
double peak
hand.
as well.
Exactly. It was very, very clean and very well navigated, just understanding the time constraints and the repositionings on the map.
Yeah, I think that overall BBL, even though it got too close for comfort there towards the end, I think they were able to really just show why they picked this map. There were a lot of these really nice trap plays that I saw coming out, and even
Mhm.
though on the attacking side it looked like they were struggling a little bit, possibly mainly because of these flanks that were coming out so quickly, they were able to kind of like pull it together towards the end. You could see like in that final round, Proxima had that awareness, which was the difference maker. Them being able
Mhm.
to find that first kill, reposition, go in for the double peak, and confirm those kills. Really, it just got the map into BBL's pockets there. A heartbreaker for sure for Neon Blade, because they got it to be so close, especially
Yes.
like the individual heroics to come out of a lot of their players. Jade in particular, it's gotta suck.
I am quite excited though for Icebox, the next map. And reminder that Bind was BBL's map pick, right? So it's not like
Mhm.
their map pick was stolen away from them or anything. And
Exactly.
for the first debut of Bind for both of these teams in, the GC EMEA stage 1, it was definitely something to be proud of and
Mhm.
something you can look back on and tweak a few things and do well going forward. But for Icebox, right? We went from, are you ready for the Neon Blade squad at least? We don't know anything about BBL and Icebox with the new squad. They went from no Sentinels on Vine. Now they're going to go to the double Sentinel on Icebox potentially with the KJ and Sage. And that's exciting for me. My only concern though is that Adora, right? They weren't having the best map on Vine until towards the end. I'm hoping that's a sign that they're coming to life, that they've warmed up, right? But they're gonna be that
Mhm.
solo duelist, right, on the Jet. So I am really gonna have to see, I feel like, them step up especially. Um, but otherwise, like, the support players have been delivering, right? We've said it.
Yeah, I
Let's
mean,
hope they do again.
it's definitely been an exciting map. But before we head into map number 2, Icebox, we are going to be taking a short break. So see you guys on the other side. Welcome back, everyone, with Game Changers Stage 1, Week 2. I'm Zach, and I'm joined by the wonderful Zobi. And we were just in the middle of our first best of 3 for today. It is BBL Queens taking on newcomers Neon Blade, and that map number 1 was a banger. BBL Queens, they won it, but it got damn close. It was 13-11 at the end of it. And now we're going to be heading over to Neon Blade's map pick of Icebox. So, yeah, I think Zobi was doing some analysis of this map, of like possible team comps before we got into it. What are you thinking, Zobi?
Yes, I mean, we're gonna be starting out on the same sides for both of these teams. So Neon Blaine starting out in the attack, BBL Queens on the defense. I talked about how for the side of Neon Blade, they're gonna be going probably more for that double sentinel, kind of, I guess, the old kind of, I guess, icebox meta is how I
Mhm.
would like to explain it. Now for BBL Queens, and based on the composition that they ran on Bind with that Yoru raise, I honestly could see a Reyna Jet combo working for them. Now, are they going to embrace that chaos? Not quite sure of it, and we'll know very shortly. But I do think it would work for them. Like they were delivering like both Chanel and Alkia pretty well. And Alkia is actually like their fill play, right? They've been playing the initiator, actually, like the
Mhm.
Sova, the Fade on the three maps that we have seen from them so far in the group stage of stage one. So if they want to continue playing that duelist role and fragging like they did, I think BVL should let them.
Yeah, I mean, I like Alkyo on the radar. I've only seen it like a couple times before, but every time it's been
Ooh.
very,
In
very
their
fun to
wheelhouse.
watch.
I'm
Yeah,
hearing
so
it.
like, I hope we do get to see Arena on either side of the field. I'm not gonna be picky and say like, yeah, I want Alkyo to play it. If we see Arena, I'll be a happy player because I feel like this is the one
Mhm.
map where if you're feeling it, if you're having like, a good aim day, Arena can really just pop off. And her leers are also quite useful for getting yourself onto site because of how this map does have that high-low kind of setup coming in.
Yeah.
I think that Icebox is a map as well where you can run the Yoru. Personally, I think we haven't seen a lot of his tech really being effectively used here, but in particular, like if you can time those flashes correctly, it could do a lot of damage. But we are going to be heading into Agent Select right now, so let's see what these teams have in store for us. And with that chamber buff finally kicking in yesterday, with his bullets being a little bit more affordable, Sile is instantly going to take on that chamber.
What?
Did mention a double sentinel. I don't know if this was the one you were expecting, but we
No?
are going to be getting a chamber and a killjoy and possibly an ISO. Okay, they're just
They've gotta be trolling us.
they're messing around with us.
Phoenix and ISO, they've got to be. Not gonna lie. I mean, I'm interested though also on BBL's comp, right? I was wondering if Chanel, they're
Oh,
actually
no
both,
duelists.
and the Yoder hover. Wait, okay, yeah, they're just trolling us. Jade and Adora trolling, but it's interesting. I was gonna say if they were gonna go with Wenz on the solo Sentinel, like they weren't gonna have a trademark or anything, which would have been very concerning for that kind of kitchen or like, especially be main flank control, which can get taken advantage of. But otherwise, I feel like the rest of the lineup is kind of
I'm pretty sure Adora will switch
wait.
to the jet. I'm like 89% sure.
It just the realization just dawned on me that BBL Queens doesn't have a duelist.
Yeah, I saw that in the first, like, I already said it. I was like, yeah, but this is a map that you can probably get away with it because of
Yeah.
how aggressive people do like to play the chamber. But we are getting my wish. We are seeing Arena coming in at the
Dora
hands of
Reina.
Adora here. So yeah, really interesting team calls for both of these teams. A zero duelist for BBL on defense, although they do have that chamber, and Chanel is basically a duelist no matter what you put her on. So
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if we can really say no duelist comp in that regard, but for the attackers, right? They have that solo Reyna as a duelist. They have that double sentinel in terms of that killjoy as well as that chamber. And personally, I'm gonna be super excited to see how this attacking side does pan out for them, especially considering that instead of going for that additional initiator of KO or even that sage to try and get that spike down, it will be that double sentinel instead. So are we gonna see a lot more lurking coming out of these players? Are we gonna be seeing Adora going in aggressive early on? It's gonna be very interesting how they're gonna be pioneering this comp.
Yeah, I mean, just lots of role swaps, right? So I'm used to the controller. Legion's been playing
Mhm.
the initiator. Jade Maw kind of going back from the duelist they just played to the initiator we're used to seeing. And I do think like Adora maybe on the Reyna is also an adaptation of the fact that they didn't get the operator online as much as they wanted in games like this. So you don't need that jet agent as much. But for
Ooh.
now, like you said, we might see some aggression from these Sentinels. Chanel able to get some frags. Philippa in their back pocket as well, trying to steal away one more, but no dice. So 5v4 now, and they haven't even left spawn yet on the side of Neon Blade.
That was such a nice recon to come out of BBL. Caught all the players, and I feel like the one who went down, Killjoy, just wasn't expecting that push to come through. And I like the layering coming out of BBL Queens as well, right? You see Schnell get that first kill, TP back. You expect the re-aggression, so you immediately have that KO ready for a flash peek as well. So even though Neon Blade, they didn't fall into that trap, they still could have been a lot more impact coming out of just that one initial push. Now though, Neon Blade re-aggressing towards this A side will be that 0 point will connect with at least 3 of these players, so it's going to make it so much more difficult for them to hit. And already the rotation from BBL, 4 players on the site.
There's a flank coming through as well from Proxima, so they're gonna get pressured. They're not gonna be able to rotate with only 30 seconds left. I think the commitment has to come
30
through.
seconds
A nice
left.
recon bolt
my.
break from Wen clears Alkia as well of any heat, and it all just falls into place in quite flawless fashion on that pistol. And I mean, just so many different components working together in that plan from BBL Queens, and it was only a pistol.
Yeah, it was only a pistol, so you can really see the layers that this comp demonstrates for BBL Queens. Like, I honestly don't think them not having a duelist is any kind of problem at all. The way that they've been playing it, like again, you can see the quick flank to come in from Proxima. Even if the players on site hadn't been there yet, and because of that flank gets so much information, BBL they can really afford to just hunker down on that site. They know there's no one pressuring through mid. They know that B is clear, so it's just a lot of things that BBL have available for free. Now the Proxima going for those jump peaks will be able to spot out that first player and will be falling back here. You can see that Neon Blade are kind of just concentrating on getting these ultimates up as far as possible, getting those ult orbs in their control, and possibly finding a pick or two. But BBL, they not only do they find that presence on B main, now falling back, they also
Oh, no.
have this towards mid to watch for the rotations, and Schnell has so much information and a kill to boot already. The first and the second to come through.
Spike
That's
down.
devastating.
I think that's the other reason why we're
Enemy
seeing the
remaining.
No.
the chamber buff paired with the outlaw is insane. I mean, I was gonna
Spike's
praise, Silly for being aware that Schnell might be getting aggressive again, but I don't think they expected them to be holding this sniper rifle on this close of an angle. Now Elysian alone with the spike here in the 1v5. They're even setting up a high-low here. Filippo getting ready for the flash, the peek out, and it's gonna be a done and dusted round, but at least a frag, so no flawless in store, but Schnell on the flank, and they can't even get there before Wenz takes the frag from them. And I mean, that's the first time I feel like we've seen like some decent outlaw action, right?
I mean, I think we saw it being bought in one of those sunset maps that we casted, but yeah, it wasn't nearly as impactful as this particular one, let's just say that. So yeah, Schnell not only going to be able to carry the outlaw into the next round, but also will very much so be able to afford an operator anytime they want it in these next couple of rounds here. It does seem like BBL Queens, despite that win, opting to play for this bonus. Felipa having that hero Vandal in hand and a Guardian to boot in the hands of Proxima, so a lot to work with here. BBL looking to get aggressive to boot with this outlaw and this Vandal to come through into play, but nobody really on this A side aside from that one lurker. It's going to be B where the pressure is, and there is only going to be one player on this B side, but in the meantime the lurk gets taken out, so no more Killjoy to watch your flank. BBL, they can take so much space here.
And they do have the trademark hopefully to lean into to pick up the slack there, but they have other plans. They want to get more aggro, so nice Pseudo Sentinel utility coming in. He's gonna kind of isolate Adora as well, and BBL takes that opportunity in stride. Sile trying to wrestle back the advantage, but Philippe are prepared to act, and with a 2v4, Jadenwall not even really able to get the spike down just yet. So much utility coming at them from all different angles, and they're even kind of wary still, as you mentioned, of the flanks. So just cut noise, hope the players get antsy and rotate back to A, but BBL Queens showing no signs of wavering here.
Yeah,
Right
they're
here.
all just positioned towards the site here. Still gonna have the outlaw along with these
30
rifles that were
seconds
picked up as well in this round to try and play off of. Now Toxin screens going up. You can see the re-aggression coming out of Neon Blades. Both of these players looking quite healthy still. That said though, it's gonna be very difficult. They fake the plat, trying to push forward, but Filippo watching for the angle will be able to get both of those kills. And BBL Queens, they convert their bonus. Not only do they convert it, they do it very, very convincingly, keeping 4 players alive. And you can see that Schnell is gonna be able to drop that Outlaw, pick up a vandal, drop it to a teammate, and invest in that operator. So this next run
Ooh.
gonna be very dangerous for Neon Blade here. No ultimates for them to work with on the opposite side, Felipe already has that null command, which can be so impactful in a retake.
Like, you thought the outlaw from, Schnell was scary. Now get ready for the operator. I mean, the Yoder obviously not letting them kind of lean into that weapon on Vine, but the chamber definitely will. It's interesting, though, that they're pairing that with this mid-aggression from Wens. But, I mean, they probably want to kind of corral the players towards either Proxima, your B main, or towards that chamber up on A. So it makes sense, but Neon Blade not really falling for it here. Having, some intuition that that might be the plan here, but there still feels like there's some sort of magnetic pull here towards the A site, towards this operator. Jade Maw looking like they're going to be the first to maybe brave this threshold and get punished for it. Yoffing getting held, the jump peak, not sure if it spotted it, and it
Oh,
hasn't.
no.
Spike position now
A.
confirmed. You see the rotations coming in from mid on the side of BBL Queens, and as you mentioned, no command online. The instant they're sure this is an execution, it can be invested if they even want to on the save round for Neon Blade.
I'm too far.
Talking about the save around the edge of sheriffs to work with for these players. They are able to scale up a little bit off the back of the utility, but yeah, there's the null command to shut down any kind of flashes, any more utility to come through, and the stack of these players by BBL Queens on the side is going to be almost impossible for them to get through even without the utility. Now flash after flash to come out of Felipe here, letting her get the lead position, go for the peak, gets the first kill. Adora will be able to at least get a frag before being shut down, but Alkia is there for the swing through, there for the kills, and it's going to be these two remaining players on Neon Blade side. Elysian tries to make something happen with alert, not going to be able to connect, and it will be a team ace to shut this round down in favor of BBL Queens. Now 4-0 here, a dominating start.
Oh, we can see why they've been hiding Icebox in their back pocket for BBL Queens. They were just waiting. They were waiting for the chamber buff, and then they're like, "All right, Icebox time." But
there's your answer, Zoe.
yeah, for sure. But I feel like right now for BBL Queens, like every player is just a solo pillar at this point. Like no matter where you hit, there's no weak spot. Like Proxima, they just haven't been hit yet, right? Like even when they had that contact B main, like Neon Blade fell off. And then even when they're flanking, the timing's not right, and everybody else on site takes care of it first. So I'm waiting to see the Proxima moment to shine, because we saw them on Bind killing it on the Owen, but for now, it looks like Schnell is the one who wants to draw first blood, wants to sink their teeth into maybe Adora to get that solo duelist out of the way. But Neon Blade, very aware there's an operator in the mix.
Nowhere to run!
Very aware.
Oh, that was huge there. And it takes out Schnell as well, thanks to the Hunter's Fury. That's going to be the operator, no longer a problem. Adora takes advantage of the chaos to scale up as well to shut down Proxima. That's two openings here on site that they've gotten to be able to get it down. Felipe, though, towards backside, hunkering down. 2 kills off her own, but Wen's there for the backup. And now the flash, it hasn't even come through yet. Jade, though, towards PT, able to find a kill. Elysian left with 5 HP in a dream. Now a 2v2 situation. Wen's on the flank. Might be able to find the timing, the advantage. Spots out Jade, not able to get the kill though. And that is huge, exactly. Now a 1v2 for Felipe. Knows that the rotation is coming in. Will she be able to make it in time for that A site is the question.
Felipe definitely having clutch in the situation. I'm expecting to see Jade Maw take the forward aggression here. Nice security measure on the recon bolt to secure the plant. I'm hoping we get to see, considering how low Elysian is, and play these mollies, but no, an aggressive crouch peek position. The frag headshot landing perfectly in the first round from Neon Blade on the board.
Yeah, it got a little bit unfortunate there for BBL side. They had the 3v2, but yeah, just a bit of the aggressive peek into the 1v2 there that you saw a player going down towards CT and Wenz, of course, as well, committing to that fight, and not being able to close it out. They're kind of lost BBL around there, but really nice positioning out of Neon Blade, in particular Jade, to be able to find not just that opening onto Wenz, but also just trade teammates out on site to keep the numbers pretty steady in their favor. That kind of made the round more doable. Schnell, though, now looking to get a bit more aggressive here off the back with this operator, but forced out of position thanks to that recon bolt that will push them through. Wen's able to get the resurrection online, though, thanks to this early B main orb control. Not going to be able to get punished either, thanks to that barrier orb coming in. And now, A side, it's been where they made the noise, but now it's going to be the fake, the fallback to come out of Neon Blade towards mid instead, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, Schnell not here to strike. Alkia holding position with Proxima there from the B site. kind of a further away support pillar. I mean, we did see the flank kind of successful. At least they were able to pay their way towards the A site in a previous round, but it was too late for it to have an impact. So maybe it can be well timed here, or maybe they can even just catch Alkia off guard. The reposition at a bad time. The swing coming out. Bullets exchange, but no damage.
Trap destroyed.
Now, aware the A hit's coming through, knows the Empress is on line, but great utility, and even now forward aggression from Jade Moi, trying to rob them of it. Nice utility as well. Jade Moi being the duelist basically in this situation, getting the opening
30
frags, getting
seconds
the
left.
site for their team. Look, they're even the
Spike
first line of
planted.
contact against Proxima. They follow through on this screen's exec.
Resurrection available though, now gonna come into play. Wen's able to get a kill, although Proxima goes down towards mid. Jade still being a menace towards this angle. Recon gonna be broken. Jade looking to find a bit more damage, but Wen's will be the one to find a kill. 4 for
Ace?
Jade right now, and Ace on the lines here. Alkia, the last contender, a 1v2 to try and close it out, but the clock is ticking, and how much more can this Sova really do here? Has the post ban available as well in terms of the Molly. Alkia taps the spike, Hunter's Fury to come out of Jade.
Interesting.
At least it's gonna be a huge ult that they've gotten out of the way, but Alkia's still left with no time. Forced to try and stick it. No idea of the positioning of Elysian, and Elysian will be the one to find that final kill. An incredible round to come out of Jade, like you mentioned in that first map. So the support players are kind of like stealing the show today.
Yeah. And the interesting that this is a BBL timeout actually. I feel like they've been navigating it fairly well. I mean, yes, they lost one round, but I think they've been more using these ultimates as momentum killers, right? As soon as Neon Blade gets around, they just immediately shut it down. Even if they don't get the following round, it still stings. But I do agree with you. That was a huge victory to get the Hunter's Fury out. I definitely feel like they didn't need it in that situation. And they still had the Viper post-fight utility. I mean, they had like good kind of double-pronged pressure so that, BBL Queen's Sova wouldn't know where to look, but regardless, they use it. Now they only have the tour de force to lean into, and I really don't know what BBL Queens or what Question is suggesting at this moment, Zach.
Yeah, I think one thing, if you look at these rounds, is the positioning of the operator. Like, if Schnell is able to find that early value, great. But otherwise, they just get kind of taken down for free, especially if you look at these slow kind of plays that Neon Blade are pioneering on the sides. They just walk up, and BBL, they aren't quite ready for it. In that previous round, especially with the Empress, with the flashes, you could see that double-pronged approach from both sides of that site was something that Chanel as well as Felipa were just not ready for. Felipa at least able to get a kill if we're going down, sure, but it's still a 2-for-1 that Neon Blade find and take full advantage of, not just in terms of getting the plant down, but also positionally there. So yeah, Soleil now with the tour de force of their own gonna be suppressed at least initially. So we're gonna be seeing a chamber ult for chamber ult to come out, although the chamber for the side of BBL Queens, its choices be long instead. So this heavy lifting for BBL side for the defenders is gonna have to come out of the players on site here. Wen's gonna be caught out despite that flash, so forced to fall off the angle.
I love the battle stage, right? You're not running a double duelist, have your stage regress. But I mean, Wednesday definitely packs punch so to deliver. But on the other side of the map, Ori, that lurk, that backdoor option for the B site, now taken out of the picture, forcing now kind of some mid pressure to come out. Proxima shuts down Adora, but quickly traded out by Elysian. So still just at square one, right? 2 players in spawn. You can see Sile trying to make some headway off of this tour de force here, but I mean, no dice when you don't really have a weapon and you have a barrier wall in front of you. So they're gonna lean more into Jade Maul again. Asked to be the duelist, asked to be the entry for this team, and that's a role they're willing to fill based on Vine. So toxic screen is up, figuring out the examples manually.
I mean, they're used to it. They were basically one of the duelist players for Ascent. So yeah, that duelist mentality doesn't really leave them, I guess. Neon Blade able to once again walk onto the side, get that plant down. They do have an ult to play off of it. Felipa off the back of the recon, able to scale up and get that huge kill. Now Tour de Force still in Soleil's hands, able to find that first kill onto Alkia. Although it is a 2v3, so numbers still in favor of Neon Blade.
Oh, no Tour de Force!
Yeah, and with that suppress coming in, no more tour de force going to be available. Chanel holding with one of their own, able to find that kill, and Felipa will get the second one onto Elysian, the last remaining player. That will be a nice retake to come out of BBL's Queens there. And I think, like you mentioned, it was Felipa's utility, as well as Frags, don't get me wrong, but mainly the utility that made it so possible. Just shut down Sile and let BBL Queens take up that extra space towards fight.
I mean, not having that tour de force, that basically was the post-plant strategy. I wanted to see like what utility Elysian had left there and why they felt pressured to swing, but I know they were also playing mid, so they were all over the map that round. And the economy being righted out of that timeout, we're gonna see Snell with the operator here again. So I mean, you don't have a tour de force, pick up the operator. But I mean, like I said, they just killed the momentum Neon Blade had with that one round. Or those 2 rounds. It's just blips on the radar for BBL is what they're going for here. Wen's up to their antics again here, trying to aggress. This time, as we mentioned, the flash was late, so Felipe was playing with them. But regardless, the Owl Drone now forcing them back as well. And I like their positions. And now, see, Felipe now trying to pressure mid alongside this Sova Drone, alongside Althea.
They get the Killjoy ult online as well, so Ori should be able to put that down to take the space on this A site. You can see that Renz has also seen that being a factor here, fully falling back, but talking about factor, that's a huge kill that Slay got onto Felipa. They're shutting down that kill utility for that post plant, and off the back of this Killjoy ult, it seems like these attackers will finally be able to scale up here. In fact, taking quite a bit of aggressive space towards Raptors as well. Adora will finally choosing to give it up here, looking to play the numbers advantage. Instead, possibly denying utility still available in spades for the Neon Blade team as they finally have that spike plan to come through. Adora on site, looking to play spoil sport. Doesn't find anything in the first couple of seconds, so now we'll just try and maintain these crossfires with their team here. A 4v5 situation. Wen's taking quite a bit of damage from the shock dart, able to find that first kill though. And now in the corner, it's gonna be Adora who gets shut down by Proxima. A 3rd kill as well to come through, and this late wraparound. It's expected. Shell takes out Elysian. Suddenly, just like that, all 5 of these players, they get wrapped apart here. It's just going to be Sile again, and this time around, not going to be able to find anything as BBL Queens. It was a 4v5 retake that they were in, and they pull it off flawlessly. They don't lose a single player in that process.
I mean, like, it's like they almost gave the site, right, to them. Like, obviously a lockdown is going to force you to retreat, but they were just repositioning, getting ready, as you said, for that retake. I thought for a second Alicia was going to have the flank, but the quick turnaround, I don't know if they made a step or what kind of drew the attention there of Schnell, but saves the round. And I feel like against like maybe less seasoned teams than BBL, those are the kind of lurk plays that get the dice, get the wins, and they just weren't letting it happen on the side of BBL Queens. So I feel like that's what Neon Blade is likely talking about. Say obviously was a previous player, now kind of a substitute player for the team, so they might have another perspective on how BBL Queens navigates things. But I mean, it just looks like the situation is getting rougher, right? I mean, now you have the Null Command and the Hunter's Fury to deal with. Yes, you have a Viper's Pit, but your buy is probably not going to be the best after that last round falling apart as quickly as it did. And I mean, I kind of want to see them fight for B main more. I mean, Proxima is really the only one there at the start of rounds, and this Sage KO combo A main is just not allowing them to get through as early as they want to.
Yeah, but the problem with the B side is that also a lot of these rounds you do see Schnell kind of double playing that with Proxima ever since she got that operator online, so it's just a little bit of additional pressure that they have to deal with. That 1-2 punch, you did see that one round they were able to get on successfully. They were able to take care of that. That said though, it's a very big gamble, especially considering how aggressive both these players like to play towards that B side. This time around, the Chamber going to be the one left lurking here. Sile has been incredibly impactful in the past. Now they have a one-on-one, like you mentioned, with the operator being positioned towards mid instead. But it seems like Proxima just opting to play for the retake instead, maintaining control of yellow and having a fallback position to go off of instead of letting themselves get caught out too aggressively here. Still, the Chamber positioned towards this mid angle could swap that field of view over towards B-Long any second. That said though, look at the amount of space that Neon Blade have gotten for free here as they look to push towards this yellow. The drone gonna be able to spot out that first player, but Schnell still gets a kill. The first pick going in favor of BBL. The Null Command coming through as well to keep this smoke, keep these smokes down, keep the flashes out of play, and keep BBL's position intact.
Yeah, we saw this towards the beginning of the half. BBL Queen's not fast to rotate in these situations. Question denied, only for the confirmation that there's someone here. Now sheds the operator, trying to punish off of this Undershirt contact, but that's denied. So Rendezvous out.
30 seconds left.
But with 30 seconds left, they've gotta make a move, and not having too many options. I want to see this Viper's Pit get online, but they're tucked away being the one to watch the flank.
finally, though, the Viper wall gonna come back up. 13 seconds left. They have to get the plant down, and you can see that Jade is just trying to stick it, but all this utility spam, it's gonna take care of it. The shock shot enough to deny the plant from coming in, and with 5 seconds left, there's no time. They have to try to go for these kills. Just no good choices available, and Ori now in a 1v3. The clock runs out, and that will be how BBL confirm the round. Schnell will get that final kill as well, adding insult to injury as BBL get to 7 here, but let's just break down that round, right? You can see that, you know, Neon Blade,
War of
they're able to
attrition.
get... Yeah, it was a war of attrition, exactly. But BBL, they still, because of the comp that they're running, because of this lack of duelists, the double initiator, they have so much utility available. You can see the shock darts, the spam, the mollies. There was just no safe space for Neon Blade to stand off of. And that additional pressure of having to wait for those Viper Psychos to deal with this operator, it kind of just let BBL whittle down the time. And you can see that nobody moved a muscle in that entire round. Everybody was willing to fight for that B side.
Yeah, but other members willing to fight for the ace. I wins again. Always willing. But wall expended just to buy a little bit of time for the reposition for Felipa to try and find any Tringy's players. But toxic screen, quick throw, place it here. Aldra not gonna get much information other than a KO backside off of that fragment usage. Now they cut noise after grabbing the ult orb. They're gonna reset themselves here for the side exec, but the issue is their side hole is just stronger, right? Proxima now rotating over. Your Sova as well. Alkia mid ready for some information utility, but it's actually BBL to strike first, and that cost him a weapon. Cost him some space, but even out by the better weapons. 4-on-4, the toxic screen making it work for Adora. GCD goes hitting, but they haven't dealt with when strike that Elysian does. And suddenly it's a 1v3 with the operator on the line and on the flank.
Yeah, Schnell, it's a lot to ask from her to clutch this out, especially since the position's being held by Neon Blade. It's going to be very difficult for her to clean it. That set the Elysian now might walk into her crosshairs.
Oh.
That's the first kill and a rifle that can be retrieved. Suddenly, this round looks a little bit more tenable. Schnell looking to push forward here. We'll be able to pick up the rifle, yeah, but like you said, there is a lot of post plans, so Schnell will have to hurry it up here. Shock darts come through, revealing the position of this first player. Just a high-low setup, and it will be Ori to confirm that kill onto Schnell here to get the thrifty for Neon Blade. And while it was a good round to come out of Neon Blade, don't get me wrong, they were really good in terms of positioning there in that post plant. I feel like it was just a hastiness to come out of BBL's side that kind of took them down.
I agree.
Especially the fact that Felipa was the first to go down, give them a gun, and that gun was used to take out the 2 remaining players on site. That's gotta hurt.
Yeah, and then couple that with what seemed like a little bit of a lack of communication when Alkia was swinging through the toxic screen there, and Wenz was backside. There was no real coordination between the two of them, and it allowed Neon Blade to take advantage of these one-on-ones and win them with the Deeg. And now, even though it's a 7-3, even though kind of the economy isn't fully righted, Seeley thinks it's still worthy of an operator investment. And they've been getting the site eventually once they whittle away this initiator utility, this sentinel utility, and that looks like what they want to do again. But with 4 getting detected, the full rotation minus, you know, Schnell posted up B main occurs. They once again set up for this flood retake strategy, and they even look like they fixed a lot of the issues we just pointed out, Zach, right? Felipa nowhere near swinging.
Yeah, they want nothing to do with it now. They're going to hear the operator as well, so one more thing to be careful of. As they try to hunker down on this A side. 3 players just position towards backside to be able to deal with it. Reyna flash, first one gonna be coming out now. Hunter's Fury though invested by Jade to clutch out these angles. Felipa though still able to get a kill and be a nuisance on site. A second kill to boot and looking for a little bit more damage. But finally Jade will take care of that thanks to the molly. The additional bit of pressure to come through. Proxima though takes care of Elysian, and not just that, it's the resurrection available still as well for this BBL side. All they need to do is re-aggress on site. No ultimates available for both of these players to try and clutch it out without those Silly, with that operator able to at least find that first kill onto Proxima. Immediate resurrection to come out though. Silly forced to still play aggressive. Now it's just her in a 1v3. There's so many angles, and yeah, Schnell just runs through, picks up the vandal, confirms that final kill for BBL to get to 8. It was a nice try there, but unfortunately, too much to ask for with so many angles to watch from Silly.
Yeah. I mean, I respect like what Adora is trying to do, because if you're in the duelist, you're supposed to make space. But I feel like they're being asked to do almost too much, right? They're not really having too much support there backside. Like, because Ori is usually lurking. Silly is posted up with the operator. I guess like Jade Maw, I don't know. They might have just been late, but like Jade Maw was getting the refrags from Nest, right? Versus maybe if they were like applying like shock dart pressure or like a recon bolt there below rafters, then maybe like Adora would be good for more than one, or be able to not get traded essentially. But
Take
for now,
flight.
looks like we're gonna see Jade Maw trying to sell a B-Fake off of this drone. Maybe just trying to catch a straggler, but only straggler they're gonna find is the potential gun barrel of the Tour de Force, and they're not gonna play with that fire, so they'd rather go elsewhere. Re-rotation now kind of coming through towards mid, towards this A site. I love this off angle. When I first saw it, I was like, that is wild.
Yeah, it's definitely a nasty one for sure. Super difficult to deal with if you're not being super cautious and paranoid, like I tend to be in my ranked games. That said, though, yeah, it's just once again that high-low setup that we've been seeing Neoblade kind of struggle with that. With a minute having ticked through, it seems like the wall finally gonna come through from the stage. Immediately gonna be broken down though, so Wenz knows that there's gonna be some heavy presence to come in on this side. The recon bolt will detect both of these players towards backside, but Wenz still taking the fight, still able to find the kill. Adora and Jade though to find these crucial trades, and that Viper's Pit will stay down on site. So this retake suddenly got a whole level of harder here for BBL Queens. They look to push forward here on the flank. Schnell that takes the contact, takes out Jade there. Adora though able to find a kill onto Althea.
One enemy
They're kind of
remaining.
waiting for it, and Ari will take care of the flank as well. Now it's all up to Proxima here. A 1v3 to close out. Jumps in with the shorty. Not even able to find the first. But a little damage to Legion, sure, but it will be an 8-4.5 that Neon Blade will confirm.
Switching
Probably
sides.
breathing a sigh of relief. It's much better than 10-2 or 9-3 for sure.
Oh yeah, A4 definitely feasible, especially when, I mean, I don't know who has the more aggressive composition. In my eyes, I mean, Sage is great for getting the plant down, and then again, you're going up against a Killjoy now, which I think is a little bit stronger defensively. Pair that with a Pseudo Sentinel. I want to say Neon Blade could have a stronger half than the last, right? You have Adora maybe playing for those initial frags, much like Wenz was, and still not going to weaken your defensive prowess too heavily. Then again, you won't have a duelist for the retake, so yeah, gotta pick and choose here your battles. But now we go over to BBL Queen's side where they don't even have a duelist. They're gonna be definitely leaning into Schnell here, I feel like, especially with those cheaper headhunter bullets. It'll definitely make them a force to be reckoned with on the entry. But they're actually the lurk player, isn't that? That's interesting.
I mean, when you have no duelist, everybody's a duelist. So, like, yeah, at this point, BBL, they're just kind of chilling here. I like that they're going for this early orb control. Just looking to farm him up, get that resurrection possibly online as quickly as possible, since it is unfortunately one of those 8-point ults now. RIP Sage. Stiletto looking to play aggressive on this A side, looking to be that first point of contact, but it's gonna be Philippa with the wide swing to shut them down. A huge first split for BBL Queens as they aggress on this A side, and because Stiletto was playing so aggressive, you can see that Neon Blade kind of left that side up for grabs here, looking to now go in for the retake with the utility spam already. Trade for trade coming out. A lot of damage being taken by Wenz, but they're gonna be able to heal themselves back up to a little bit of sustaining fighting state and get that plant down. Now a 5v4 retake is what we're looking at, but
nice
Ari
shot.
immediately to its numbers. Adora with a second as well. Legion with the player suddenly. It's just the last couple of players, but Jay gets the lineup, and Neon Blade suddenly they made that retake. It looked so easy.
They all
You
just
failed.
lined right up, and they knocked him down. I mean, I agree that BBL Queens took that site in stride, as you mentioned, but like Neon Blade was just as fast on the uptake. The rotation, the setup, the reflood in. I mean, even while suppressed, they did a really good job of navigating, ensuring that there was nobody going untraded. And as you mentioned, just nice util denial as well. Because yes, BBL Queens has a lot of, util, like Shock, Smollies, Fragment, but I mean, just trade your K out for a KJ and
Bonne
you have
chance,
about
mes
equal
amis.
utility there in terms of delay potential. But now the buy-up coming through. They're leaning really heavily into this KJ holding mid and the Pseudo Sentinel on the B site, so they can 3-stack A here, which is the correct read. We'll see if Wenz is aware that they've gone right under their nose. No jump peaks either, so they don't have any support here if they peek the lower angle. Kind of a 50-50 gamble here. They don't want to take it. Rendezvous out. Gonna fall default to Adora. Who gets one, gets out without even having to use the dismiss. So that's huge.
Yeah, not able to get the overkill either, though, unfortunately. So they are going to be tagged up a little bit. That said, though, now Schnell looking to pressure down this B site does
Here.
spot out that first player. Not aware of Ari's position, though, still
Nice
gets
shot.
that shot. Yeah, that's good. That's a lot of damage being done. And BBL now quick to pivot over towards his B site.
That's
Instead, Jay, though,
Spike
able to take
down
out Wens. That's a spike, like you said. And this wraparound towards
One
B
enemy
long. It's not going to be
remaining.
enough to confirm the kill. Proxima at least able to find one, but once again, that's a
You
spike
know where Schnell
in
was.
control of this Neon Blade side. And yeah, like you mentioned, they know exactly where this last player is coming from. 30 seconds on the clock. Shell looking to find what she can here. 3 players left in this
Ooh.
corner. Gets the first one. Knows the position of the second, but it will be Sile with the Guardian across that angle to confirm that final kill as Neon Blade, they narrow the gap even further. Not a bad round for BBO, sure. They take out a couple of these guns, but still a very substantial bonus that's shaping up, especially if you consider that Jade will be able to invest in that Vandal for this round and have an eco for the next.
This is the first time we've seen like a complete follow through on like the normal economy flow of the game.
I know, right?
At least for this series, like they've just BBL Queens has just been really good at disrupting Neon Blade, but they tie together these two. I wouldn't be surprised if in the next round or two we see an early timeout from BBL Queens, but for now, rifles in the hand, a beautiful flash as well to completely kind of smoke out that aggression. But Adora still was able to deposit themselves here in Nest seamlessly, so the follow through comes out of BBL Queens. That's one more angle to clear, especially with Sile being that distraction here on top of pipes.
Yeah, BBL, you know, they're aggressive in the beginning, but they don't really do too much with the utility that they use aside from hope for a possible early pick here coming out thanks to the Neon Blade side. That said, though, now they look to re-aggress towards mid. They have that Toxic Orb to try and walk through here to take up the space, but look at this close
Ori?
angle being held by Ori. They might not check it. They do, though. Philippa goes for the swing, the clear, and the kill to net BBL Queens this B side. They don't spot out the player towards kitchen, so a little bit of timing there that's in their favor. And Alkia, in the meantime, towards mid, catch the Dora trying to flank. So those are some huge kills to come out in favor of BBL here. Philippa spotting out another player here will take a little bit of damage, but forced to fall back. Now, Wen's the only player stuck onto site, tucked away into this cubby here
Teleport's
safely.
ready.
So it could be quite a bit of damage. 3v5 is what we're looking at. Make that a
One enemy
2v5
remaining.
as Wen's strikes again. 2 kills for Wen's, the third as well, and a flawless for BBL on their bye round here to get themselves a 9th round. Wen's will also have the resurrection after that action-packed round, which honestly they fully deserve.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're gonna need a timeout if they continue to perform like that. I mean, even just the Alkia lure through mid was such a kind of a distractor for Neon Blade. I mean, not only do they get the frag on the rotating Adora, so you don't have your duelist for the retake, but then they even were kind of implying that paranoia towards Sile. I mean, you can see them kind of shifting between a window, like, oh, did they go up tube in the fight against Wens, as you mentioned, who had an amazing round. That even now affords them an attempt here towards the A site. They're kind of scared away that aggression from Adora and Sile. But Sile also repositioning. I think they realize their weakness of the B site. If Killjoy is more worried about mid, they fall. You don't have as much Viper utility when Viper's playing this passive as well. So they want the operator to get the first blood to ensure that backdoor option from the Schnell lurk isn't there. Now our focus falls to the A site where the owl drones crossing like ships in the night. Able to kind of proceed with their navigation unimpeded, but oh wait, over rotation potentially from Neon Blade. Steely the only one here for the B hit.
Still has that operator online though, so this duel between Schnell and Sile might decide how this round shapes up. Sile though gonna be falling back instead, position towards mid. This could be a huge angle to hold down. Yeah, and they're able to find that first kill. Wentz going down, no more resurrection in play, although Philippa at least able to find a trade there. That said, though, the spike is still dropped towards mid, so they're gonna have to really aggress and claim this particular weapon. Now, 2 kills to come through. It's all down to Alkia. They've been incredible before, but surrounded on all sides by enemies. They're not gonna be able to do much as Neon Blade. They confirmed the round. Sure, Philippa was able to get the trade there, but like you mentioned, with that spike being dropped in such a vulnerable position, being open to so many angles, there was just not much that BBL Queens could do being trapped on all sides like that.
Yeah, no.
That's a
I mean, started out with an over rotation, right? But then just the awareness there of also the mid players, and they were able to address it from its source
Teleport's
instead of
ready.
their end destination of that B site.
In we go.
And still is perfect reposition as well with the trademark there, B main. They were able to focus their efforts towards mid, get theirs, get out, obviously refragged, but still round goes in their favor. Now we are once again two separated. But this feels like so familiar to what we saw on Vine, right? So Neon Blade just needs to keep it up and ensure they don't run out of steam. A BBL can't stop the momentum that they're trying to establish here.
Yeah, I think with these last couple of rounds, Neon Blade did definitely put a hammer in the works there in terms of momentum. Sorry about that. But yeah, just a little bit of a heart-stopping moment where you could see that Sule spotted out the elbow there of Shell, but yeah, the shot doesn't quite go through. Opting for a better peek, and Shell wisely enough chooses to fall back here. Now looking to put some more pressure towards his B side. Still having that killjoy utility on site, being a little bit annoying here. That said though, the recon build still gonna be able to kind of smoke through these walls and catch a lot of these players off guard. Wen's still looking to play up close and personal. These shock darts could be devastating here, and Wen's takes so much damage. Still though, Philippa finds the kill and will have the null command ready to go here. The toxic screen going back online. The null command getting them the space for Twitch to plant the spike with Switch, and Schnell still playing aggressive, able to kind of get that kill, although they will be taken down since they aren't going to be able to TP out and stay safe. Ori now one off of the lockdown here. If they can get a kill, that might be a huge ult with which to retake.
Oh, but nice lineups to force Philippa to take a fight as the wall expires as well. Ori having a beautiful round here, grabbing frag after frag, now applying pressure onto yellow as well, but the timing's not there. The rest of their players, their team is falling because Philippa was eager to take the engagements, eager to take the round, and double digits again reached by BBL Queens first. Not only that, Operator stolen away.
Yeah, Sean's gonna be very, very happy with that one. To not have to spend like about 5,000 credits themselves. Yeah, just a little bit of extra to work with. That said, though, huge rounds come out of Philippa and really nice decision making as well. They were able to get the trade, bring it down to a 4v4, pop the null command, knowing the utility that Neon Blade still have in their arsenal, and deny that Hunter's Fury as well from Jade. So really, really good round to come out. That said, though, Ari now has a lockdown available for a retake, so it's going to be important for BBL Queens to either find these kills early lead. Talking about early though, it will be the ultimate to come out from Jade and yeah, takes down Philippa, so that's a good trade, I think.
Oh, well, it was, but now it just bubbles down to a ult trade. Beautiful off angle from Adora to grab Schnell. Operator no longer an option. Proxima trying to go for the trade. I did like the sleeve was there for the kind of double-edged attack, but with Adora retreating, it's a quick trade. Now even a pivot option for Neon Blade. Adora now trying to make sure that they aren't on an island, trying to wait for some sort of rotation maybe from the Sova. I mean, got a turret there, might as well. But Initiator coming in, Empress is popped, suppression not landing. It does, I lied.
Yeah, so no dismiss gonna be available for Adora here if they do decide to go forward, especially with a Guardian. It's gonna be a little bit more difficult for this Empress to be as effective as it usually is. I think they're just trying to bait out the lockdown. You see that the spike plant isn't really coming out here from BBL side with 30 seconds left. They're gonna have to make the commitment, and it seems like they finally will be doing exactly that. Wen's able to get the spike down. Look at where it's planted. It's a safe plant here, kind of, so it's gonna have to be very important for BBL to either take care of this lockdown or have that post-plant utility in play. Wenz is trying to hold on here, but they are going to be detained right behind this wall, and it's going to be incumbent on their teammates to keep them safe here. The recon at least able to find initial value. The lineup from Proxima gets the first one, and Wenz being trapped gets taken out as well. So it's all up to Alkia here. Have to defuse, having come through, trying to isolate the fight. Will be able to back go forward, but Jane, ready for the angle, will confirm that final kill. Huge round for Neon Blade here, and I called it. The moment that spike went down safe, the moment that Killjoy ult came out, it was kind of GG.
Ooh, and they have the operator back too from Schnell, so that's gonna be great for the defense.
I call these cursed operators, you know, every time someone picks
Wait, they did pick up the op. Okay, it's in spawn. I was about to say. I was like, did they not grab? But I completely agree. But I think what else? Sorry, the operator just took all my thoughts away. Oh gosh, I had a really good point to make too. Dang. I think it was just yes, the Hail Mary shock dart there from Alkia. I was like, I felt so bad that it did not land, and I mean,
It
especially
got
with
them
the
up to
shots they
defuse though. So.
yeah, it did, and that's what kind of opened the door for like another alternative reality where when they swing, they get both there off of a spray transfer, right? Because it got like some damage off too when they were peeking around 410. But this round opens up differently, right? Adora, I feel like they're starting to get the groove on the Reyna, starting to get those first bloods flowing a little bit. I mean, they're able to grab one of the two initiators for BBL Queens, so a little bit less information to work off of, but no. They have the timing on the KJ, but not the
Oh
frag.
no.
Damage with the HP, though, done. So they're going to be kind of worse for wear in any fight they take. Operator, though,
My ult is
still in peak condition. Finds Felipa, but in the meantime, Wenz has slipped through, secured a hero rifle, and even a plant here, thanks to the wall. Provides some safety there from the operator. Yellow. Proxima, though, cannot find a similar haven, and windows are very dangerous when Ori will show you. We said they were out of the fight, but still able to win the battle, and just like that, now only one round separates us. Trying to change the fate from Vine.
Yeah, keeping it a little bit more close for sure, I gotta say. One round, like you mentioned, all that stands between these two teams, and BBL Queens, this might be a good time for them to take a timeout in this half. Yep, there we go.
The momentum killer
Perfectly
every
timed,
time.
yeah. Not just the momentum killer, but also it's 10-9. This is going to be their buy round heading into this particular one. So they kind of want to put together a strategy. They have some ultimates to work with. They want to kind of figure out, all right, how do we take apart this defense that Neonblade is putting up? They have the operator on Sile, probably going to be towards that B site that we've seen most of the time, the conditioning that at least Neonblade have built up so far. But that said, for BBL Queen, you got to think, what has been working for them? It's been working when Neonblade give up that site, when they're able to take that space and find an additional kill and then set up for the post plant. Yeah, it's been good. But in these rounds where Neonblade, they just fall back, they only go aggressive when BBL walks into them, and when they lose a crucial player early on, like in that previous round, we saw Alkia go down in those first 5 seconds. You really don't want to use your you don't want to lose your detailed info initiator just like that. So BBL Queens, they have all the pieces. But the thing is, without a duelist, they're kind of forced to work together and pivot off of each other even more. And Neonblade, every piece of the puzzle that they take away, it's straight in their favor.
No, completely. With the ultimates on the table, Tour de Force, Viper's Pit. They have aggressive kind of a lurk player potentiality. They have the post plant pairing, from heaven, like you said, if they can just get the site. Now, what is standing out to you here on Neonblade? There's one thing specifically right in my mind.
I mean, they have the tour de force, of course, like you mentioned, but it's going to be a double operator that we're looking at because they passed it over to Jade here. You can see the caution to come out of BBL's side, the flash as well, but yeah, with this second operator, they do have some expectation that there is at least one. Now, though, it's going to be a crucial recon that will push Jade off the angle and let BBL Queens take up all of the space, but the operator still in play. But like you mentioned, Wenz was not expecting it to do the damage that it did. Sure, the wall comes out, Spike is on site, but at what cost? The Viper's Pit is going to be forced out here to try and buy a little bit more space. Felipa fighting for their life, and the flames coming in as well, the crunch on top of everything, although Alkia at least able to find another kill and keep the numbers game even here. Plans gotta be baked out. Looking to cause someone to push into it. Ori able to find that first kill, and they get back outside. This is so deadly.
Oh, I mean, but they almost had Proxima there. I mean, they were tracing their head if they followed through, but they instead will repivot into a punishment for Schnell, extending out of the Viper's Pit. I mean, why the world is yours? And that's exactly what Felipa is gonna do. And it is the final nail in the coffin. And just like that, we are tied, Zach. 10-10.
10-10 indeed. I feel like that Viper's Pit actually worked more against BBL than for them, because you saw how constantly somebody had to play outside of it, and that was just a free picking that Neonblade could take the fight with. You saw so many times these 2v1s, these 3v1s that they were kind of awarded with, and that will shut down the economy and the round for BBL. They have a couple of ults available. In particular, I think for this round, my eyes are going to be on that tour de force from their side. That said, though, they still have the operator on Sile for Neonblade, and a lot of weaponry to boot. You can see them kind of willing to get aggressive here. Recon both, though, from Neonblade to spot out all of these players on BBL's side, and Sile, perhaps reading the room, will be very wisely stepping back. In fact, BBL, despite the deco disadvantage, they're sending it forward here off the back of the Null Command to be able to get that spike plant down, hoping for at least a post plant that they could win in here despite the slower buy.
I mean, no command preventing Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. Recon utility instead coming in. The timing just wrong from Adora, so Proxima's at least aware, but they have help here on Belt. Help stripped away. They're even now drawing the attention of Snell there in Maze, but Wens
Oh my.
serving him up here. Nice crossfire from Snell as well. Leaves Dora last flanker in a 1v2 situation. They could get the job done. They know Wens is there, but the wallbangs aren't connecting. They're not sure of themselves, and that opens the door for the thrifty 3K off the Deagle. And BBL Queens chugs along on to 11, winning their, as you put it, Zach, weaker by.
Yeah, they come in and they sent it forward, and we called it the post plant. It was great, but the hero of that round was just Wens there with the sheriff popping up, tucked into the corner. They were not expecting her there at all. People to get one, all right, two, great, but the third one as well to clutch out that 1v1, just play time, and that post plant was superb work to come out of Wens here. And that means that BBL Queens, once again, are going to be having a little bit of extra money in the bank to work with. 11 keeping their lead up as well. Chanel now once again looking to be that lurker play, that space taker on this B site to do a little bit of damage while the rest of the team is at least creating some chaos down on A. But the split from Neon Blade, they are concentrating very heavily towards just holding down the site.
I mean, Dora again. Unexpected off angle, but looks like most of the responsibility could fall to Elysian here. Yellow. It's a little bit quieter of a map, but they'll get their chance to shine right now with support as well. Coming in from Jademaw here very, very soon. As you mentioned, the one-way doing the work for them. And even though it looked like they were holding down the A site steadfast, this is an airtight B defense. Frag after frag, Elysian and Ari tag teaming it from the utility. Jademaw is providing. Unfortunately, Proxima robs one away, but regardless, the round's still going in their favor. Lockdown still charged up. And now they even should have a retake strategy moving into the next round.
Yeah, once again, the economy for BBL gonna be looking a little bit shaky here. It seems like they still are opting to kind of half buy into this, looking at what they are committing towards. That said, though, I think last round, what really made the round look so easy for Neon Blade was the presence of that recon bolt that Jade was able to bring to the table after that quick rotation. It got so much free information, spotted out 4 players, and let the side of Neon Blade really set up these crossfires that pop off. Now 11 to 11 once again. BBL, they found more success on this A side here compared to the opposite one, so they are looking to go forward. But like you mentioned, the problem is that there still is that lockdown available for the retake, and I don't know if they're going to be expecting this. Talking about the expectation, though, is the zipline play when just sliding into the DF and takes Silly out. Not in the way that they like to, though. Able to get the trade, get the lineup, and that's going to be 4 kills already on the site. On track for an ace here. Only Proxima remaining. Sheriff in hand. How much can they find?
I just want them to reload. I mean, they got Ari there for the trade. The Deagle not load.
Oh, no.
Deagle does land to rob the ace away, but the trade comes through and it's Neon Blade to secure map point first, trying to steal this game out from under BBL Queens. And all right, Zach, are we going to OT?
I feel like we could, definitely, because I think the main contender here is that the side of Neon Blade, they have 2 of these huge ults available, the Hunter's Fury as well as that lockdown. Now, of course, I feel like Palkia is probably going to hold on to the Hunter's Fury until that lockdown comes down, because you need a way to deny that retake attempt off the back of the ultimate. Also, it's just really useful in a post plan, but in particular, I feel like Jade has been incredibly impactful with the help of the utility throughout this round, and if they can do it again, it's going to be huge here, perhaps recognizing the necessity of them staying alive. They're going to be falling back, and in the meantime, it's going to be Ari, the one who's picked up the operator, completely unexpected to take Philippa out of contention. That's a huge kill. The resurrection will come through, but immediate second frag onto Schnell here, and that's going to force this early Hunter's Fury out of Althea to try and find some damage. Not going to really connect, although Proxima at least on the lurk, able to take out Sile to bring things down back to a 4v4.
Now, I do like this aggression to try and catch BBL off guard. It's also gathering a lot of information. Akia considered staying, but instead going with their team. The timing just right to not find their demise, but this could be huge if Adora follows through. We're gonna get the pressure on mid.
Three players now looking to push through mid to B. Oh, Elysian though, crucial timing their own to Proxima gets that kill. And now Ori gonna be the only one on site. The crossfire gonna be impeccable here. Algia looking to do some damage, but yeah, it will be the Hunter's Fury from Jay to shut it down, and we do have a map 3 coming up. Icebox will be converted by Neon Blade in the same close fashion that we saw coming through on Bind from BBL Queens. Neon Blade's not willing to give up an inch here, and we are gonna be seeing that map 3 of Ascent coming up between these two teams. But, talking about Icebox, I feel like that lack of a duelist pick, we were debating how much of an impact it would have. I feel like if you could really see the struggle, especially once that operator came online for Neon Blade,
Yeah.
how much BBL Queens really struggled to take space on the site.
No, completely. And I feel like for like, yes, you have a flash initiator from the KO, but like if you had like, like Beliers like they had with the Reyna, or somebody who could like you said, take that space a lot faster, like a Jet to try and like close the distance between the operator, then it would have been a completely different story. But we went from some of the more creative comps that we were seeing on Icebox, and now we're gonna go to Ascent. One of
Ascent.
the most mild, I should say, recently. And I will say, I mean, I laid it out in the pre-show, right? BBL Queens, I feel like they had to 2-0 here because of Scent. I mean, 6 wins, 1 loss. Granted, the 1 loss is a 13-1 loss against Giant X, but that does require BBL Queens to have done their homework on that match specifically, and it was one of the more recent ones, the recent games that they played. So we'll have to see those adjustments come out very, very fast, but it is going to come after a break. So stick around and we will bring you map 3 of BBL Queens versus Neon Blade. Welcome back to a Game Changers EMEA Group Stage Series 1 BBL Queens versus Neon Blade. And we are on the precipice of the entire casting team getting proven wrong in our predictions. Like, we already, I think, Zach and I, we thought this was going to be a 2-0 for BBL. We'll out ourselves. But Neon Blade sticking it through, weathering the storm, and sending us to map 3 Ascent, where my heart is telling me that they're favored here, Zach.
I don't know. I still think a Turkish team is superior in a sense. I feel like I've seen it too many times everywhere. So that might be my innate bias coming in, though. I'm still going to lean towards the side of BBL. But like you mentioned, we did see Neon Blade definitely putting up a huge fight. And both of these maps that could have, in fact, gone the other side very easily. There was a 13-11 that we saw coming in. And a lot of these thrifty rounds, the way that they kind of happened here, it really showed that both of these teams, they are not really messing around. But yeah, with this being pushed to a map 3, you did bring it up before, Zobi, the fact that Neon Blade, they have a lot of experience on this map and an almost perfect record, with the exception of the game that you brought up in that previous week, where you saw them getting taken down very brutally by Giants, 13-1, I believe it was.
And, like, my only concern with that, right, is number one, it'll be looming in their head, so it can be a mental aspect or a mental block. But I'm hoping they don't try to reinvent the wheel just because of that one
Mhm.
failure, right? Because it's the most recent thing. Like, they were 1-2 before the Icebox victory that they just had. So, like, it might make sense to rework the Icebox composition a little bit, especially with, like you said, the chamber buffs coming out in the last patch. But
Mhm.
I don't want them to stray from what was working for them before the Giant X game. Which I never thought I would hear myself, like, vying for the meta composition, but that's what they were running. So that's what I'm expecting to see, is just a match mirror comp, to be honest. But, you know, there is a world where Jade Wall pulls out a Phoenix. Just gonna put that out there.
I would like to see it. I mean, we've seen Phoenix before in the last couple of days in both Game Changers here as well as in the VCT, and definitely does have its uses, especially because of
Yeah.
how attacker sided the orbs are on Ascent. You can basically like farm that Phoenix ult pretty much indefinitely. So I think it's definitely a good agent to have. That said, though, the meta comp is a meta comp for a reason. Personally, I
Mhm.
feel like we could see the Jet replaced by any of the other duelists, especially if you are going to be getting that chamber back in some way or the other. In fact, you could
Mhm.
possibly just replace a Jet with a chamber. It would still be as effective and give you a little bit more defensive capability, which I feel like we might see BBL doing, especially after that last match. But that said, this is also a map where I personally like seeing the double controller come out. I know we don't see it that often, but I feel like you have a lot of potential that you can really pull out, especially if you have that Harbor and the Omen, or a Viper with somebody else, maybe the Harbor getting a little bit crazy here. I know. So I would like to see a little bit more fluidity in terms of the controllers and the general agent comp structure that you expect to see on this map.
I do love the Astra pick, but, like, Omen and the plays you can set up, like A and B main, are just so good for a duelist that can get in and out unscathed. And we're thinking about how, like, they were playing, the Yoru for BBL on Bind with the gate
Mhm.
crash in a similar way, and then to how they were playing Reyna on the side of Neon Blade as well. They both kind of lend to that agent very, very well. But other than that, trying to think. I mean, it's Ascent. We can't really reinvent the wheel to a degree, and because of that, we are just gonna go into Agent to Select to see if there are any surprises or not, but so far, it's kinda what we were expecting.
Yep, nothing new. You can already see BBO just going for what's tried, tested, and historically has worked out for them. I'm pretty sure we're going to be seeing Chanel reprising that Jet as well. And on the opposite
Mhm.
side, you're going to be seeing pretty much the same thing. I'm like 99% sure we're going to see Ari picking up that Killjoy to match what's being brought on by Wens. And yeah, there we go. Mirror comps, meta comp, nothing exciting in terms of
Uh-oh.
dynamicism. Never mind. Jade might be
They're
proving me wrong.
trolling.
Yeah,
They
they're
have to
probably
be.
messing around. I'm like 80% sure they're
A
messing
silly
around.
goofy mood.
Come on, give
But
me that Yoru. Give me that Gecko. Give me something to work with, please.
Deco, let's see a deadlock, bro. But
Gecko,
no,
no.
as the lock-ins come in, though. And I mean, I'll go back to what you said. It's like, oh, it's a Turkish team on Ascent, right? They should out A, they should out, just play in general. So being a mirror composition does, I guess, lend to BBL's favor in that regard. But then again, it is just gonna be the bread and butter of Valorant, and we'll just have to see what happens.
Well, We're gonna be heading into it pretty soon. Like you mentioned, mirror comp. It's just gonna come out who plays better this day, and it will kind of decide the journey of these teams in this group stage as well. Because if you do look at that scoreboard, both teams currently kind of around that same position where they won one game each. However, this is BBL's third game, while it is Neon Blade's fourth. So if Neon Blade they want to keep themselves confirmed from being relegated, it's in their favor to win this. In fact, both teams who
Yeah.
win it should be able to kind of push themselves towards the top of the group there. So huge map in terms of deciding that placement in the groups for both of these teams. That said, it's going to be Neon Blade to start out on attack here, and it's a very A-heavy setup that we're seeing them start out on.
Yep, starting the attack the whole series. BBL Queen starting defense the whole series. And it looks like the aggression is incorrectly placed from BBL Queens, pushing out here towards tiles. Obviously, they're going to at least get a chance to deal with Ari, the KJ lurk early on, but you can already see Neon Blade picking up the pace here a little bit. And with only a Killjoy turret home, it looks like BBL Queens wants to play for more of a retake.
Yeah, and they're able to do quite a bit of damage to Ari as well. But like you mentioned, the A side, it has been taken, forcing this retake to come out of BBL Queens here. And you can see the aggression as well, further being pushed towards Heaven. Two players looking to do the aggression, but the wide swing is there. Philippa able to find that first kill. Now Sile looking to play alone here, but does get shut down. Still going to be a 1-for-1 trade, and Wenz will be able to find a kill. Ori now 23 HP. We saw them in the beginning trying to spam it out, but the counter spam comes through from Wenz, and because they're so low, it will be the final kill to get confirmed and BBL to take this.
You're gonna think I had to pick on Wenz. I mean, you saw the flank prepared as well from Akya, and I agree. I mean, they knew what they were going from the get-go. They were going for that aggressive B main, and then the retake on A. I mean, even the Killjoy utility was an indication of it. So very well executed. And that was my next point was, the question is Neon Blade expecting it? They definitely weren't from the chamber on Icebox. I mean, immaculate, you know,
Oh, they're
multi-frag
forcing.
in second round. And I don't know if they're expecting it, but the counter spam here, it's scary though, right? Because they're buying that, then you don't have like a Deagle full shield, right? The Outlaw can still make quick work of them.
Yeah, it's going to depend on where it's positioned and how much impact it has right now. There's
here,
going to be a quick
market.
push into the sides here. You can see the spam coming through from Alka, not able to do too much damage, and the Outlaw not going to find its value either. So Wen's going to be isolated towards his backside. Four Stingers running towards them, and Wen's still able to somehow find one before being shut down. It still will be a 3v3 here. Jade, though, towards the backside, shuts down Philippa. A huge kill. Yeah, but no HP left on either of these players. Well, I mean, KJ is low, at least KO having a little bit more to work with. Now, though, Proxima watching for the push here. They're trying to take the fight early on. The timing's going to be crucial, and Proxima finds the kill onto Ori. It's all up to the IGL. Jade now in a 1v2, finally looking to stick that spike, get that additional bit of money, and now they have to try and clutch the 1v2 out. Position gonna be expected depending on the spike plans, and you can already see the peak to come out of Schnell, and they confirm the kill. A great round for BBL Queens, and the force from Neon Blade, unfortunately, not gonna be working out.
I mean, bold move. I mean, they were able to get the site control there. Like I said, I wasn't too sure about the swing out of stairs, knowing how low HP they were. They were maybe hoping for just one player, and they both could get away unscathed, but in the end, at least I got the plant down, so not gonna be like as broke as they could have been. They'll still be able to kind of force up these deagles and be able to buy the next round. But with the success they found, I feel like it's becoming commonplace for third round, you know, to see these force ups. So full 3 Vandals here, probably gonna respond as well to the force last round, so they know there's less of a chance of them getting robbed away. But I think Chanel with the Outlaw is because they're saving up for an operator.
They're going to be having money as well, especially if they can get a couple of these kills. Able to dodge that recon bolt. Now going forward with the Outlaw, this half armor, it's going to tear through them like paper here. Not quite able to hit the shot, though, at least in that first attempt.
Yeah. For now. No, more playing around with their life. While the flash trap play comes in here from Adora. It would at least destroy the Killjoy utility, but not gain too much additional round. Scared of, you know, that 140 damage. The repivot now coming through towards the A site. Where the KO is ready and waiting. Fragment for a fragment. No, it's rubbed away. They have to play safer. And now Ori, their lurk player's gone. Door's been closed. They're hoping that Steely with the Paranoia main can bail them out here. It does pave the way in the generator, but Proxima, one of those here rifles we talked about getting forced up, is farming the eco frags. Yes, Adora is able to collect the Phantom, but they're not able to use it for much. They collect the fallen rifles, and BBL Queens stays strong.
Proxima just being able to basically take on that 1v4 and get 3 of them down. I know it was against Sheriffs, but definitely huge kudos there to be able to do that much damage before finally being shut down. So that's gonna really set up the stage for this first gun-on-gun round that we're seeing for Neon Blade. I think an ultimate that they're gonna be kind of depending on, at least in this attacking gesture, will be the Null Command coming out of Jade. And on the opposite side, BBL Queens, they don't really have much with which to try and contend for, although these rifles, as well as a lot of these ultimates, they're only a couple of kills away from coming into play for themselves.
Yeah, I mean, if they decide to rotate through, like, Tree, for example, that Null Command could be huge here. Or the Killjoy utility, if, you know, Wens decides to meet them there. But for now, they are mid, trying to address the Adora pressure, but I feel like there's something they've been doing every round, just kind of procedurally, is destroying that Killjoy utility. So then there's a lack of information of positioning coming out on the side of BBL Queens. Here comes a pivot that I talked about back towards the A site. I do like this joint aggression though, A main. It's a great kind of realization and a great plan. I want to see it cancel here from the Omen ult, but it occurs as well. Now, even though we see Philippa fall, there's going to be at least a player here aiming to try and support. But the next thing is they have to deliver the Omen diff, and they can't do that either. So the BBL duo here on the A side split apart. The defense now here weakened. KJ beats the alarm bot out, but they're still on top of it. They still get the frag. And now, site taken, a
30 seconds
42.
left.
Standing ahead.
BBL, they still have the recon to work with here. Gotta be able to not really find too much information, although Chanel gets a free fight, doing quite a bit of damage towards main. Towards short, though, it's gonna be Ori holding down the fort. Gets that first player, though. Chanel able to get the refrag. Yeah, now two of these 3 players are quite low. Chanel at least looking to do a little bit more damage. Spots out the first and the second, but it will be Jade to confirm that final kill here. BBL Queens come out on top in these first 3 rounds, but against that first full buy, they kind of crumble there.
Now, does seem like a change of strategy from BBL Queens, right? They're going to go for this more aggressive approach here into mid, maybe like a flash play into tiles. We're trying to post up, you know, Alkia with the Marshall there towards A, top of A, so that they can pressure into tree, maybe join up, but this A main plan, just kind of throw themselves into the site, might evade all the plans here. I mean, yes, the Killjoy utility is going to need an early indicator, but are they out of range at this point?
They might be, because
I think they're out of range.
Exactly, and they're able to just get that site for free once again to get that spike down. BBL, though, they're able to crack that door open, and we can see how far back the flank is coming through. Chanel with the Blade Storm, though, able to find that first huge kill. Additional pressure from the lockdown on site here, and it might be good baiting for Elysian, who's been kind of trapped in this corner as well. Kind of reversal of sides as the flank attempt comes through. Now Elysian looking to do the damage. Pushed out of the angle, though. Caught by the flash here. Not quite taken care of, although it's going to be Chanel with the knives to find another one on site. Sile able to take care of the trade. Dora with another kill here. And that will be all she wrote here as Neon Blade deny that retake attempt to come through for BBL's side.
Very, very, very well played.
I
mean, when there's that much utility coming into play, I mean, we point out that Killjoy utility, I still feel like it was out of reach. Unless, like, the alarm bot range is just a lot wider than I'm used to, but, like, they were all the way Jenny. It was all the way back towards almost Cat. And they still destroyed it. So that gave the early indicator to Neon Blade, right? So even though they were able to get the frag on to Jade Maw, I mean, there was at least a trade, and then kind of they splintered, and while the rest of the players for Neon Blade are obviously trying to get offsite already away from the lockdown, so it was more just preparation to take the fight.
That said, though, BBL this time looking a little bit more passive in terms of holding. You can see the amount of utility that they've invested on this B side to try and play off of 3 players. In fact, going to be positioned around this angle. And
Back here.
that does look to be where the spike itself is slowly headed as well. A lot of information garnered thanks to this drone out of the Sova here. Schnell with a Phantom in hand, looking to be that first point of contact, gets the 1v1, but not able to confirm the shot, and doesn't dash away either. So Ori rewarded with a free kill off the back of that Neon Blade. Look to aggress even further, take more space up, and Adora already maybe being able to dash in and close the door here. It's gonna be revealed though by the recon bolt. Tries to get that wallbang kill, but instead they will be able to stay alive, and we're going to be seeing this crazy rotation all the way through spawn. Proxima tries to go for the swing and a sudden kill to fall back, but Adora will get that kill instead. Philippa knocked down as well, her position given away by the null command, and yeah, that's just like that. Neon Blade, they have that A side for free.
30
I mean, this
seconds
is like
left.
night and day from what we saw on Giant X. They're the ones innovating. They're the ones catching the players of BBL Queens off guard. I mean, even there, Alkia not able to get Philippa lifted up, and although Sile is pinned, Shadow Step might allow them to take at least a 1v1, but Alkia wins that, and I think the decision might have already been made to save. Unless
Yeah.
KJ can do something on these exit frags.
Yes, some exit frags would be nice, but yeah, they are going to be just holding onto these rifles. BDL not having the greatest economy since it's been the last couple of rounds in a row for Neon Blade now. And yeah, I think the round was kind of lost when Proxima went for that bit of an over-aggressive peek. They're probably not expecting to see 4 people in your spawn of your enemy running towards you, understandably. But yeah, for this round at least, it will be Neon Blade to clean up and take 4 rifles back into the next round with them. No exit frags, unfortunately, seems like are going to be coming through for BBL's side, though they are able to hold on to these guns. So yeah, that's going to be at least a good sign for this next round. And we might have to see BBL calling a timeout in this round or that next one. A little bit of a slow start for them, yes, but we've seen how BBL likes to use these timeouts as momentum breakers in the
I
past.
agree. My only issue though is that I think the early timeout is what cost them Icebox. They took a timeout when it was like the double digits to double digits. They might have been able to kind of close things out in that 2-0 fashion. So that might be why they're vying away from, you know, this momentum killer here. And maybe like you mentioned, after the next decon cycle is when they will, when they're trailing, when they need that kind of pick me up instead of more of a preventative measure, right? Because they're not playing from ahead anymore. They're playing from equal. And maybe even on the off foot if the next rounds go in favor of Neon Blade. I mean, they have, you know, the Hunter's Fury, they have the Blade Storm, good, you know, good ingredients here. But Ori, you know, maybe is the special ingredient, able to find Wens pretty early on. So now they even take some more players, you know, out of the mid fight to kind of pick up the slack that's been lost by the B utility no longer being a factor. And, you know, Ori just goes about their business, lurking here mid, looking for more frags, but Alkia, again, insane on these long-range mid shots. The number is equated back to a 4-on-4.
That's a huge tip there to come through, and with that Killjoy being taken out of the equation, flank pressure to come to boot as well. A beautiful recon lets Alkia find a little bit of chip damage, so not able to confirm that kill. The barrel coming through that smoke, though, that's going to be enough for Alkia to get yet another kill on board here. Shoulders are going to be spotted out, so Dora gets a crucial trade and will be able to close the door and have the patience to wait for most of it to close as well before finally going for the plant. But it's still 3-on-3. And the flame comes in. Schnell able to set that Elysian just as that Hunter's Fury comes into play. Blazestorm pops here by Adora. 2v2 situation, forced to defend on site. A dart cover by Blake by the Omen to try and play around Adora with another kill towards main, but Proxima with immediate refrag. Now it's all up to Sile. Star cover, giving them a bit of space to maneuver around a second one as well. And yeah, but still the fight, they have to be isolated here. Sile spots the first player, but the defuse is being stuck, and Proxima will be able to get it all the way through despite Sile looking for the peak, and in fact will get that final kill. BBL, they bounce back with the round.
Yeah, insult to injury getting the frag after the round if the defuse has come through, but that's why. Oh, what?
Well,
what?
I didn't say it was like a timeout.
That's not when you take it though. You just won the round. Yes, it was close, but
They
like,
want to keep their winning ways up, you know?
like Chanel got a great flank. They wasted both ultimates. Like, I feel like that is not the time that you take a timeout in my eyes.
That's... Well, I'm inclined to agree with you there. It does seem to be a little bit off, but maybe Question had already wanted to take one, has some kind of insight to give the team, something about the
Mhm.
way that Neon Blade is playing. You never know what the coach sees, which is why they're the coach. So I'm hoping that this is a timeout that we'll see some kind of crazy hidden strategy come out and BBL Queens just pop off in the next round. I personally really like it when that happens. That said, though, for Neon Blade, they've been having a pretty good run. Adora, well, they were a bit quiet towards that map number one. Towards this 2 and 3, especially, she's been
Yeah.
really incredible in finding these crucial picks, especially on as Jet on this particular map. It seems like she's finally woken up, she's dialed in, and off the back of that, they're able to find a lot of these kills. Now, one thing I noticed from Neon Blade's side is Ori's positioning. It tends to kind of make or break the round here. If Ori
Oh
gets
yeah.
taken out early on, like we saw in that previous round by Alkia, it's just so much more easy for BBL to ignore that pressure and flank and take advantage.
No, completely. And it's been, right, Alkia serving as that spoiler for these lurks, for these mid rotations. So the fact that they're now playing a little bit closer to the B side is a little bit worrisome in my mind, but they also have Jet there this round at the start instead of playing mid, instead of playing towards A. While, this duo A main might be going for some exploration points, maybe going for some information gathering. They're also kind of playing aggressive here, depositing both the Killjoy and the Jet into B main. So this might be the strategy the coach, that Question cooked up, but it'll be kind of nullified if the pressure is all coming in from market, right? And still good for the trade as well means Alkia is going to take kind of a multi-fronted war. Luckily, no flashes and no paranoias landing. Oh, there's no way Prox will take pizza. Yeah.
Oh no. Yeah, it's a huge positioning that Elysian is able to take advantage of, gets the kill as well. Now, a 2v3 situation, Spike itself, it could reposition and rotate towards A instead, which does seem to be the call as it rotates away. You can also see the KO from the side of Neon Blade looking for these rotates to possibly catch Alkia out off guard here, but it could be a double-edged sword depending on how this plays out towards this B side. On A, the Spike itself
30
will
seconds
go
left.
down, but you still have this KO looking to find
What?
advantage. Instead, it's going to be Alkia to take that fight and win it out, to bring things back down to a 2v3 or 2v2, and Alkia still has that Hunter's Fury available to try and break apart this post plant. Philippa with the 0 point recharge with the fragments in play could try to isolate these fights here, and Soleil in the meantime has the smoke, the dark cover to try and work, but the clock is ticking through. BBL Queens are gonna have to move a little bit faster here, and they have so much
Like
space
the
to try
smoke.
and clear out the
Enemy
base
remaining.
smoke for Under Heaven, but still Philippa able to get a huge first kill. Now
enemy
this is
remaining.
Elysian in a 1v2, gets the first kill, has the
Beautiful
recon to work with,
recon.
and it's gonna buy enough time. The white swing comes out, Philippa gets the kill, but is there gonna be enough time on the spike? That's the question,
Yeah.
and yep, she gets the defuse in enough time for BBL Queens to get to 5, but that first shot from Philippa, I think that was kind of what confirmed the round there. It was just nasty.
No, that was like just the free fire on the angle is insane. But even then, like Alkia, just so aware of, what angles aren't clear, where there could be players lurking, whether it's mid, whether it's on the B site. I mean, at first I was like, okay, even though Jade Maw was taken out, maybe they bought enough time, but no, the speed in which they get over to A, the speed in which they address all these angles off the fragments, off the KO utility, off of just Fleet's pure frag power is insane. Now they show no signs of slowing down. They want to keep up that momentum. A flash play into tiles, a first blood onto Adora, coupled with aggression B main out of Philippa, and Proxima will grab some more frags. Now, then it's just to A, where the Killjoy turret does detect somebody, but Spike is top mid. So with a minute 15 seconds left, yes, there's a lot of places to go, but I feel like your momentum this round has already been shot just based on the initial fight.
Yeah, just that dual problem push getting so much value. At least Ori is able to find a kill towards B main. BBL not able to clear out every lane quite yet, but they're still at this numbers disadvantage compared to BBL. Although Philippa is quite tagged up, so definitely still a viable round. In the meantime, they've taken complete control of this A site, so the spike itself should be able to go down towards here. And because of the Killjoy utility being completely positioned for short, it makes it so difficult. That said, lockdown comes into play, and we saw the Hunter's Fury. It's still one away from coming into fruition, so they will be forced to respect it and fall back. No real way to attack it either, with how cautious BBL have been trying to play, and unfortunately Ori has to go for the reload at the worst time, not able to break the lockdown. That will cause 2 players to get detained. Proxima able to just try to stick the spike through here. 1 kill comes through at least for Elysian, but still it will be BBL Queens confirm that round, and insult to injury, we're seeing it again. Shell being able to walk away with another kill through the smoke. That was so unlucky for Ari. That's gotta break your heart there.
And this is a good timeout. I mean,
I agree.
I felt like the rotation there was a bit slow, right? Like Staley had cleared out A for so long. Yes, they knew the killjoy was tucked away in tree, but it's clear that they were playing their life for that lockdown retake. And I needed to see some kind of bigger efforts, I think, to contest it. Like, I mean, you saw, right? Sile with the late, or sorry, maybe it was technically early, with the early paranoia, right? If they paired that with Ori's aggression there into tree to counter the lockdown, those are the kind of coordinated plays we need to see when challenging these bigger ultimates, when challenging these bigger retake attempts. But much like history repeating itself, BBL Queens first to hit 6, while Neon Blade trailing behind. But if we continue down this track, I'm guessing Neon Blade's gonna make it a little bit closer before the side swap.
Yeah, I think we could see that being the case. I mean, a lot of these rounds, it just comes down to one fight or the other going in BBL Queen's way. And if that could have been avoided, it could have easily been a Neon Blade sweep instead. I think that for Neon Blade, they've been kind of good at figuring out BBL where BBL Queens aren't playing, at figuring out the weaker spots here. They just are kind of failing to take full advantage of the space that BBL could possibly provide. Like last round, you saw how much space they had early on, like you mentioned, but also they could have taken a little bit more off the back of it, maybe gotten a bit more aggressive. And expecting that lockdown, you saw Ori's positioning as well, so they could have possibly tried to push a little bit more in that regard. Now they're talking about pushing. It seems like they're changing up the pace here, looking to get quickly onto this B side. Hunter's Fury as well invested to try and push these players out of position, though Wentz towards backside still looking to play spoil sport here. Adora, though, creating that additional layer of pressure. Proxima TPing over for some backup here, and Gwen still looking to hold down the fort, the molly, everything being thrown at these players, and finally Legion able to get the kill here. Proxima, though, towards backside, holding on for dear life. The rotation, it comes in, and finally Proxima gets shut down. Numbers firmly in favor of Neon Blade now.
You know, the timing there was definitely pivotal. You know, if Schnee and Felipa had gotten there any earlier, they would have been too divided on the attention there in both, but dealing with the players now, forcing Chanel into this 1v3. It's feasible. They've hit some insane shots, but this high-low, the trade from Adora is on point, and as we mentioned, Adora has been heating up with every passing map, and I think they're reaching their peak performance here. 8-7 at the moment. Really, everybody firing on all cylinders for both teams, right? I feel like there were weak links in like the past two maps we could point out, but here, like it's well-rounded.
Pretty much, and I mean, talking about that last round, right? It was a great round from Adora for sure, but I feel really, really bad for Wins. But just they died from a shock dart after like it was 2 Killjoy nano swarms, another shock dart, the Hunter's Fury, like 3 people running onto site. That was so much utility that Neon Blade sacrificed, and it proved to be a worthy investment as well to be able to get themselves onto site there. Now BBL looking to be the aggressor instead. A lot of space being taken early on here for Lifa. In fact, spotting out the head of one of the players, but not able to connect the shot, so they will be falling back in safety here.
Great punish.
The flash connects though, and that will be a huge kill to come through onto Felipa. Wins with the peak, at least able to find Ori and to take the spike, but
Tiles, yeah.
BBL though, Chanel looking to go forward off the back of the Paranoia, able to get that first kill. A counter Paranoia though, trying to keep themselves alive. They're going to be running for their life, still tucked away into the corner. 3 people though, a little bit too much to deal with, and they will get shut down. 3v3 situation. Proxima looking to sneak in.
Oh no.
Spike
Oh, this
planted.
could be so nasty. Oh, the timing of the smoke. Silly. Gets the kill.
So many ultimates invested in this round for BBL Queens to try and pull out the Thrifty. Gwen's gonna have to go huge with this hero rifle, collected their trophy from the Ori exchange over in Piles. Still though, a 3v2, the players so spread out, and it's even in non-defaulted plant position. They can't even deal with a Legion. They get the job done themselves, and we are now 1 off from having the closest half that we've had yet.
Last round before the switch.
I think we saw 7-5 before.
6-6 would still be the closest, no?
Yeah, if we get a 6-6,
Look
yes,
at the
it will be the closest. And Neon Blade, they have everything they need to win it. 3 ults already ready to go. The Hunter's Free 1 away as well. That said, though, for BBL, they have the null command of their own, so a well-timed one could shut all of these crucial ults down. I think it's going to be kind of the game of chicken that you see usually on the Killjoy lockdowns. This time, going to be there for the null command, because whoever pulls it first will shut down the second, but the second will be still be available for later in the round. And perhaps reading these ultimates easier, BBL, they're going to be getting proactive early on here. Shell looking for the fight onto Adora, not able to find the kill, though Philippa, they take down Jade, so that's a huge kill. Again, null command going to be unavailable for both of these sides, and it's going to be Sile for the TP into the backside for an additional layer of pressure. And yeah, BBL knows. Look at Proxima. She's just watching for it.
Oh, nice paranoia. They don't clear the corner.
This is so scary.
Spike is still top mid though, so even if, yeah, I was gonna say, even if Sile falls or gets the frag, there wasn't gonna be much of a reaction out of Neon Blade. Instead, the pivot now to the A site, the Killjoy's Den. Yes, Lockdown's online. Yes, Hunter's Fury is online, but Elysian looks like they're trying to more act as the entry here. No, they're gonna wait for the jet. And I'm actually just surprised that we're not seeing a challenge here from Wens. They're just gonna let the plant happen. No ultimates in deny. Adora. Gamble. Aggression here. I do like it. Might be able to punish the fleeting pursuits here for BBL Queens. I do like that they're trying to reposition as well to challenge, but they're just taking all of the heaven control. This is an insane adjustment from Neon Blade.
Yeah, they've taken so much space, and now Proxima going to be walking right into two players. Gets the first one. Still, though, it's going to be the Trace to come through on Neon Blades. Chanel able to bring it down to a 1v1. Hunter's Fury available, though. Chanel trying to get it to half here. Will be able to at least dodge the first one hit of that play. And exactly like you mentioned, being so low, it's going to buy so much time here.
Push too early.
Yeah. There's still enough time for BBL to get it through. Now the recon coming in. Chanel just trying to stick it. Is there enough time? Yes, there is. She gets the defuse, and that will deny half to be equalized for Neon Blade. A little bit unfortunate there in terms of timing and positioning from Elysian, and then Chanel throws so big. She just sticks it all the way through. No hesitation, nothing.
I'm devastated. I mean, like,
ouch.
You can distance the shocks apart a little bit on the Hunter's Fury. They don't have to be back to back there, but like Neon Blade did everything right. Like they, even if you remember like the last time they went for that Tiles aggression and B main crunch, like Neon Blade fell like forward hard, and they like the round was basically over before they rotated A. That round, Adora did a great job adjusting to it, playing their life, appeasing the aggression from B main, and then they repivot. Then they even take space off of the lockdown. But regardless, as you mentioned, it falls through thanks to some hero plays from Schnell. Now we swap sides, the 7-5, the repeat from Bind. Nice Molly lineups though for this exec here from BBL Queens, and they should be pretty much unimpeded other than this Killjoy utility.
It doesn't really put too much of a damper on their push, as Philippa able to get that spike down after taking her the Killjoy utility like you mentioned. But
nice
we're going to be seeing an early retake flood. Yeah, coming into the site here. Philippa able to find a trade at least in Proxima there for the back of Philippa still being an absolute menace along with her teammate here. Quickly whittling the numbers down to just Sile left alive here in a 1v4. Yeah, Wentz coming in for a late flank. Kind of missing the shots there, but I guess it's a 1v4. It's okay. That's the thought process that's kind of happening right now. Sile doing her best to isolate the 1v1 here, but yeah, surrounded on all sides by enemies. You can see Wentz just kind of playing with the time, playing with her food, and BBL Queens, they go on the hunt. Proxima says, alright, that's enough. It's gonna be the pistol going in favor of the Queens here. 8-5 right now, really extending their lead further. And I think just that, the speed, right? These past couple of rounds, it's been so back and forth in terms of speed of interactions, but BBL, they put the pedal to the metal there. They just rush it through.
Oh, they surely do. I mean, we said it. It's usually once they get a lead that Neon Blade starts fighting it back, but the economy flowing this way with the pistol going in their favor. Neon Blade not going to take make the same mistake of forcing up, right? Even no deagles to work with, right? They want to help the economy flow for this defense to maybe get an operator or something on the line, but the gamble stacks towards the wrong site. It's going to be a 5-person retake. I mean, last round, right? They had 4 players on site ready to flood, and that doesn't work, so now they're gonna have even less time, even worse weapons. So, but let's see if the shots align, or if, you know, maybe Chanel's gonna donate a Spectre to the cause.
We're gonna see how that works out. Ori gonna be the one to kind of be jumping up here, looking to take that first contact. There is a crossfire setup here between Proxima and Schnell. The trigger discipline as well to come out of Schnell here, able to walk away with that first kill, create the impression of her going away, and is able to swing around for yet another. Very low now though, so gonna be positioning, falling back, looking to hold on to these Spectres for that next round. But whittling away at time here, at least a little bit of damage to be found possibly by Silly, but it will be Alkia and their teammates to confirm this final kill of 4K for Schnell on this round, and they will possibly keep all of these Spectres. I think so. Yes. Yeah, it's gonna be a nice bonus. Good bonus,
I was gonna say we definitely see the 1 or 2 rifles forced up thanks to the lighter buys, thanks to those pistols that you saw
that they hold
getting
on to.
carried over, and as you mentioned, the near flawless round helped propel them towards it. This is the round that Neon Blade needs to secure though, right? If you don't get it, if BBL is on double digits, you're down 5 and you're back to worse weapons. So Neon Blade, I'm hoping to see a little bit more care, a little bit more reserve, but for now it looks like we want to see some early information collection from the KO A main. We can see the dark cover and knife kind of trading here. As Spike's trying to flood in here quickly through a tree. A nice contest from Adora, trying to follow through for a second as well, but no dice. Philippa sneaks their way through safely with passage as Jade Wong fighting their own fight up and over. Alki, they almost don't recognize it, but still the Spectre is not enough. And suddenly, a 2v4. The players divided. When had to cook here, but the alarm bot weeding them out here.
Yeah, so Felipe has a very ruddy position, but it seems like nobody from Neon Blade really walking into her clutches. Wen's on mid, able to take out Jade. Suddenly this round looks a little bit more doable. Felipe heard that jump as well probably, so knows there's at least one player towards A heaven. Wen's, if they can cross over to this A side, they might be able to play out this 2v3. Still a lot of time on the clock left to work with here. Huge 0 points for some information, letting Felipe get that plant down. Wen's has this cross. But the player does a lot of damage to Elysian as well, and this flash, it will set Felipe up for this reposition. All of it is this timing here. Adora spots the player, but not able to confirm the kill. Dodges the flash as well, so this is definitely huge here. Felipe now on site, doing their best to buy time towards main here. Able to get the first kill.
Bullets.
2v2.
Two bullets.
Able to It's so huge. Wenz is now managed to come over towards main. Ori brings it down to a 1v1. Killjoy versus Killjoy, but the plant, it's so open here. All Wenz has to do is play for the time. Ori is trying to stick it to half. Will be able to succeed and tries to go for the repeat here. Now Wenz facing the pressure. Goes for the thing, confirms the kill. And while both Killjoys played it to perfection, it will be BBL Queens to get themselves a double digit and convert that bonus. Nasty word.
No, insane round, and it really does just
Felipa,
come.
man.
Yeah,
My
it
God.
comes down to the Philippa and how much time they were able to buy, and then pair that if you saw the Molly lineup as well from Cubby, there as well from Wenz was so clean because it gave them enough time to repivot to a main, so they didn't know where they were playing from. But regardless, as we said, this is gonna be a rough patch now for Neon Blade if they can't find their way out of this sticky situation coming out of this timeout. I'm hoping we see a thrifty strategy and a half because playing, even from an 11-5 is going to be rough on them.
Yeah, I completely agree with you there. This thrifty,
They need it.
Ideally, yes, they would get it, but realistically speaking, it's gonna be much more difficult. I think that you're gonna be a couple rounds down for sure, but I mean, if Fnatic could do it from 11 to 3, I feel like Neon Blade can do it from 5 to 11 instead, even if they let this round go. Said though, if you look at where they're really struggling, right? Once the side swap occurred, it seems like BBL Queens, they've been so good at just being absolute rats at taking map control. Like, yes, you see the explosive plays come out now and then from players like Schnell, but so many of these times you've seen the maneuvering of Wenz and Felipa, especially in that previous round, right? Even when it was a 2v4, they were able to take up so much space, and Felipa on side just being that linchpin around which the rest of the round was able to pivot was huge. So just the space that BBL are getting for free on this map, Neon Blade, they're kind of gonna have to try and figure out a way to deal with it. Like you mentioned, now economy not in their favor. BBL recognizing this, going in for a quick push onto this B side off the back of this no command.
Oh, and Felipa grabbing the first blood here. Now trying to play the entry here. They got to challenge the next player, or if that contender falls. So now 2 players, CT1 market. Wenz though still going to be Thorn on their side main if they can even get that far. Schnell taking all the frags from them, taking these first peeks, these first exchanges on the retake attempt. But as we said, Neon Blade really needs this round, and there's no point in saving your deagles. Flash out, trying to isolate one stairs, but the timing's wrong. They try and look towards the KJ, and that's just the perfect distraction for Schnell. You go flawless, you get the 11th.
Yeah, as expected, at least for the side of Neon Blade, you know, they didn't have very unrealistic expectations. But now, yeah, like you mentioned, this is the kind of do or die round for them, right? They finally have a bye together. Unfortunately, they don't really have any ultimates that are coming up this particular round unless somebody goes huge. I think that my eyes are probably going to be on Jane. If they can get a couple of kills, they will have the null command ready to go, which could be pivotal in a retake. But on the opposite side, they don't have any swing ults either. So both of these teams going through that down cycle right now, trying to charge it back up here, heading into these 4 rounds. The thing is that BBL, they have the deeper pockets with which to work with. So it's going to be important for Neon Blade not only to win this round, to deny match and series point, but also to be able to just kind of keep us, take down as many guns as possible, even if they don't win it.
Yeah, but the issue is BBL being up 6 rounds. They have this fearless confidence there. When you saw Schnell and Jade Maw basically running it down mid at the round start without much utility. And although they gain that kind of pizza control, you can see the punish there at a tree. And now I like this duo as well, trying to contest a main control, thinking this was going to be a tree split. They get their fights, they get their duels, and Adora gets their frags and gets out of dodge. So 4v2 now. So there's no swing ultimates for the Blades for BBL. Might be exactly what they need. As Schnell pops them. Gonna be the entry here. Updraft dash in. Clears out Jen. Recombo not gonna catch off either one, but Paranoia forcing Wens to temporarily take a solo fight if Stille had one gap in the cloud burst allows Stille to grab the frag onto Wens
30
now.
seconds left.
30 seconds left, so time to work with, but a 1v3 with only 3 blades left and 15 HP. It's not gonna happen. And BBL Queens denied map point by Neon Blade for now.
Yeah, that was a huge play to come out of Adora to be able to get those 2 kills and get away. And of course, just playing so patiently under Heaven, letting their teammates use utility, and then confirming that final kill on site when it was the most necessary. So I think overall, a nice round to come out of Neon Blade. A bit of adaptation for sure to expect that pressure to play on that overconfidence of BBL and punish them for it. Now though, BBL, once again, no ultimates unfortunately to work with. They also got rid of the Blade Storm last round, so that's going to be one less thing that they can depend on when this economic switch, if this economic switch does come through. That said, the early recon gonna smoke out Jade's position. Only gonna detect 1 player though, where there are 3 still positioned by the side of Neon Blade on this A site for defense.
Now, confident in how the aggression has been going in their favor. Jade Maw, Adora, the duo from Hell at this point, delivering a final sentencing here again for the members of A main. But BBL is actually going to try and double down. Alkia, again, just so clean mechanically in these prepared situations. Not enough, though, for them to go all green light onto the A site, though. Or we pivot towards mid, because they do have wins in this lurk position, but Ori seems to be well aware of either the possibility or the guarantee that they're there. I want to see the shock darts. Don't even drone it. Like,
they don't check.
They check it. Ari has their back, at least. And now, I mean, you're back to square one if you're the last 2 members of BBL Queens.
Yeah, if Wens had been able to get a kill there, that would have been huge, but now there's so late into the round, 30 seconds left, you have to go for the commit here. You know that there's 2 on A, 2 on B. Where are you going to be choosing to take the 2v2 is the question here. Alarm bot going to be going out, finally giving away the sound cue as they rush towards spawn right now. 20 seconds left. I think we're going to be seeing a spawn to A push. In fact, going to be the call here. It's going to be Sile watching the cross, not able to find the damage, unfortunately, and it will be the rush by these players onto site where there are still 2 players left to hold it down.
10 seconds left, though. Steely just has to solve timer, and the spike down, they might be able to do that. Play Ring Around the Rosy, no, take the fights and win them. 7-11 now, only 4 rounds separating these 2 teams. And I think maybe I would be okay with the BBL timeout right now. But I would also be okay with them waiting probably wait like 2 rounds. Yeah, wait 1 more eco cycle. And then they take the timeout. Because like I said, the first round that was converted that led to these last 2 rounds lost looked like it came out of a BBL overconfidence almost. So they need to breathe, they need to cool off and be like, all right, well, we're on map 3. That should be the first kind of widener, the awakener of the situation they're in. But For now, it looks like they still want to go all in towards the site. Ori, though,
Oh
ready
my.
to challenge. Like I said, BBL thought they were killing themselves. Well, Neon Blade definitely is at this point, and they are going for more. They don't get the frag, but Philippa still caught limping away. 5 HP. They just have to use their utility to force their way out. But Jade well prepared and even almost gets the last 7 HP for Wens in the 1v2 clutch. And they still haven't dealt with Sele on site.
They realize that as well, looking to possibly rotate through spawn, but already the positioning is there from Elysian for this final kill, and Wens will be shut down. Neon Blade, they get to 8 here, 11 to 8 right now. The gap slowly but surely narrowing, and yeah, there's your timeout. BBL Question gonna be calling it. Now, looking at Neon Blade, I think the one thing that they have been really good at in these last couple of rounds that they've been winning is this measured aggression, right? Whether it was a swing in this last round coming out of Ori, or just a play from the Jet and the KO towards that A site, multiple rounds where they just push forward, clear the sites, get the kills in their favor, and fall back. And because BBL Queens, they've been forced to play around that, respect that A presence, they've not been able to really feel confident in poking and prodding at the other parts of the map so far. I think that because of this constant pressure towards the main, both A and B main, BBL Queens, they've been forced to head into mid instead. And I feel like even though we haven't seen an operator coming out yet from Adora, it might change in this next round or the next couple of rounds.
Yeah. I mean, that was kind of something we praised, I feel like, from BBL Queens in like the first 2 maps, was that kind of measured aggression and knowing. Actually, no, I'm more buying than anything when they had that double duelist composition, like knowing how far to go. And now it seems like Neon Blade has kind of learned that strategy from the master, as you mentioned. Versus BBL Queens, I feel like they're being a bit, I don't want to say too aggressive because obviously they're the attackers, but it does feel a little kind of mismatched. And with the reads now suddenly coming out from Neon Blade, otherwise he a paranoia and a farm fast from Adora. I'll have to see if that's true.
Seems like that's the setup at the very least. We're looking at a full-out brawl here. It seems like towards this B main side. Paranoia for Paranoia trade. Hunter's Fury going to be invested as well by Alkia. Able to catch out at least a little bit of damage into Sile, although they are going to be able to stay alive off the back of that shadow step. The change of pace, it's going to be so huge here as BBL, they walk away with these opening kills and leave Neon Blade's defense in shambles. 2 players up against all 5 right now. And yes, they have the lockdown on Ori, but unless they get a couple of kills, there's not really going to be any point in investing this particular ultimate. Ori now looking to find a couple of frags quickly on as they aggress back onto this retake situation. But this post-plant positioning, there's so many angles to play out here. Alkia, the first point of contact, gets shut down, but it will still be 4 players that stand alive for BBL Queens as they get to match in serious point. That timeout and that change of pace, it just demolished Neon Blade. They were not ready for that.
They were not. And now, the map point for BBL Queens. And I agree, they're fixing some of those issues that we talked about, like there not being much utility on these frags, on these entries, on these initial duels. And that double molly and CT kind of prevented the fights from being taken together, right, from Neon Blade. Talked about these selective fights, like even if somebody dies, there's somebody there still to frag, and you can't have somebody flood into frag, then completely different situation. But for now, the overlap of these null commands here, they don't clear out Adora either. The distraction from the KO pulses are enough, but that's all a ruse, right? The null command, the big show here. While A site's the real exit, KJ utility not in gear, but Sile is steals away Wen, so less post-plant utility now online. Alkia's position confirmed as well by the turret, so you know where Spike is on site at the moment. Drone to further confirm. And as the chips and dust settle, I mean, all the players from Neon Blade are in position for this flood retake.
Yeah, I mean, it's a 35. I'm surprised that we're seeing Neon Blade considering to invest this ultimate right now. Zalkia finally looks to get that plant down here, but yeah, we're going to be seeing that lockdown come down as soon as that spike plant is invested here. It's going to be forcing these players to get out of dodge off of this side. You can see Proxima looking to play a little bit aggressive. Might be able to, in fact, time the TP out depending on this, and Philippa being caught as well. So at least this position available for Proxima. The kill, unfortunately, not quite connecting, and it's all going to fall onto Alkia's shoulders here. 27 HP. How much more can she find? And unfortunately, the answer to that will be nothing, as Neon Blade, they keep themselves in this with another defuse. A 9th round on the board for them here. And BBL Queens once again denied that crucial victory that they were looking for.
Yeah, no, I mean, beautifully read there from Neon Blade. I mean, beautiful denial. I mean, they kind of fell for it for like a second, right? But once they realized that
Hmm.
only like the one player had gone in was the Jet, just trying to look for kind of like an off the edge frag on the Jade Maw. That's when the rotations went back. And although the Killjoy utility was out of bounds, I think really the frag from Sile was, I think, most pivotal in getting that round started. Further
Hmm.
confirming it was kind of an ace cell without anybody losing their life. But for now,
Here.
still they have 3 more chances to send us out. And now Dora adopting a similar strategy, going for this aggression here, but might not expect the players top mid. Lots of them though, suppressed, forced out. Now going back towards this A pivot where nobody is really there. The only player being in a tree, being Elysian here. The lockdown comes in, Schnell using it as advantage to take some space. Lipa aware of the mid aggression that came out, aware of this Hunter Fury. Thought they would go to try and punish it and maybe get punished by Adora, but it's actually Schnell trying to now punish here at mid. Not good for the two, good for the trade is Dora. I mean, this is the situation Neon Blade kind of is difficult in when they can't flood retake, when there's so many fragmented players that BBL Queens to keep track of, and when time is
Hmm.
against them with all this utilities at.
Yeah, there's just so much against them right now, and even though they get that kill onto Proxima, there's still so much utility, like you mentioned, that they need to get through. Finally, the dark cover comes in, but the spam is still there. Wen's able to get that first kill. Sile, though, trying to defuse it, stick it through. It's all on their shoulders right now, but the spam is too much for them to contend with. It will be BBL Queens to walk off with that victory. Sure, it got a little bit dicey on towards that end of a sense, but they still walk out here with winners here today, and they will be vindicating all 6 of us casters who
I was
predicted.
about to say.
Yeah, thank you very much for that, BBL. It's nice to be proven right.
Thank you,
But
thank you.
huge, huge kudos to Neon Blade there. They definitely put on a show. And like we mentioned, right, map number 1, they lost it, but it was such a narrow margin. It was 11 to 13. They could have easily gone the other way, gone into OT. Who knows what could have happened? But at least on Ascent, BBL have proved that it's not 13-11. We are still the better team, at least on this map. And it's always nice to be proven right when you see a Turkish team cannot be beaten on Ascent.
Very, very close. I completely agree. But I mean, this just match in my mind proves that the stats aren't everything, right? I mean,
Mhm.
let's go back to the Giant X matches for both of these teams. BBL 1-2 loss, Ascent 9-3, Sunset 13-5, Lotus 10-13. Then you jump over to Neon Blade, who maybe we're just having a bad day. 2-0'd by Giant X, 1-13 and 3-13. And still, they put up such a close fight, showing that BBL and them, I want to say they're still on the same level. Like, that's just like a few rounds difference. Like, I don't even know where the sources came from because they feel different. Like, it felt like
Mhm.
more rehearsed, more structured team. Obviously, was BBL Queens, but just some of the innovations and some of the kind of control that they showed on Ascent specifically out of Neon Blade, completely night and day from the Giant X match.
Yeah, for sure. They looked much, much more confident. I feel like that day as well. If you looked at how a lot of those rounds went, it was just a pretty bad day for this Neon Blade squad compared to how
Mhm.
they played today. But yeah, today they looked really fantastic. And yeah, it could have definitely gone either way. I feel like the series, despite BBL walking away with the victory at the end, I felt like the most impact in regards of BBL's victory today was those timeouts, especially on a sense. You could see like the change of pace, the kind of ideas that were shaping themselves through these timeouts that were coming through onto these rounds here. So I think that that's definitely like a huge shout out that their coach deserves there. But that said, BBL now gonna be up in that scoreboard, bringing themselves with 2 wins and 1 loss that we've seen so far from them. And unfortunately, it's gonna put their opponents Neon Blade at a little bit more risk of slipping into that relegation slot. Although with 1 win under the belt, I think they're still a little bit safe from that.
Yeah, no, and this is a great performance to show how much they're growing with each coming series. Like that could have been the Giant X game could have been like their spiral downward, right? Where they lose all confidence in themselves, they question everything that they've done beforehand, but no, they lent into their strengths. They were still able to take a map off of BBL, and I would call that a success in its own right to show that what you're changing is working, especially on a map like Icebox, where they changed the composition that when they were
Hmm.
at a 1-2 record and now have turned that into a 2-2 record by taking that map off of them. But that
Hmm.
does bring, your time here today to a close, Zach,
Yes.
because the game has ended, obviously, with 2-1 victory for BBL Queens, but that's not the end of, all of the action here on Dive today, for the Game Changers, EMEA Stage 1. we have our next game coming up, Zach. And what is that game?
Yes. It will be Mad Lions Koi facing off against Valiant GC, I believe. And I believe
Yeah.
that Zobi will still be there to take you through the action, but I will be the one
Please no
cheering
map
from the
threes.
sidelines. I mean, you might see me come back if there is a map 3 because Zobi might have to go. They are in a different time
Gotta
zone.
go
And
back to my country.
yeah, gotta go back across the ocean. Yeah, but
Yep.
for now, at least, we're gonna be taking a short break before we head into our second match for the evening. We'll be seeing you on the other side. Well, Zobi will be seeing you on the other side. Bye for me.
Oh yeah. Okay, sorry, we had a audio issue right there.
Guys, but welcome now that we're back on the broadcast. You guys got to see our faces moving. All we said was welcome back. And I welcomed Jaren to the stage because obviously I was with Zach earlier for the BBL versus Neon Blade games, which was very, very close, but we have a different matchup this time, right, Jaren? We have Mad Lions Koi versus Valiant GC. Both of them really fighting, I would say, on the brink of elimination, right? They haven't
Mhm.
had the best record, but it's also a rematch, Jared.
Oh,
These
yeah.
yeah, they fought in EMEA kickoff and it was 2-0 by Valiant GC, but it was on Haven and Sunset. And that's not the map pool we have for today, now is it?
Oh yeah, then since you mentioned it, let's go to the map speeder screen for today. We have Valiant Geesey choosing Lotus to start with, and Mad Lions Koi starting an attack. And the second matchup we will have today is Mad Lions Koi with the bind pick here, with Valiant Geesey choosing defense. And on the decider, of course, our lovely, lovely map, Icebox, with Valiant Geesey picking defense this time. Now, what do you think about these, map selections here, Zoe? I want to hear it from you.
I mean, I think on a map like Lotus where there's 3 sites, having a co-IGL like Valley and GC does between the Kuz and Serena will be good because, if one of them dies, you have a really strong mid-rounder still to be calling because, it is a big decision if you wanna, rebound into a site or if you wanna rotate over on a map as complex as Lotus can be. I mean, even Bind, that kind of is a benefit with, like, the teleportation plays and all of that. But otherwise, for Mad Lions Koi, I'm kind of in the dark. I haven't seen them too much. I know they had a really strong run to the start of kickoff. And then once they kind of hit the Valiant GC loss and then started out in the group stage, it's been kind of rough sailing. So I think this is their chance to kind of get back in the right mental space, especially since it's kind of like they'd be beating the team that I want to say started their downturn almost is the best way to phrase it. But Jared, I know we were on the same page about what we thought the casters
Oh yeah, we
or about
have
who we thought was gonna win, yeah.
yeah, we have the map predictions. Oh, sorry, not map, but match predictions here
Yeah.
by us. Okay, Fifi. Okay,
And look,
Zach.
Zach there
Oh
last.
goodness, Zach just I saw the 1, 2, 3 going up, and when Zach that wasn't revealed, I knew that she was gonna pick Mad Lions Queen. But yeah, yeah, just so anticlimactic. With again, oh Zach going at the Mad Lions Queen pick, but maybe she's right and maybe we're wrong. But
Maybe.
we will about to see on this day. You can see. Oh, I think we have Adjust like selection also coming up for the first matchup of Lotus. This is Valiant against my careers and Midnight Boy are starting on attack. And we're already seeing such um classic plays right here. Serena on that Sova and on that breach. Lisa following up with Killjoy. Also we're seeing Omen and that's here. I I
Yeah.
oh.
I I think we're seeing, like, the intersection of, like, the Sky nerfs and the chamber buffs coming into fruition, right? We see no Skies, we see the replacement options, which is the Sova Breach, and we see the Breach Fade combinations. And then also,
Mhm.
like you said, the KJ versus the Chamber, or the Sentinel differences, and we got to see, some Chambers today on Icebox, and it was definitely a treat. So I'm excited to see how it fares here on Lotus when you typically have, a strong Sentinel anchoring, say, the C site, while the Real Exec's coming
Mhm.
in on a different map. But also, no double controllers here, right? It's the double initiators to make up for what Sky was serving for both roles, info and flashes. Now you have to kind of divert it to two different people. And now, I don't know if you've seen it, Jared, the first
Mhm.
Arena and Ninu having Sova and Breach, but I personally love this combination. I actually got to
Oh
see it
yeah.
in NA Game Changers on Sunset out of FlyQuest Red, one of the front runners. And if they
Mhm.
are cohesive in how they use that utility, it is lethal.
Well, I'm gonna trust you on that. But again, I'm really excited to see Nico on that fade. Also Lyra on that Omen. The star players here. And Alessia going with the chamber pick. Actually, we've seen a lot of like classic chamber plays in especially A and C sites. So I feel like the defense here, Valiant, will know that she will be a lot more anchoring in those sites when they're starting on attack, especially. So we'll see how they're gonna put in this play. But yeah, again, just starting out, I believe both of these comps are really equal and really balanced. It's just a matter of which team will make the most out of it.
They're similar in terms of like the agent pool and the agent roles, but I agree. I think how they're gonna play them is gonna come in huge here. I mean, especially for the side of Mad Lions Koi, their composition is so aggressive, right? You expect the Fade
Mhm.
and the Reyes to have those combos to take a main control versus like a Chamber. They more kind of thrive being that lockdown sentinel off of frags, right? You get a pick, you rendezvous back, and then you can hold down the site from a different angle if need be versus the side of the current defenders, which is for Valiant GC. It's a little bit different, right? You have kind of that anchor sentinel of the Killjoy, and then instead of a chamber that might be opping, you'll have the jet. But the issue with the jet is obviously you don't get like any raise nades to kind of like force people to evade you. You have to take those fights more willingly, more contact based.
Mhm.
And that's kind of like the trade-offs that we're going to see between these different agent choices. I do like, and I think it's overpowered having both a Nightfall and a Rolling Thunder. I mean, you see it a lot on Sunset specifically,
Mhm.
so that'll kind of help the attack half as well. But lots of different options about how they are going to play it, as you said.
Yeah, I believe we will be starting the match in a minute, but just as you said, again, this Rolling Thunder and Fate's Nightfall being available at the same time, it's gonna be a huge advantage for Mad Lions Core just to start out the map on the attacker side here. So I'm really excited to see this matchup here. Let's see if Zach was right and we were wrong from the start. But yeah,
They live in Spain. They had to go with Mad Lions.
oh yeah.
But
Just the supports.
I mean, hey, we were almost all proved wrong last game in the BBL versus
Oh yeah.
Neon Blade game. Like it was that close on the last
Oh
map.
yeah.
But I agree. It's definitely going to be an uphill battle for Mad Lions Koi, knowing that they have that loss against this team in the back of their mind. But they also could have spent a long time mulling over, knowing what they did wrong, and now here to improve upon it, to adapt. And I mean, even just choosing the chamber is showing that they're rolling with the coming metas and the changes that have been coming to Valorant. Like I said, I mean,
Mm.
the game's so different that even Haven's not in the map pool anymore.
Oh yeah, I mean, I really miss Haven. Just that you mentioned it
That's
again. Just a really classic Sentinel map, if you ask me. But
true.
again, as a Sentinel main, I just really miss it. I hope we'll see it in the comp again. But yeah, I mean, we have to work with what we have here, Lotus, which is a really, sometimes really hard map to defend. I think, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on it.
I mean, they basically went from one 3 map site to the other, so gonna be
Yeah.
kind of like similar. It's kind of like a parallel universe in my mind. We'll see if it has a different outcome. But we've come to the end of the tech pause, and it looks like basically instead of just having a fade and a raise contesting a main, like
Mhm.
you typically might expect from Madlands Koi, it's gonna be a 4-person effort here, trusting the turret entirely to watch the B site while KJ anchors and jump peaks C. But they've taken this aiming control. My question is, how deep is Valiant GC willing to go? Are they all just going to hang out here, root, waiting for them
Find
to
you.
aggress into them? I mean, this haunt's going to be scary. I really think they needed like one person to shoot it so that they don't kind of weed out how many players there are. But they literally have this perfect trap play set up. Paranoia is in place. The only thing is
Yeah.
the breach utility or even just a rotation from the IGL thinking something is off, and suddenly that trap play has been dismantled and a lot of pressure is going to be on Lisa.
Yeah, again, Lisa, here's his commotion and the trades will come up soon, but you can see it on the map. We have 4 people going for a flank situation here from Valiant EC side. Meanwhile, these utility have to go off to somehow deny the plant. Still can be planted in a really safe situation here, but you can look at Mad Lions Koi. They're just going for a kill here before getting plant down.
Yeah, but now a 5-on-5 retake. A little bit of a pinch play, but the correct response from Mad Lions Koi as well to challenge the solo Lisa into CT. But as you said, that gives up a lot of this site control now. So now they have to fight back in the site before Valiant GC can gain more control. A fault in the dark cover, though, almost costing a member their life. Aftershock, though, to come out to try and at least secure half. They're sticking it all the way. The backstab from Liar not coming fast enough, and suddenly Valiant GC has stuck it all the way, even though all the members will fall after the round has concluded.
Yeah, just amazing play right there by Valiant GC, defending their sites, not letting Spike go too far again. Just Mad Lions Koi, they're starting out. I feel like it was a really good call by the IGL to just rotate off to C side because, again, when the Fade's utility was destroyed there, if you might realize, a lot of gun noises went off. So I think that was enough to trigger Mad Lions Koi to not go for a push here. But let's see if it deters them now. Oh, Haikuza looking to get some hits. Escapes with her life alive still. Oh, that was dangerous.
Now, A site pretty much undefended here by Valiant GC. Gonna go more for the retake strategy, not wanting to give away these better weapons just yet, but we've seen this Outlaw already last series and it left a mark. It definitely is here for Yakuza, but the overwhelm up close still isn't enough to shut them down. Right click classics for the 4K, for the win. Only Ninu grabbing one other with their Bulldog to steal away the ace, but a flawless round for an ace. I'll take that trade.
Yeah, Haikusa just really on fire with the Jets just starting out. And again, really aggressive. If she had died at first on A with that outlaw. I would have been really anxious
Here.
for them in this round, but they're so good. I mean, 2 rounds to their name. Their economy should be good for a buy also, but they're going for a bonus round here. Meanwhile, Madline Koi invests everything into this third round.
I mean, buy coming through, expecting maybe some action from Valiant GC out the gate because it is their bonus conversion, but instead just kind of holding down their sights here, playing more confidently, not rotating because they don't have to yet. And it just looks like Mad Lion's Koi is, I don't know, I don't want to say scared, but they're kind of afraid to make first contact, which is weird considering how aggressive of a composition that they have.
Okay, Lisa hears that they're kind of checking for contact here. Some utilities invested, but again, look at Matt's positioning right here. They're expecting Valiant Yeezy to just go for a flank situation again, like the first round. Again, okay, Haikuza is kind of predicted and suffers an HP damage, and this will lure these players to A side. Leira just going in unnoticed for so long. It almost costs
Revealing area.
Valiant EC on life against Serena. Has to deal with the pressure, cannot manage to do so. Nico and Leira get 2 and 3 kills to go into this round, and the spike
One
will be
enemy
planted.
remaining. Spike
Again,
planted.
Lisa, okay, just stuck with this gun. I think you might want to go for a save here. The turret is still active and B, just checking for presence, but I do not think she'll be perhaps looking for a contact here. Let's see now, Lisa.
It's a bonus round, so I do think they should at least go for some exit frags, damage the economy. Because if you don't get like a rifle or two off of this squad, then you're gonna be up full rifles against full rifles next round. Versus if you hurt a few of them, then you would have maybe had like a rifle or two on the enemy team. But as you said, not gonna find that. So 2-1, Mad Lions Koi recover from their initial stumble, but this is where we start getting down to the nitty-gritty. This is where we get to see now the rifle rounds and the true kind of adjustments that come out when both teams have equal kind of arsenals.
Yeah, just like you said, Mad Lions Koi kind of recovering from 2-0, but we're gonna see if they can keep this up. They've kind of, started to expect Valiant GC being aggressive. Again, lots of utility invested just to establish some presses onto A, and you can just see Mad Lions Koi kind of chilling. Despite A, okay, Lyra kind of takes the first step in this round towards A. Oh, Haikuza though meets aggression with aggression, gets 1 kill and gets out of there, and it lures Mad Lions Koi to perhaps go for a secret again. But they have to get to Lisa to do that.
Elisa's delivered in these situations before. I feel like we actually brought this up. I don't remember if it was you that I casted Valiant with. I believe it was before. That Lisa knows when to get out when they need to. And this is not the case this time, I guess. Trying to get their frag, trying to get out, but Secures is there to pick up the slack, play ring on the Rosie, and get behind the entire forces of Mad Lions Koi. Only one expecting it is Mad, but even they can't deal with it. The tailwind as well allows it to survive the onslaught that is the Haunt. And thanks to the support from the Breach, I mean, I feel like this is the first time I'm getting the Jet Breach combo that I've been asking for all of GC EMEA.
Yeah, again, Haikuza just on fire with 4 kill after 4 kill. I believe maybe we can see an ace from her before Lotus ends. I'm putting my bets on that, but again, just seeing the economic situation here for Mad Lions Koi, it's gonna be a couple of buys, some half shields, but again, Valiant PC, full shields and full rifles, they have the stronger suit here, which is gonna perhaps draw them to send out mats to perhaps get some entry frags. Haikuza though is careful with it. Mel also being met with a lot of utility though. Try to get inside. Haikuza!
Oh my goodness!
The round ends in a blink of an eye.
And I mean, this has just been insane in a slaughterhouse of a few rounds where Mad Lions Koi is like, all right, we've gained the site, we're gaining control, and then they just get clotheslined by the entire rotation coming out from Valiant GC. And I mean, I don't know if we need to see like, maybe sell some fakes, maybe have somebody be a lurk player. Because maybe if you had like a player going in through like a main into link there, then obviously that would be a little bit of a different situation. Because then you can dismantle some of those players. Maybe pick off the breach so they can't provide that support to Sakusa. But for now, Again, forward information collection from Serena in this drone. Not quite gonna spot out too much other than Mads hunkered down in spawn. But again, a change from Valiant GC before they even need it, right? Instead of being the solo KJC, they have the solo KJA and the Breach Jet combination on the C site. Regardless, though, because they have no information, Mad Lions Koi still needs to clear things out because they know that these players have gotten aggressive and taken this space before.
Oh yeah, kind of we're seeing aggression starting to happen on A, but still, Mad Lions Koi again. They're really careful. We're seeing Haikuza kind of replacing Lisa in C to be met with aggression. Now, a lot of times, Mad Lions Koi have been successful into getting inside, not quite securing the rounds, but okay, Haikuza, okay, the ult online and dash active, just gets out of there before anything happens. Mad Lions Koi hearing this, they try to back up, but Serena gets the kill with the
30
Odin.
seconds left.
As a first blood, Mad Lions Koi now left down to 4 players. Again, call off for rotation to A as this clock shows us 20 seconds.
And they have the ultimates if they need to dump them into the site. Lyre in a good position, though, as well. But still, none of this killjoy utility has been conflicted. So with time against the clock, these swarm
10
grenades are making
seconds
quick
left.
work of the remaining time. Trying to make sure they cannot get the spike down. Lyre providing a good pinch there, back sight. The plant goes down, but no time left. All they get is plant money and the save there. And that round, it just shows you got to keep track of the clock.
Yeah, again, Valiant AC has just been explosive with all these rounds. Mad Lions could kind of maybe study their strategy, study their plans, but again, when you have such explosive plays from them, it's kind of really hard to even get in sights or try to really make up your mind on where to go because going to A last round, for example, you're met with a lot of the killjoy and Soa aggression. Meanwhile on C, you have Haikuza. I mean, Jets, you never want to go against Jets in that situation. So again, so I get the situation that Mad Lions Koi is in right now, and I'm hoping to see them recover going into the 7th round after this timeout.
Yeah, I do like this style of timeout. We were like talking about BBLs and their timeouts because they would take them more to like
Hmm.
disrupt the momentum of their opponent. And then that
Yeah.
meant, especially on the map that they lost, like Icebox, that they didn't have any left later into the half when they were in a problem area and needed a bailout or needed a time to rethink their strategy. So doing this early while you have these ultimates on board, while you have the weapons you just saved, is really, really smart and should allow them to formulate a nice execution. Now, is that gonna be possible against an Odin and an operator? That question begs to be answered. And I mean, Serena, especially playing on the A site, that recon bolt is lethal if you are playing in tree.
Yeah, I just thought you said Antike goes over this up pick finds Nika all of a sudden, despite being stunned by this breach utility. And Zoma, okay, perhaps we'll try to put some aggression here. Haikuza though, so careful with it. Kind of predicts the flash out. Okay, cannot get the kill, but again, Mad Lions Koi, they should get the idea that C is no good for them. Okay,
Mel
Mouse.
here.
Ooh.
But Liar. Insane on the reaction. Now, trying to see the regroup of trying to occur for Valiant GC. I like their position of the operator as well, stairs, but again, Mad Lion's Koi, kind of more indecisive, right? And I think that because Mads is playing here, Mound, they thought they maintained a sense of C control, but now they have to challenge the Killjoy setup there.
Yeah, 4 and 4 right now, but the off has rotated off to A for their benefit actually, but Matt with this
30 seconds left.
Showstopper online cannot find anybody quite just yet. VLNT just on their feet to escape that aggression. Zoma will get the plant down once again. Haikuza still having that op in hand, will perhaps look to get some frags here, but let's see who takes a step first. Mads and Lyra just waiting inside. Flash is going off. People are making their way to the site, but it's met with, again, a rolling thunder. Stop this push from Mali DC. Lyra shadow and spam through the smoke to do something.
One enemy
Kickers are
remaining.
going up, but it's just way too late for Valiant GC in the end. Lisa cannot manage to do this alone, and once again, another round goes to Mad Lions Koi.
No, very well placed. And I don't know what I wanted to see differently on the side of Valiant GC there. I mean, maybe they needed to retake a little bit faster because then they could have outpaced the Rolling Thunder before they were in place to execute that. Or, you know, even when they kind of, or maybe Lisa anchoring to try and get a frag, maybe get the breach before post plant occurs. And other than that, though, I mean, even with that round being lost, they still have this full buy, the Odin, the operator. And so that does limit the choices of Mad Lions Koi, and I think that's also why they're trying to re-explore towards the C site. They expect a Killjoy there, versus they can hear the Odin on A, and the operator is an unknown, but is commonly placed on A. So.
Yeah, but this time it's on B actually, but I cannot really go forward with an up. Maybe a dash active could do it, but she's just really careful. Because again, you have to go for this spike. Okay, Haikusa predicts this aggression coming in and just kills Lyra just like that.
Where are
Now, repivot towards the A site, but operator there, waiting with loving arms. So we'll have to see if, you know, some satchel difference movement or something can disrupt it. But no smokes in place. Your Odin is long gone. And now the 5v3. Now they're fighting an Odin and tree. That's not a great solution. But it is a good trade coming out. A good Nightfall response as well. 30 seconds left. A 2v4, but Rolling Thunder online for Valiant GC if things get
30 seconds left?
sticky. Fault line and the aftershock. They're going to stick it all the way. They might... That misses. That angle was so deceiving.
Oh yeah. Again, it was really hard to see Nico and Zoma into sight right now. We'll have to go out for a flash. Nico is good for one, but Zoma has to help here. Okay, the up pick by Haikusa. Flawless here. Mel just there to finish it off, and Valiant GC to get their 6th down of this Lotus.
Yes. And, I mean, they've just been playing it very, very well, proving why this is their map pick. And I am concerned because this composition did look very well equipped for the attack, but even the defense, I do feel like if the Rays fade play it well A main, they should be able to bring some more rounds back on the defense. I mean, it is concerning that everyone says Lotus is more of an attack-sided map, but when you have an Odin and operator posed like this, when you get that economy game correct from the start, it is hard to shut down. I mean, especially on maps like Lotus, and even on Ascent, you can see it. And that's kind of what happened against Giant X
You want to play? Let's play.
for Neon Blade. So now, you know, what better to bring to an operator duel than a super operator is what the chamber is saying. If they had gone C, they would have gotten their opportunity. That's where the Jet now is slowly creeping up. Gonna breach the trademark here very, very soon. So if they repivot, they should know as well. But looks like A
again,
is in position.
since they didn't see an up here so far, again, no attempts to get a spam through the smoke even. I think they know that the op is on C side, so but let's see now. Alicia has Tour de Force online. Mads, okay, we'll wait for the smoke to drop. Haikusa kind of waiting to meet this aggression onto B. Okay, Mads, the smoke drops, but Mel gets the last word in that fight. Now, 4 players left in Mad Lions Koi's side. A lot of ults online for Valiant GC to retake the side if needed, and one of them is already invested here. Rolling Thunder to shake up everybody.
Ouch.
Okay, Haikusa is dealt with, but again, oh, 2 people left. Alicia, they have to take her down to be able to get this defuse. It is not being done, but
Oh,
Mel.
sticking it.
Okay, I think she's gonna stick it.
Classic
Oh,
right click.
oh
I mean-
goodness, Alicia.
If you have an operator, you might as well just go in with the classic. And now,
Yeah,
I
I
mean,
cannot.
6-3. They're fighting back.
Yeah, I was gonna mention, I cannot forget when we were casting the first week of group stages. You know, I was casting with Fifi at the time, and I asked like, "What can you do with a classic?" And she replied with right click,
That's
of
what you
course.
can.
And you know, that's a testament for that moment. But yeah, just the right click getting 4 kills for Alessia, I believe. Secure this round on Mad Lion score. They still have 3 more rounds to catch up to VLNT. Let's see if they can make this one count. So the spike is over towards C side. A lot of killjoy utility plays here by Lisa. Again, no entry frags. Attempts being made. Haikuza, the ult is online with the knife. So Mad Lion's Koi, they probably know that she's waiting somewhere. Meanwhile, I believe we have a little bit of a tech issue, but again, this will recover soon.
I mean, Mad Lions also having to recover soon. A few rounds off from Valiant GC taking the half, or taking the advantage at the half. Great paranoia plays from Mel. Good frag as well, but with nobody at their side, just quickly raided out here, and the advances of Mad Lions Koi continue. Because of the rounds lost, though, not as strong of a buy coming through, especially, you know, Thakuza leaning into the blades. No Odin, instead just a Vandal here for Sova as well. So no real punishment tools there for the recon. I do like the attempt of a fake towards A while the real pivot is into B, but Lisa are prepared with the lockdown. It's going to force their hand unless the Paint Shell has something to say about it. It doesn't destroy it. Somebody needs to learn their trigonometry, but regardless, protection coming from Lisa buying not enough time. Spike goes down 3-on-3. The omen is so low for Mad Lions.
Yeah, well, again, just defuse attempt being made here. Mad Lions Koi, they will try to swing out, but the round is once again Valiant EC's take.
Yeah, just beautiful grasps on the rotations that were occurring. Even with, you know, Lisa and the lockdown not coming through, that still bought enough time for the other players to get in the positions they wanted for that retake attempt. Now, you can even see them debating, like, all right, the operator wasn't working that round. Do we want to pick it back up for the Kuza? But no, I think it locked them down a little bit more than they were hoping it would. So I like that they're back to the Vandal action here. And they've already established lead. Now they're just looking to extend it. Obviously, showstopper for Mad Lions Koi Raze as well. Gonna be a huge entry tool, which is why the killjoy utility I think is so far back.
I also like this, you know, fake TP by Mel. Just perhaps if there were some players of Mad Lions Koi on A, it would have been another story. But Matt here looking to spice some picks with the showstopper. There's a bit of a damage on Haikuza, but it's not enough to kill her. Haikuza swings out and gets it 2 kills in revenge. Spike will hoping to be planted by Zoma. Haikuza though, just quick on her feet is enough to get 3 kills right now by her. You're trying so hard to stop her aggression here, but I believe she's hungry for more. Gets 4 kills before getting traded by Alicia. Okay, this is just one to Alicia. Shut them down. Oh goodness, Valiant GC. Again, swing out, it looked really scary. But Alicia just landing beautiful shots there onto Valiant GC, but it's not enough to win them the round in the end.
Sharon, you said earlier on, you're like, I think we'll see an ace from Kuza before the end of the game. And I feel like we're just getting baited. Like, they're getting so close. Now Alicia's getting so close. Like, it's just like player after player, like, baiting us into thinking that they will. But I know you're a 9-3 believer. I know we're 1 off from 9-3. So we'll see if Valiant brings that into fruition, if they want to toy with fate, per se. But looks like the Kuza going for the operator, but I could have a rifle maybe somewhere since it is the last round. This time, though, the prediction's correct, but I mean, this dark cover one way paired with the fault line means no dice on the peek out as well. But Mad Lions Koi is okay with that. And they just left the orb. I was gonna say cut their losses and go somewhere else, but a little bit of an overstep. Now that's the Rolling Thunder gone.
Yeah, well, Haikuza, they have to stop her to be able to get into ties like this. Whenever she has enough, she does not let anybody, you know, go through where she is. You can see this thing. She had that kill in C, and she's now rotating all the way over to A. Perhaps maybe predicting this. They're going for the seed again. Just countering unpredictability with unpredictability again. Lisa has to go to a safer spot in Waterfall here. Meanwhile, Serena will try to get some kills. Eye broken. Hopefully, the spike will be planted also by Nico this time. Alicia landing a beautiful shot onto Lisa. Now, 4-on-4, VLNT has to retake this somehow.
I think they're gonna play this like they played the Rolling Thunder when they got, I think, their second round on the board.
Face your
I mean, Nightfall
fear!
off site. As soon as the contestation, the recon comes into sight, they use it to counter. Nice fault line though, preventing the fade from perfectly capitalizing off of it. But a quick little rebound and those frags fall into place. Nino left in the 1v3 situation. Does have double flashes online, but so many angles to clear out. Grabs the first, grabs the second.
Shut
Not
up and
planted.
let me work.
For Chamber either.
Goodness.
Are we gonna see them do it again? No, they're running full speed. They're
Oh,
shooting
no.
it all the way, and they're
Oh,
just
no.
gonna go for
Oh.
it. But no, Alesia doesn't get the ace clutch a few rounds ago. Gets the clutch
Switching
now
sides.
to avoid the 9-3 curse and get an 8-4 for Mad Lions Koi.
I mean, 8-4 happens also. There
That
isn't
works.
also
That's true.
curse. Yeah, there is a curse in that name, I believe. It's not as quite as popular as 9-3. I mean, it has been already immortalized in like a sky spray, I believe. But yeah, it also does exist. But let's see now. Sides have switched. Valiant GC have gone to attack. And I believe Mad Lions
Calling my
Koi,
bot.
they're a team that's really adapting really fast. For example, they know that whenever Haikuza gets an up pick kill, for example on C, she's gonna rotate to A. So they play that round perfectly. It was enough for Alessia to secure the kill. Again, once again, getting that pick onto Lisa. Just this entry frag. Beautiful pick by Mad Lions Koi. Alicia, now
mean-
Valiant PC, they want to put pressure where they are hit immediately. Go on, please.
I said this team was gonna thrive in kind of aggressive defense tactics and styles, and Alessia proved that perfectly here. Mads as well trying to further provide evidence to that claim, but it's literally a bloodbath, and this time Valiant GC is willing to take that fight in stride, willing to take the frags, willing to take the B site, unless Alessia has something to say about it. Nice shock flash combo though, forces them out of breakable, the dark
Spike
cover as well,
planted.
further appeasing them. Now they know where both the last remaining players are.
Yeah, oh, Zoma. Clean kill there onto Mel. 3-2 right now,
player
Alicia. Oh, they cannot get this thing. They have to get through Haikuza first. Zoma just trading classic for classic, trying to have a defuse, trying to fake it out, but there are just way too many corners to check, and even though Haikuza is low HP, a swing out by Serena just does the job. Valiant EC get their pistol round.
Yeah, very well navigated, ensuring that they can get off to the right foot here again in this next half. And you know, Ninu, obviously they're still positive, they're still
Right
fragging,
there.
but they were like such a standout player for us the last time we saw Valiant GC. So I mean, they're definitely taking the back seat here, I feel like, being that support player. Because the Kuza 21-6, about to drop a 30 bomb in a lobby that might not even go to double digits for Mad Lions Koi.
Behind me.
So that's what's even more kind of mind-boggling in my regard. The other interesting thing though is that they're keeping just the ghost. So I'm wondering if they're going for an attack operator here, but for now, Alessia trying to play the aggressive here again. Doesn't get the frag, force the rendezvous out. And you can see Thakuza trying to punish, trying to follow through on this zigzag because they know that site is weak. But in the meantime, look who's on an island, Lisa. And Mel is just forced to give up the weapon, forced to focus on the objective that is getting the spike down here on C.
Yeah, Mel has to kind of get back to her teammates, not to avoid being killed. Like your teammates. The spike will go down in C, but Haikuza kind of venturing out, will not expect this, but trades are also coming up. From GC's side, Mad Lions Koi though, they're there to clap back here. Serena, they're really going
Standing
for these
ahead.
aggressive pushes here. Zobi, you know, even though there are like 4 members of Mad Lions Koi to retake this. Okay, Serena predicts this
They
a
have shock
shadow.
darts, though.
Yeah, hopefully that kind of counters this aggression.
For
But
Alessia.
oh goodness, getting 3 kills
Thank you,
before
stop.
going down. I mean, well fought fights for Valiant EC, but Mad Lions Koi are there to play the last word, getting a thrifty round at that, making it a 9-5 in the series.
You know, that's a huge, huge round. I mean, they definitely just caught them by surprise, I think, on that A main flank, and not expecting that deep of a play. But even there, I feel like there was some mistakes from Valiant GC in the 2v4 that could have been avoided. The paranoia was a little bit early. Maybe you save it until he tapped the spike. But on the other side of things as well, like Shock Dart's not getting utilized, but you also, if you have like 3 players pushing you, it isn't no big surprise. But we're gonna see some outlaw action here potentially from both parties.
Oh.
And they're actually gonna meet here on the C site too, which is even more interesting. No rendezvous after the recon until the last second possible when they are concussed by the fault line. Yakuza now repositioning to take the fight against them here yet again, but denied by further utility, denied by the Omen. I just want to see an outlaw duel between these two. Who do you have? Who are you backing?
Oh goodness. I mean, Haikusa has been really explosive with these op picks and before we switch sides, so I think she has a decent chance of winning if she's not countered. I think we're
Okay.
not gonna
Not ready
see
yet.
out on outlaw yet though, because still one outlaw is on C side. Meanwhile, Valiant C are trying to go for this A hit. They will be stopped momentarily by this one-way Omen smoke. But again, okay, Valiant C are probably looking for other options here to perhaps enter to B or
Revealing
C.
area.
Just a dart, see whether any people have sneaked up on C or not.
30 seconds
Okay,
left.
Yakuza kind of also deterred and spied. Alicia gets 2 kills.
Well,
But-
you
but
backed the wrong
not
person.
Yeah, unfortunately,
Almost
3
down.
kills to
C.
go with it. Alicia
You're going for more.
shutting everybody down
Gun here.
again. 2 players left of
10
Valiant
seconds left.
DC, I believe.
One enemy
God,
remaining.
it has got to be a
Flawless.
save, and Nico Azuma dared to shut it down. A flawless round, and the hands of Mad Lion's Koi. Oh my goodness. Zach, maybe she's watching this. Maybe you're right with the predictions. You know, again, it's never late to speak, and yeah, just wow, an explosive round there by Alessi, enough to get her ult also the tour de force. So maybe we can see this invested in this round. We shall see.
Either way, beautifully played. They're not taking fights they didn't
Yeah.
have to when it was an eco round for Valiant GC, but now they're back on their feet. Now they're going aggressive. I like the combination here to take that space, strip it away. The Guza slips through the cracks thanks to the tailwind, is not done taking space for the team. Little fake towards Tree there to waste some Fade utility to pull Raze there as well. Now they cut noise. Now they make it think they're headed someplace else. They're trying to confuse Mad Lions quite here in this situation, and it's actually playing the breach potentially. No, okay, they're just gonna wrap around, maybe reposition here for a better hit. And now, I want to see a repivot to C because Nino's 2 off from the Rolling Thunder, but I feel like that's not gonna be an option because of where Alessia currently is. And this is about to be a huge test for Lisa as well.
Yeah, Lisa just waiting for that aggression, but I mean, again, a call out by her teammates, I believe. Alessia kind of backs down to go for picks in a safer
Here.
place. Because encouraging her teammates to perhaps go to B, not really expecting any pressure to be made here. A-Link is already broken,
30
so
seconds
this
left.
kind of helps them to get these picks. Haikusa breaking any sort of utility right here, and B-side is theirs. Nino gets a spike down. It's gonna be a 5-4. Again, Mad Lion's coach just hoping to go for a retake. Haikusa just escaping this onset of breach utility. So much is wasted here for them to get inside, but Zoma landing nothing onto Haikusa. Okay.
One enemy remaining.
Serena and Lisa though just really quick to back it up, and Alessia stuck alone right here. Will perhaps wait for some exit frags, excuse me.
I mean, they're so close to some really big ultimates, so Alessia probably doesn't want to give those ult orbs away. And as you said, Outlaw, I mean, it's shown its impact for them at least, so 2,400 credits worth the save, or even if they can find another weapon here. Can't tell quite what is there top mid, but once Spike receives,
Yeah.
they'll be able to collect it if it's a Vandal. Yep, there it is. Bulldog debating,
Oh,
knowing that Outlaw's worth more, but...
Does not.
I mean,
Okay.
like, okay, this time out, very well placed again. I mean, that's how they got kind of the few rounds on the board to lead us to an 8-4 half. But I do think that the reason why they won that last round for Valiant GC is again just the depth of their play. They're not just straight hitting a site. They're not just like waiting for a reflow from Mad Lions Koi. I mean, you saw not one but two players reflank around A main after getting all of the B site control. So they were able to take out the rotations from the A site, pin those players. So they were more focused on Rubble than the site take through B Link, so that Bakuza wasn't pressured because they were trying to contest top mid and those players. So it's just so many moving pieces lining up beautifully to put Valiant GC on double digits here now. And it's no surprise that Jed Jedry
Gedry.
is yeah, I got it. Is
Yeah.
is taking this time out.
Yeah. Also, I want to say, the Bulldog Slender, I will not take it. Again, Outlaw, perhaps the better weapon, but again, but again, Bulldog, just thinking that picked up kind of hurt me there. But just moving on, Alicia still has that Outlaw in her hands, and kind of looking equal in terms of bias here. Let's see if this timeout pays off for Mad Lions Koi's side. 10-6. Really being able to find fruitful kills right here after the timeout, as you said, 8-4, making it a 10-6. Alicia kind of with this shot. Haikuza, okay, predicting where Alicia is, gets those kills just like that, and spots this person in Waterfall also. Meanwhile, once again, in the hands of Nino, Spike will go down just in time. Okay, suffers a 50 damage though, of health.
Oh, barely making it through the cracks. Lisa finding Mad. Looking for Liar, but a good trade out as well. Now Thakuza finally kind of tied down as well. Not able to keep tabs on all of these players for Mad Lions. Boy, Hunt as well. So much utility, just immobilizing them and paving the way forward now for Mad Lions Koi. But fear not, double post-plant strategy here online. Fault line the first layer. Once that's redeemed, once the players get on, Aftershock the second layer. It is going to get hacked by Liar. And now the second player getting on. They might not use the Hunter's Shearing and that allows for the defuse. With 2 seconds left as Ninu finally gets the frag, but it's too late. 10-7. Mad Lions Koi continuing to fight.
Oh goodness, Valiant Geese just investing everything into that round to secure the kills, but again, Nico, really strategic play by her. Enough to win Mad Lions Koi their 7th score here. And nothing is really too late in this series. We saw like many kind of uneven matchups in the past together, but 10-7, it's you know, back and forth situation happening right now for both of these teams. Alicia, her ult on mine, but for the force, we'll be looking for frags here. Okay, she escapes that. Oh goodness! Serena gets the kill onto Alicia just like that, predicting her positioning in Waterfall. Once again, a really easy retake here by Valiant AC. Let's see if Mad Lions Koi are there to follow it up this time.
I like this pinch play. The flash though late onto Lisa. Grabs the frag. Gets out of the gaze now. Falling on to all on their lonesome, but 2 players here to kind of smound. Just 1 player after another for Mad Koi throwing themselves into the fray, hoping it sticks. Liar gets on to Paranoia. The Nightfall comes in late, so it's a trade. Now the 1v2. And they've set up a crossfire here, man. Like, there's no way, right? Right? 7 bullets?
No
6
way.
bullets? No time. There's no time, regardless.
Oh goodness, Nico just trying everything to get that round, but it's not enough. Lisa finally able to shut it down. Violent Geese, they take it to their 11th score right here. Wow. And 2 rounds away from making it a 13. Mad Lions Koi, they have to catch up here, but I mean, looking at their economy, it doesn't really seem viable going in this round.
Yeah. I mean, the most expensive weapon there being Liar with the Bulldog. And that's one of the repercussions also of not having a Jet, is you don't have a Blade Storm to lean into on an Eco. But I mean, Alessia with their Headhunter might as well fill the bill. But again, this Recon Bolt, this Sova utility has been such a thorn in their side, not allowing them the full freedom that they want. They're still in the rendezvous. They still get the headshot, but no teleportation out to the anchor point, so they lose their life. We're equated back to a 4-on-4. Luckily, that allows for some rotations to come over, specifically Mads, who has the showstopper
Right there.
online. Now the question becomes, does Valiant GC bite? Do they follow through on this execution, or are they going to use the lock-in as a fake out?
Oh, let's see now.
Oh, beautiful combo.
They're oh,
Done.
lockdown immediately destroyed, but again, it's kind of lures some utility out. Oh, Meldo gets the kill onto Leyre, gets there to follow it up with the second one. Nico's presence just predicted like that. Man, scored now down to 2 players. Well, you see there, Soa is a little bit low on HP, but let's see now. Mel TPing with the spike. Shadows from the shadows being invested to secure the plants and Mads. They're there for the retake. Zoma will try to find some picks with these shares in hand. The drop down will be heard by these players in 3. See now. Okay, Boombots got to be invested.
Ooh.
Oh, Serena, 3 HP. Has
Why
her
not?
teammate still, but
One enemy remaining.
If they don't die here, that'd be really, really funny with their 3 HP. But Pain Shell might get the job done. You can see them now running away. Sticking it because why not? Nino gets the frag, gets out of dodge, and gets the map point for Valiant GC. And just a beautiful rotation there. And I think Madzla and Koi felt the pressure to out-rotate Valiant GC. So they didn't go for the guns that they had won there on the mound fights. Like the one that the Jet had. Like the one that Lisa had. And I liked the idea of, you know, the flank pressure there, but it didn't really work out because the showstopper, I think it found its frag almost too early on Delisa, because then like that threat, like the idea of, oh, we need to run for our lives away from it was gone. And so they were able to take their time on those players that were flanking, and with the worst weapons, there wasn't really much of a threat. But a 5-on-5 now here, the operator back into Kuza's hands, like we saw over on the defensive half. A different change kind of distribution of players for Mad Lions Koi. They had the Chamber C, now they're A. So they're probably going to be responsible for Lisa's lurk here. But looks like B is the potential kind of goal here. They're barely narrow spotting out the fade here in Link.
yeah, let's see now. Because I kind of spotting a shoulder out of place. It's not enough to secure the kill though.
Ooh, nice
Okay.
paranoia.
Yeah, just kind of trying to find
Oh,
her
that
way
was
out.
clean.
Yeah, Matt's just finding the kill on Taikula just like that, not letting the op escape just like that. Okay, Alessia now. TP ready, the smoke drops down, she's waiting for this aggression into A, but will she be able to meet it, is the question. Yes, has to escape the Soa utility. Lisa, careful for kind of flex situation by Madline's
30
Koi.
seconds left.
Lyra, okay.
Bam.
The shadows, okay.
You know what to do with
invested.
Celestia, right? Oh.
Ooh.
I mean, 2v4 at least, favoring Mad Lions Koi. And that's why we're seeing Mel get a little bit more aggressive, even with only 14 seconds left. I mean, all this utility
10
just to
seconds
scare
left.
them away from even getting the spike plant down. I'm concerned about this split push because it allows the players to isolate, but the duo in tree and the duo above are superior to the solo players, and they continue to keep Valiant GC just out of reach of closing off Lotus.
Yeah, they're alive for one more round. Now nice Koi scoring the team ace. Just hold on to whatever they can find here. You see, it would be really interesting if they can take this inside overtime.
I mean, that's 4 more rounds. Rolling Thunder for both sides as well. So we'll be able to see what that brings to the table. It does feel like, I mean, think about it. When did I bring up that they were 21 kills for Thakusa? That was last half. And now they have only 24. That, I think, is the main reason why this hasn't been closed out yet. Thakusa has kind of cooled off, has been getting shut down left and right. So the rounds, I think, are now going to be hinging off of their success for this team, their entry abilities, and maybe the Rolling Thunder will propel them forward into that.
Yeah, they should not let Mad Lions Koi just try to stop this aggression here. Mad Lions Koi, they're letting this A main be taken by them. Just ready to give it up. Nico, meanwhile, just gets his information over to her teammates. Still unscathed in 3. But that could change any minute if they predict their presence here. Okay, you can see in the map, Haikus are just going for maybe like a flank situation. Okay, seeing if there's anybody. Oh, 6 bullets though. Nico has to wait for this push out. The second flash.
Got time.
Okay. Oh, Alicia and Nico finding kills after kills. Being traded though and being unseen
Ooh.
by us. Mel, meanwhile, finds one more kill. Will be stopped. That's rolling cover you were talking about. Is invested. Nino. Okay, 2-on-2 right now. This is critical. Matt, can they get this defused? They know a player is 3.
One enemy
Swing
remaining.
out. Gets the kill onto Nino, but Mel is alone right now. Cannot really have this
halved.
utility. Yeah, it's not halved, but okay, the spam.
Ooh.
6 bullets. Will you be able to do it? No, gets shut down by Mads, and it's enough to have the defuse once more from Mad Lions Koi.
And that, just the protection role that Mads was playing there for the Omen was insane. And I mean, this is about when you would expect this timeout to occur, when your back is up against the wall, when you've lost how many rounds in a row? And I mean, the fact that they use the Rolling Thunder there too is devastating. And I mean, I don't know what they could have changed. I know the Cruiser was an uncomfortable spot here, there yet again. Once the Rolling Thunder kind of came out, like when the dark cover was on the spike. But I mean, Mad Lions going in a really good position, both economically and in terms of ultimates, Nightfall and Rolling Thunder online. So 2 strategies of a retake online for back-to-back assaults or for joint assaults. They have choices.
Yeah, Zampoyo, Valiant's coach, taking this time out. Oh, since it is their map pick, I thought, for sure it would have been over still, but Mad Lions Court is still holding on, still getting those kills. Again, they've been prominent in this map despite everything.
Mm-hmm. All right. So you wipe away the slate. You tell yourself 1 more round. But you're up against Alessia with their outlaw. Full rifle as well. Your most expensive weapon is that Guardian. It'd be insane if they close it out on a Thrifty. It's not out of the realm of possibility. So we'll probably see the true fruits of that timeout in the next round. But I do like this more decisive attempt towards the B side. I do feel like they've been spreading themselves a little bit thin, and since then, Mad Lions Koi has gotten a grasp on the different routes, different avenues. But for now, Bloodbath main here temporarily. No gun recovered just yet. A double assault happening as well. Some pressure onto Alessia here on the C site. They narrowly avoid the drone, so Niza might think it's safer than it is, might become the victim of an outlaw shot.
Oh, okay, not quite landing it though. Lisa still good to swing out. Gets down Mads even with the Guardian. Really good entry frag to have the sight once again. Now that those 2 hits on A failed with VLNT, let's see if they can make the C hit count here. Haikusa is marked and decayed by the straight. You still see. Okay, Nico gets 2 kills to her name. VLNT now left down to 2 players by Serena.
One
Just
enemy
going in
remaining.
their faces, gets 1 kill.
1v2.
You know? Yeah.
1 bullet though.
Oh goodness.
Is there a gun they can find? They found a new deagle! 5 more bullets down.
Oh,
With the
goodness.
wide swing. Doesn't take care of Liar. And it'll be double digits for Mad Lions Boy.
Yeah, Leia is just awesome with these kills, as well as Nico. I think that was a 3 kill. I could be wrong, but just so prominent with that Fate pick. Scoring now 3 rounds. 3 consecutive rounds of defusing here. Valiant DC are able to plant the spikes, but they can't really protect the spike as much as they like, I imagine. I mean, at first, when the side switched, they were really going for aggressive picks just right after they planted the spike, despite not having the people's advantage. But yeah, it's just tough for them right now. The economy invested though for maybe one last push. Let's see if Mad Lions Koi will be able to keep up their sig though. Hearing the turret, LSE swings out and breaks this pressure in B.
take flight.
Let's see. They're here to pinch her back though. Alicia kind of TP's out of there. Okay, escapes the danger for now. And you see just a quick turn of events. They're gonna hit the A side at the same time. So let's see now if she can find the skill onto Nico.
Yeah, Nico. Now, the
Oh!
timing just wrong. The 50-50 lost. Now
Yeah.
Thakuza coming back online after being dormant for quite a while. Farming all the content that they can, as I've seen Twitch chat say before ending this first map. 12-10 here. 5v4, Rolling Thunder
Oh.
online. The breach has to get close enough to use it though. Still kind of pressed into Link, and Lisa doing a good job this time contesting the flank pressure, contesting the sandwich. Now Thakuza unaffected by the Rolling Thunder. Makes me think that this could be the end. The showstopper though having something to say about it. No!
One
A
enemy
1v1 of the breaches for the ages. Aftershock used early too.
Yeah, but is there enough timing is the question. So
Just
many
tapped over.
duties. Yeah, Ninu just shuts it down. For teams Valiant GC have their map pick in the end.
I mean, obviously a little bit of struggle there closing. I want to say it was you, maybe it was Fifi, I don't know. It was Ascent, I think, for Valiant GC, where we talked about inconsistency with duelists. And I mean, like we said, Thakuza, insane KDA. They were dominant, like 21 kills, if not more, the first half, and then just struggled to get online the second half. And whether that was, Alessia shutting them down or this joint utility. Breach is one of the most annoying agents to play against. Like, especially for a Jet, like Breach is your best friend when they're on your team and your worst enemy when they're against you. Can't dash through a fault line and all. But regardless, good recovery, especially following the timeout. We said we expected when the economy cycled it to be closed out there after the 9th. And they do just that.
Yeah, again, just getting their map pick, luckily, but we still have a second map here of Madline's Coin pick this time. Yeah, it's gonna be Binds with Valiant GC starting on defense. We're gonna get that into just a quick divide, but don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back to Game Changers EMEA Stage 1 coverage of the group stage. We just went through a lot closer of a first map between Valiant GC and Mad Lions Koi than I think any of us were expecting, especially me and you, Jaren. But now we're headed to map 2, which is Mad Lions Koi pick of Bind.
Yeah, well, it's gonna be really interesting to see this map pick. It was again just a reminder to our viewers, Mad Lions pick,
Mhm,
with Valiant GC starting on defense. So again, we saw a similar start in the last Lotus. Um,
mhm.
we saw Mad Lions Koi starting on attack also. So it's gonna be really similar like starts with I guess the defense and the attack. So I want to hear your thoughts on the bind in general and which team do you think is gonna win this map?
I mean, I the fact that Mad Lions brought Lotus that close, like, does make me think that Mad Lions could potentially send us to map 3 since this is their map pick, but I also do know it is just because some of the players for the side of Valiant GC seem to cool off, you know? So if they're back to firing at all cylinders, and I think, yeah, we probably would see very similar kind of dominance that we saw for the first half of Lotus here on Bind. Um, but then again, I kinda have the questions filtering through my head that we don't know what the compositions are gonna be either. You kind of expect a double controller maybe on Lotus, and we saw the double initiators. So here on Bind, I don't know if we're gonna see kind of the standard where people are still gonna kind of default to the sky. If people are gonna try and bring out the chamber on this map as well, 'cause we saw how successful Alessia was. Or, I mean, we saw two double duelist compositions with different duelists in our matchup of BBL Queens versus Neon Blade. So it could be a similar situation here too.
Yeah, just as like you said, the fact that Mad Lions Koi just went above and beyond, and it wasn't even their map pick, Lotus. So I'm really expecting to see some plays here. Obviously, it seems like they have studied before
Yeah.
coming to this matchup, Valiant GC's play styles. And you have were mentioning that this is a rematch. So Valiant GC, they have won against Mad Lions Koi 2 versus O last time. I believe it was in
Mhm.
the kickoffs. So yeah, it's really interesting. We'll be seeing with this map too if Mad Lions Koi are planning maybe a rematch round. But let's see now.
Yes. And I mean, Bind, we mentioned it as we jump into Agent Select. There's teleporter plays. There's a bunch of different kind of complicated strategies, just like there is on Lotus, even with much less map. But as we see the lock-ins come, it doesn't look like we're seeing the weirdness of no sentinels that we saw from our last series. Instead, going back to kind of the default on the side of Valiant GC's side, the double controller, the single initiator, and then the sentinel instead of a cipher being a sage. Actually, hope to help them out on their attack half. Now for Mad Lions Koi, I do
Oh.
think they look like they're about to go with the double initiator again, like they did on Lotus, but of a fade, a gecko. I love Gecko. I feel like it serves, the wingman is supposed to serve, like, a similar purpose of, like, a safety plant, like the wall that Serena
Mhm.
have on the side of Valiant GC, so it's good mirror in that regard, but then you don't lose kind of some firepower of initiation, like, with the Dizzy, with, post plan of a Molly with Mosh. So it's a nice kinda trade-off here if they're not just baiting us. Please, don't do Niku.
Yeah. I think they're just waiting for the lock-in because I think Nico has done something similar with the Fate pick in the last round because I was noticing like, are you not picking the Fate? Are you not? Because I think it's gonna be a Gecko pick for sure now. I'm really interested to see the Serena on the stage here. It's gonna be an
Mhm.
advantage obviously for Valiant GC side getting both Sky and Sage, the two healers in the game, to their side. They're gonna have the advantage of that, HP renewals, again, especially starting on defense, just to put off the attacks from Mad Lions Koi side. It's going to be really crucial here, I think.
Mhm. And as we jump into the game, I can highlight Alessia, who we said was really thriving on the chamber role, taking these initial fights. I wish I could have seen how many first bloods they had at this rate, but it does concern me that Cypher's a little bit more of a anchor down sentinel, like we saw from the killjoy,
Mhm.
like from Lisa. But Cyphers also have their chance to shine. It just might be a little bit delayed in the round instead of right out the gate. So once they're on the defense, it'll be like, all right, make sure you're going to your you make sure you avoid Alessia site kind of thing. But for the
Yeah.
attack, I don't know how they're gonna play the Cypher, to be honest. Because usually they're the lurk player, but we didn't really see Alessia lurking too terribly much. I would say on
Mhm.
Lotus, like maybe at the round start they would start Mound while the rest of the team was on the opposing side, but they would usually group up and kind of play with the team. So for now, it's another concern of mine, but we know the breaches are hard to deal with. So I think the breach is going to be a plus, especially for execution ultimates, a step over, say, just the showstopper that Chikuza will bring.
Mhm. Yeah, again, just seeing the advantage of Gecko with the spike plants and diffusals will be also important to note. And Nico, I believe that Valiant GC starting off and seeing a Gecko in the opposite side, they will have to just watch out for these diffusals because they have three mollies here, both on Viper, Raze, and Brimstone. So they have plenty a lot to break Wingman and deny the diffusal from the other side when they are in the opposite side, of course. But just what you said about Alessia, I have an idea about how Madeline's Koi is gonna play this Cypher pick. I think it's gonna be really like just an aggressive start and two
Hmm.
Cypher cages like at the side entrances of where they're entering from to kind of stop this uh perhaps a chance of Valiant GC perhaps going for a flank situation.
I could see them on the flank, yes, especially since, there is no trap wire trademark on the side of Allen GC with that Sage pick. But then again, you normally will see, the Brim and the Viper there off site playing those
Mhm.
post plant lineups. So hopefully they can kind of have a designated watchman there in
Mhm.
A link specifically is usually where you think of the flanks. But I agree that's a smart one as well because we know they can hold their own in a fight. So flanking is a beneficial kind of I guess choice role for that kind of play style. But for now, as we get
Mhm.
ready to jump into the game, it does look like Alessia is going to be the more alert player. Hanging out towards A, while Spike might be headed towards B. I am concerned because it looks like we're about to see aggression from Valiant GC out of B long. So if that guy like sees something, I'm curious of what the response from both teams is going to be.
Mhm. Yeah, getting a lot of goals just to start off this match
Yeah.
here. And especially around Madeline Scoy are going for this aggressive push onto B, especially B long. Sky meanwhile just waiting with the splash and the swing
Beautiful.
out by Haikusa. I guess, oh, one kill before going down, but trade off from Nino comes true. Valiant GC having the advantage of the people and the heal right here. Nino sending a dog or to be long again just to check. But there's some pressure being made. Nico the swing out cannot find the kill cut
Player
just yet.
standing.
Oh, the double swing out does it for Valiant GC. They have their pistol around their hands.
They do, and a very well-oiled machine in that regard. I mean, I said it. I wonder what the response will be once they know that there's people be long. And it's the pop flash and swing out. I like the follow-up too to just declare at the angle of the Trailblazer, and then the attention shifts to the remaining players of Mad Lions, Koi, and Hookah. So just denying every entry point one at a time. And I'm not surprised. We're already seeing an outlaw in the mix for the
Yay.
side of Valiant GC. So depending on where that's
Oh,
positioned, looks like A site. I wish we could get his time to shine, but looks like Spike's headed towards B.
yeah, Haikusa not really being in the sights to hit again. They're making a lot of noise here, Madline Squid. They're not really afraid to let Valiant GC know that, hey, we're hitting the site, you better be prepared. And they are. Look at the skills right here,
Whoa.
being man. Oh, she's so
down,
ready
B.
for this push.
Got the
Nino
Bulldog.
there to follow it up. Yeah, but the Bulldog kills. Lyra, meanwhile, also having a Bulldog in hand, tries to venture out and catch Valiant
One
GC
enemy remaining.
unguarded. Serena, though, doesn't let it happen. Haikusa Knight now.
Nice.
Yes, the last remaining player, Alessia down, and Valiant GC have 2 rounds in their hands here.
I know, a fairly flawless one. In fact, we're gonna take a lot of these weapons over to the next round. And the question is, where do they want to take the players? Since it is going to be, worst weapons going into the third, mostly rifles, Guardian for the get-go, but again, I mean, with how successful that round was, you do see the double bulldog, you do see the guardian on the side of Valiant GC to give them the best chance possible. And this is also the first trial we'll get to see for Chikusa here with this outlaw, and Mad Lion's quite hinting at the idea of this being in a follow through. My only concern though with Valiant GC right now is that they're just walling off shower. They're not really addressing it as heavily. And looking at the pings on the map, that's exactly what Mad Lion's Koi looks like they want to take advantage of.
Yeah, you are right. This dizzy flash comes through just in case. Just to see whether a player has kept it close. And you can see why here.
Ooh.
A huge stage wall in their way. And Haikuza gets advantage of this. A kill with the outlaw and Talere. Oh, Nico tries to spam. Perhaps just predicting a player hiding there, but not quite just yet. Can Mel with the jiggle peek, tries to find something. Nico not really lining up these shots here, but Haikuza goes down in the end in the hands of Matt. And now Alicia will swing out in main. Matt Lester, it's gonna be obvious that 40 seconds on the clock. It has to be either a committal to A side or just a rotation off to B. And it seems like the latter option is more feasible here for Mad Lions Koi. They're
30
going
seconds left.
for a fast B rotation.
Yeah, but toxic screen gonna pose an issue. A lot's gonna be on Lisa here yet again. Rotations are coming through into CT, but 15 seconds left. If they can play the clock down, that would be the best thing possible.
Oh!
But Dizzy preventing them from getting more than one. The breach is well in a really good position, but Nino even gets a frag with the outlaw, so 2v2 unfolding. Wingman not collected.
One enemy
For
remaining.
the plant, but Serena making quick work of both on the retake. Doesn't even need the sky in the back pocket, and that will be the defuse from Nino here to get the third and the bonus round converted.
Yeah, well, Serena just really explosive with those kills. Just when they found out the positioning of the race here from Madeline Koi's side, they immediately realized, okay, we have to act soon, and that's exactly what Serena did, just playing the stage like a battle stage. Awesome play by her, getting a score up to 3 for Valiant GC right now. Let's see if Madeline's Koi will be there to kind of get back on their feet. And this one way attempted, okay, maybe made. Didn't quite see there from the cam, but let's see now. Serena still in showers. It's time to establish a presence here. Oh, gets the
Nice.
kill even. Predicts Alicia swing out. Madeline's Koi, they will have this spike plant down in the end. The Molly is not quite stopping them.
Even
Serena
then,
now.
though,
Yeah.
all the players ready to flood back in for Valiant GC. And they've even crunched them now that the sage wall is dissipated. A few players coming out of shower here. And Serena won't even fall. Nina, the protector, arriving with 2 HP. They walk away with the round. They walk away with their life. The only player that falls is Yakuza, who had that operator. So that gets collected to make sure the defense isn't any weaker. But I love the battle stage energy from Serena that round.
Yeah. Serena proving to be the hero of Valiant GC. Just 2 HP frags right there. Awesome play by her. And 4-0. Madlands have been able to get back on their feet after, you know, Valiant GC have gone on for like consecutive round wins in the past. But let's see now, because they're really, you know, investing a lot of utility trying to get in sights, and the last A hit didn't work for them, so perhaps they're gonna attempt maybe a slower B hit this time, not really quite making a noise on B long, but still accounted for by Alessia. Matt, swing out. Do they have a flash to commit to? Maybe off Dizzy's, but stealth bit before they can get to it. Mel goes for 2 kills. Also,
Now-
Seeker's being invested to clap back.
Yeah, I mean, a great way to make sure that they don't pave their way onto this site that they know it's closed for business, but looks like Nika trying to ensure they can still get the site if they want to. Dizzy out, trying to hold Serena, who they know is tucked away in a cubby, but gotta cover one base at a time, and they can't even get past the first. Mel, and Serena, perfect crossfire, and the backstab with a shorty of all things from Chiza to get the 5th and flawless round on the board for Valiant GC. They're showing no signs of stopping, no signs of running out of steam. It's led by
Yeah,
Serena,
me.
you know?
Oh yeah, again, I was gonna just say that a timeout might be feasible to take from Madeline Koi's side, and it is invested by this coach here, Jedri. Right now, losing Lotus, again, just a shaky start for them. Also, I hope somehow they can recover from this. You can also see it on their buys here that they have full shares, if I'm seeing correctly. But
Mhm.
yeah, it's not gonna be a feasible round, just especially on attack when you want to just swing out and get those frags for yourself. Well, DC definitely have the advantage of economy here, getting 5 consecutive rounds to their name, and yeah.
But again, this is very, as you said, reminiscent of how Lotus went. They got off to a rocky start. They took a timeout. They got back on their feet and ended with a respectable 8-4 half that they could then turn around and bring the second half as close as they did. The other kind of mirror I would say from Lotus is the fact that they have these impactful ultimates on the board. They have, a Thrash. They have a Showstopper, both that, when coordinated perfectly, can lead into a successful site take. Or if you use the showstopper for a site take, you can position the Thrash, the get go, for a solid post plant strategy for playing off of Spike Tap. But Valiant GC, recognizing that they're going to be cooking up something, already has a counter in place. The goal is to pick off some of these players sooner rather than later. So we have a stagnant B, short clear, and even the Brimstone.
Oh,
Mel pushing up, catching them off guard, but they don't expect the
oh
entire
no.
family to be there present with them. So a safe retreat for now. You can even see now Worry kind of plaguing the additional members there be short. But nice
Yeah.
operator reposition here.
Yeah, shaky. That could have been really shaky for Valiant KC, but at least they got out of their lives alive still. And they know that a lot of players are waiting in B long right now. Haikusa perhaps gonna step up and try to get some frags as Madeline's Koi will be trying to enter. Alicia is still over towards A side, so that makes me think that perhaps they're waiting for some entry frags to kind of kick off the round. This flash will confirm the positioning of some players, pushing Madeline's Koi to act in this situation. The slow orb though will slow them down. Okay. Flashes a lot of utility being hit in their faces. Haikusa is good for one before going down in the hands of Lyra. They're not still hidden inside the smoke and the side, but a quick TP out by Madeline's Koi. Again, just like we guessed at the start of the round, is gonna be invested. Oh, meanwhile, Lisa gets these kills.
Lisa!
Here. Awesome kills by her. Oh goodness.
Ooh. In that
3
situation,
kills. Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
Blair really needed a plant there, I think, not take the fight against Lisa. I mean, the 4K, I was like, Lisa's gonna have to deliver here, and boy, do they. A 4K solo defensive hold with not even much Viper utility even on the site present.
Oh, she's proving to be the hero once again. 6 kills. Next to Serena with the 8. Wow, again, they've been really explosive. Just getting to almost the half of the first round we have here on binds. The spike will be left for retrieval. Let's see if they can enter. Madeline's Koi can enter A this time. They're still leaving Alessia here for just gain information for them. Perhaps for a quick little detour and retake. Okay, Nino. They know that they have crept up long here. Mats gets the kill on the Haiku, just like that again. Soma, huge kill found on Mel. Just at the start of the round, Mel and Gizi, they have to act off Serena, breaking the strap wire. It will be noted by the Madeline's Koi. Perhaps just waiting for this aggression. Again, Serena performs once more, getting
I
one
know
more kill before
exactly
getting
where
traded
you
by
are.
Alicia. The neural theft invested immediately, revealing Lisa. Again, it's gonna
That's
be
not ready.
another rotation called over for Madeline's Koi.
Yeah, but they put away the numbers enough that it's a 2v4, so by providing this rotation, they might be able to pick off a
Enemy
solo
remaining.
player like
Oh!
they just did,
Spike
but
down, B.
even then,
30
it being a
seconds left.
trade is beneficial now
triggered.
to Lisa. I mean, they held down a site solo last round. Who says they can't get a 153 clutch now?
Yeah, let's see if they can. But
Aww.
before getting into sight, Maz just shuts them down, and they get their first round in the series, which is kind of painful because it was their map pick. But we're seeing the timeout kind of pay off in this time.
Yeah, I mean, gotta start somewhere. They get the round, and they didn't have to use all of the ultimates either. So got Thrash, they got Rolling Thunder now to use moving into this round. Only issue is that she's reprising the role on the operator, so we'll see how they deal with that here. Luckily, once again, it's on the wrong site. Only the lurker, Alicia, could be the victim, but it's also return of Serena and the Battle Sage fights back. So we'll see. Wingman probably not going to be able to detect them up there. The Dizzy will, though, fault line connecting as well, forces the expenditure of the road, forces them to try and get a dodge, but Nika quick to punish. Great collects their utility, gets ready now for the follow through once the cooldowns are up for this A exec.
Yeah, again, they just predicted Serena's position perfectly. They're not letting her establish this presence in showers, forcing another player to look after that position. And we can see Sage's Achilles here, her wall being, nerfed. It really just gives her that disadvantage of not being able to protect side as much because, a spam and the wall's down. No more pressure being made anymore. And you can really see that reflect on the map here as Madeline's Koi will be going over to B side again. Just they're so, left and right, back and forth. But
No!
okay, what did you
They're all
see? Tell
leaving.
me.
They're all
Oh,
rotating.
30 seconds left.
oh goodness. Oh, it's the wrong call out,
Yeah.
unfortunately. Oh, but okay, it will be heard by Mel just at the right time.
But still, they have
Spike will
site
go down.
control.
Oh yeah, it's really unfortunate start, but let's see now when he see if they will be able to retake the site. There are really good crossfire setup being established by Madeline's Koi. They're hearing a lot of people. Okay, Layer
Great
has to step out
cage.
here. Haiku's not being able to get the kill just yet. Okay, the swing out, Mads deals with her. Lisa creeping up from this positioning. They're still suspecting a player in Cubby though. Nino the swing out, gets one kill. Mel there to follow it up with the other. Time is ticking though. Okay, they will
Ooh.
have to sit down right now into the spike. And Zoma there to stop the
Last player
fuse
standing.
with this rolling thunder. I
that?
think it's spammed through the smoke. Okay, Nino.
They
Oh,
actually
she
did
does it.
it!
Valley GC. They get the 7th round of the series with an amazing ninja defuse right there. Amazing round for them.
Yeah, no, if the talking screen had fallen like any second earlier, that would have been a round easily for Mad Lion's Koi, but the elevated position on top of Hut there, not allowing the shots to rain through. And as you mentioned, the 7th round in favor of Valiant GC. And the heroics there from that duo from Lisa and Nunu charges these ultimates up. So Lisa gonna be a kind of a pivot point and anchor here potentially with the ultimate ace short. My question is Mad Lion's gonna challenge it or they aren't gonna ult at all?
Oh, okay, Mads. Again, raise and raise here. Mads, Suza. See who ends up being victorious. Okay, Mads though gets to kill
Ooh,
Serena. Yeah, she wasn't really expecting it, but Haiku's out there with 2 kills. Will swing out, perhaps score a third one, but it's punished by Zoma.
One enemy
Swing
remaining.
the trade out by the Lisa. Okay, does not go unpunished. The C Madline scoring now only left down to Alicia, and I think the spike is also out of reach from her. Maybe the swing out does it in the end. Valiant GC is still going strong, getting their 8th round of series.
Yep. Trying to go for more than the 8-4 that they achieved on Lotus. It is solid that Mad Lion's Koi was able to get the Seekers out on the eco round, but at this point when you're trailing by 7, you need to piece these rounds together. I really want to see, because I feel like Gecko Ultimates, it's only good when you're consistently cycling through these Gecko ults, and they've just been sitting on it for so long waiting for the perfect opportunity, versus they might have had, 2 or 3 have been used in this half thus far if they had used the one they have available earlier. So I'm hoping we get to see it used here very soon. But even then, I mean, there's only, 3 rounds left in the half, so if they use it now, they're probably not going to get it back unless they have a heroic round, a heroic performance. On the side, though, of Valiant GC, it has been perfect, right? We've seen some missed rotations. mainly 2 rounds ago that led to the first round Mad Lions Koi was able to achieve. So it really does show maybe like when there's a conflicting opinion between the co-IGLs, what the result can be. But regardless, they got there in the end. So it does just make me think that as long as Valiant GC has time in their favor and information garnished, then it's a pretty solid round for them.
Yeah, just getting 8 rounds to their name. When it isn't your map pick, it's really, really beneficial for Valorant GC, of course, but
Yeah.
for Mad Lions Koi, it's something to think about, something to ponder over. Still going for a forced buy here, going into this 10th round, but if they cannot make this count, I believe they'll have a bit of an economic situation here. And, it's an Achilles heel for them for sure. But let's see if this round is there to change it. An early ult invested by Lisa immediately showers. Oh, okay, Serena. Oh, this off angle's crazy. Kind of does damage to Mad Lions Koi. And since they have no healer, it's gonna be a problem for them. But immediately she backs off to avoid being killed by Lyra. Okay, does not spot these pixels and 6 HP, You can see her kind of hesitating to follow it up. Okay, Lyra still gets the kill though, nothing by us onto Haikuza.
I know exactly.
Oh, Nina needs to go huge
Looking
here.
out!
Oh, I praise Mad Lions for not following through with that beat long exec. But it's likely informed by the neural theft here, knowing that all the base sites deserted except for Lisa here in the Showers Viper's pit. So, like, I'm gonna try and keep it contained, but I love how it covers the teleporter because now you have safe passage for your teammates, like Serena here. I do think Alessia has the opportunity to go big here, though. I mean, haven't had the split attention for this long. It's gonna pull so much time away from the retake, and Serena knows that it's kind of like a 50-50 gamble here, and that's why they dropped the pit, actually. I actually love that decision, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, just watching out for this pressure again in the showers. They have to watch their back because Alicia is still creeping up here. Gets the 1 kill. Serena punished in this situation. Lisa will try to get this defuse down. Will be kind of stopped by this paint shell combo.
One enemy remaining.
See, now left down to 1 player. It's shut down in the end by Mad Lions Koi. They have 1 more round to their name.
Oh yeah, beautiful utility in the post plant coming out there. Great combos from the Viper utility to the Raze utility. And just kind of wonder now, is this a similar repeat that we're seeing? Or is it just going to be a blip on the radar when compared to Lotus and the comeback that Mad Lions quite almost staged? 8-2? Headed back towards the 8-4 half. I mean, I might want to see, maybe a Valiant timeout now so they can end the half strong, maybe at a 10-2. But then again, they don't necessarily need it. It would just be like a luxury.
Smoke's down.
Yeah, I think, since they won the round, it's not crucial. We could be seeing them. Okay, Haikus are really getting tip damage here. Will be healed though, shortly. I mean, that's the advantage of having 2 healers on your team, right?
All right, but Valiant GC has Showstopper. They have the Orbital Strike, so they have Plant Denial, and they have Plant a retake tools kind of in their kind of wheelhouse. Thrash finally getting exhausted this time, but nobody's home there in Shower, and I don't think it'll make it all the way to clear out Serena, but the benefit of Thrash, you can recollect it, you can reuse it later in the round. But actually, the one who's been stepping up here, getting these opening first bloods as a lurking Brimstone. So here comes the early response. Actually, Showstopper whiffing, and Mads uses that as an opportunity to punish backside. Next it falls onto Lisa, the Pseudo Sentinel. But 2v4, Thrash back out hunting for these players. So even though they're not detained, the information collected, and the time is just ticking away. And they're saving.
Yeah. Oh, they have to at this point because losing 2 consecutive rounds to Mad Lions Koi. It's not their advantage for sure. And even though maybe they could have attempted for a retake, having 8 rounds here is, good for them to end the first half. They're already established their kind of dominance here in the first, like going into bind. So I believe it's more than enough. And Mad Lions Koi, you can see in the map that they realized that BLNT GC have opted out. to go for a save here. And I
Last
mean,
round
they will
before the
still
switch.
have a lot of money, I believe, to invest in
Yeah,
this last
last round.
round. Okay,
There it is.
timeout. Yeah,
I called it. I
but
was like, before the half
yeah,
ends, you know.
yeah, but it's by Valiant GC's side this time, so that's interesting. The coach here, Zampoyo, taking this time out. Meanwhile, I'm gonna propose this question to you. Do you think
Ooh.
8-4 or 9-3?
8-4 or 9-3. I mean, this timeout is designed to stop the momentum that Mad Lions Koi was starting to build so they can end towards that 9-3. But then again, like Mad Lions Koi seem like they've figured out something about how Valiant GC is playing. So,
Mhm,
my heart is going Mad Lions Koi, but my mind is going Valiant GC just because of how timeouts typically work. And Zempoyo has been pretty
mhm.
good on their timeouts. So I'll go with Valiant GC if I have to pick a side.
Okay. Now, 9-3, obviously, I love these 9-3s. Just having that I don't know what's about it. Not We don't really have an advantage of
Mhm.
economy here because the round is reset again, just going into the second half. But it's just something about those numbers, Sophie. It just calls for like
There's,
a
like, a
comeback
statistical
situation.
thing where it's, like, that's, like, the
Yeah,
most people have come back from. I don't know
yeah,
why that is, but yeah, it's out
yeah,
there somewhere, guys. Go do your research, but alright, now we get to see
yeah.
the fruits of the timeout. It's not like a situation where 2 rounds later you see the effect. It could also be setting them up for the pistol and the follow-through of the start of the half, which is something I've seen people do now with timeouts. Because they know, like, for
Mhm.
example, like, on Lotus, the second half kind of fell apart pretty early on. So it's like a culmination, and that's the kind of questions you wish you could ask the coaches is like what was said, what were you focused on? But
Get out
for
of
now,
here.
first blood drawn by Chikuza there out of the picture when they've been huge on these first bloods. One, Lisa about
Enemy
to
tower.
run right in to
No.
Alessia, thinking it was safe, but nobody on their team had cleared out showers. So 4v4 on the table here. Spike
Satchel
still
out.
positioned outside of B main. Here comes the exec, the showstopper double satchel in to
No.
try and clear out the entire site, and they do just that. Nobody here to bite an elbow unless they can get it to go deeper than
Oh
maybe.
man.
Whoo, narrowly
Oh.
dodged.
Yeah, nothing down though. Maybe it's some chip damage by this paint shots, but it's not something to worry over too much. This dog, meanwhile,
There.
it's got
Out
some
the
players,
fight.
but meanwhile, Malaskoy invests Rolling Thunder. I don't think actually this is anybody though. Mel and Nino there with these kills. I mean, Malaskoy, they have to just watch out for the Zoma. Alone and Be Long here will swing out to get the
Oh,
kill on Serena to
clean.
Nino. Oh goodness, Haikuza
One
now
enemy
alone
remaining.
in this fight gets down Zoma
Happened.
though. Yeah, the spike.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Unfortunate, really unfortunate. Alessia has the last word in that fight, and it is
Switching
8-4.
sides.
We were both wrong, but
Yeah.
I mean it's a repeat of Lotus. Chikuza was doing a good job there, but I mean when your time is up against the clock, you get stressed. You're trying to clear all the angles all at the same time, and eventually you gotta make a decision. You gotta make a gamble, all in on one or the other, and decide to go up and over and right into the next half with the round loss. So 8-4 now. Things are reset. The mental's reset. But like I said, this is also could be something that they talked about on their timeout from the side of Valiant GC and why they waited till the end of the half is how to ensure that they get these next kind of run of rounds, right? I mean, look at how this game started. 6 rounds in a row tied together. I mean, they shut out like multiple buys when they were on eco rounds from the Mad Lions squad. So probably aiming to do that here again. I do like this paint shell because it denies so much utility. It even allows Nico to find the first blood onto Yakuza. So numbers advantage already in Mad Lions' Koi favor.
Mhm. Yeah, and it's something they should be having us. Okay, kind of taking yourself out there. But again, the shower presence is of no question right now. It is a question of whether they're gonna be able to get through the Cypher utility. It is predicted and it is taken down in the end. Now,
Ooh.
Madnaiskoi, they are aware of this push. Do they expect Alicia though? Swing out could mean everything here.
Battle Sage energy from Serena. But not able to distract them there from U-Haul. Still though,
player
Serena grabbing
standing.
frags, not
Oh.
able to retreat before the last bullets land. So Nino in the 1v4 still has the wall as a delay tactic, but No other utility to
Oh,
kind of delay. The flash is not even utilized there. Although it seems flash is landed. Regardless, the pistol secured by Madline.
Defuse the spike.
yeah, huge round for them actually, and making it an 8-5.
Come here.
Having that advantage of winning the pistol round is gonna be really favorable for them
take
going
his arms
into the
for a spin.
14th round here of this series of binds. Let's see if Madline's Koi can push us to maybe Icebox, the decider map. Who knows?
I mean, that'd be two series that we thought were going to be 2-0s going to 1s in the A team right in the other's favor. But for now, 11-11, 10-10. I would feel so bad if Valiant gets it so close and still loses. That'll be like every single game that they've played in this event. But looks like Alessia gets the spy cam off, gets out safely to bench. A really quick pinch play though.
Oh.
Surprise from Mad Lions Koi. Strategy working out too. Literally trapped in a corner. Now the last two remaining are those coming in from short. They're taking the fight together, but neither can hit the shot. The flawless round. Not even 20 seconds in, and now suddenly 2 rounds divide Valiant GC and Mad Lions Koi.
Yeah, what happened there? I mean, that was such a quick end of the situation here. Valiant GC not really being able to even get into sights. Luckily, it doesn't the force buy, so they can still buy for this round. Mad Lions Koi, meanwhile, I believe they're going for a bonus round here, going into the 15th round of the series. But oh well, you see, it's looking shaky as they're starting an attack.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Yeah,
they're just
good
setting up for
lineup.
their standard AX deck. Orb in place for the lurk player, kind of defaulting to try and bait out any over aggressiveness, but Mad Lions Koi here again. They've stacked a really heavy part of the map, gonna play retake on the other. They have so much trust in Alessia in these kind of positions here. I mean, yes, they get the early indication from the spy cam as well, so you might see one rotation come over. And there it is, the pinch play activated, the trap play. So that's gonna cause Jacuz and the rest of the team to try and speed up to outpace it here, or even, you know, hit the escape shoot, all of them trying to dodge their way to the A site, but there's still 2 players there. They didn't leave.
Yeah, Serena getting a huge kill onto Mad Lions Koi. Oh, though
Spike
Zoma
down A.
is
my
there
God.
to meet with his aggression, getting 2 players just like that. Serena is also dealt with, and Nika. Okay, finally, some aggression being shown by Haikusa. 36 seconds to plant the spike. It will have to be retrieved.
One enemy
Lay red,
remaining.
swing
30
out.
seconds left.
Deals with Lisa in the end. Haikusa tries to go for a save, but it's not even, you know, let by Mad Lions Koi getting their 7th round. Slowly catching up to Valiant GC.
And now heading into an eco round. I mean, Mad Lions Koi with the Rolling Thunder online means they're only going to get stronger on these retakes, and they're not even letting Valiant GC really get the plant off. They're just flooding in as soon as it occurs. And I mean, you have to hit a site if you're an attacker. I mean, that's how Valorant works. But they need somebody, I think, deeper off the site. Like, there's a teleportation play coming. You need somebody in link, like where the Viper is right now. You need something to kind of diffuse this pressure. And it looks like Valiant GC is just hoping that Mad Lions Koi isn't going to run a play like that. And that's not how you get these points. That's not how you are going to get this map.
Oh yeah, again, just the swing out doesn't work quiet on Zoma just yet. Okay, Alessia,
Spike
still
down
they're good
B.
for 3. Lisa, meanwhile, in the
enemy
back, tries
remaining.
to do something with the sheriff. It is not gonna be allowed. Nino, meanwhile, perhaps these will try to get the spike down. Her positioning just no utility. Being thumped in her face, swing out does not work in this situation. Mad gets the kill, and Mad Lions go yet another defuse, making it an 8-8.
Defuse the spike.
Yes, and they didn't even have to expend the Rolling Thunder. These rounds have been almost flawless in nature. That round only Alessia falling, which makes sense since they are that solo anchor on the B site. But regardless, I mean, it's just been so fundamentally clean. They're just like outstratting Valiant GC on every level, and I'm not surprised this is when we see the Zempoyo timeout, when they're about to go into the rifle round that could determine, you know, the pacing of this late game. I mean, if you win this round as Valiant GC, you get to fight and continue fighting towards that map point, versus if you lose, you reset to an eco, and suddenly Mad Lions Koi looks like they're the first to double digits in, their own map pick. And then you might even be looking at Icebox.
Oh yeah, shaky, shaky kind of by VLNT GC, forcing them, their coach Sempoyo, to take a timeout here. I think, I don't know, they were so good starting out on Lotus with Zyko getting huge kills. I mean, I think we ended up with her getting 24 kills at the end. But again, she was really explosive with those kills. I feel like that's lacking here, some sort of like aggression play from her. Starting out, we saw the Sage, their Sage, with at the top of the scoreboard. So if I feel like if they get to activate the power of Haikuza here, she'll be able
Mhm.
to kind of perform. Then right now we're seeing all of them in like kind of 10, 10, 11, 11, kind of like equal
Yeah,
KDAs here. But yeah, let's see if that
it
changes.
it does definitely feel like Mads has stepped up from Lotus because they were having a slow game. It's like kind of like Kuza and Selma swapped, but Mads trying to prove my point here. Shows off her first blood, and even the joint aggression to the teleporter from Nico makes it seem like, that timeout was for nothing. I mean, a 5-3 situation, 5v3, and
Yeah.
like 2-3 on the A site. There's 2 on B, so really not many
of turn.
choices of where to go for the remaining Valiant GC members.
There.
Yeah, just 3 players again having to do everything here. The swing out doesn't work. Mads gets the kill. Haikusa not really predicting another player swinging out at her. Again, this look at this pick, just luring these players. Maldo and
Okay.
Serena get 2 kills, kind
I
of
wanted to
try to
teleport
clap back.
personally.
Yeah, okay. Lyra is gonna be blocked off by the smokes. It's enough to get them onto the site, but is it gonna be able to plant is the question. The wall is already broken. Serena will have to cross over, and 28 seconds on the clock, the site goes down.
Oh.
Meanwhile, yeah, this ruling thunder is gonna be huge here. So
But incendiary though.
You will
They
not
can't
kill
capitalize
my
off of it.
ally.
And that even allows them to get the resurrection online. Jakuza safe and sound, but they have full utility in this situation. So Boombot, Paint Shell, all now available for this post-plant situation.
oh, yeah, okay. Oh, they're
Why do you
waiting
wide
for the
swing?
swing out. Yeah, Zuma gets the kill. Haikusa, okay, gets
Oh,
one.
the showstopper!
Press
remaining.
it up. Doesn't find anything. Serena.
Oh,
Spams the boxes does not do it. Alicia, oh, the disrespect. Yes, the defeat is just in time. And Mata Aspire finally one round above Valley GC. That hasn't happened ever in Lotus or in Bind until now.
I mean, just well thought out plans, I would say, there for the post plant from Valiant GC. Just the timing was not there. Mad Lions was on top of them. Like I said, because that Brim, because that breach never left the site. And I mean, even now, like, this time the breach is over on the B site. They've traded, who's playing where, so they're keeping things fresh. And I mean, Valiant GC, they might just be going for like a very basic ideology here. Just, creep along the top of the screen. Maybe, use some seekers to get yourself onto a site, but they want to go back, I guess, to the basics.
Oh.
They've been overcooking, but it's more like Get Ghost cooking. Nico, 2 frags. I want to say both through the smoke, which is even more wild.
Yeah, I mean, a Mosh kill? Just so
I'm out.
unconventional, but she comes through with it, so it's good. Again, Mount GC, they normally have the advantage of Gecko to plant the spike. Oh, man's this brutal, the kill with the boom bots. Now making it a 2v4. Mad Nice Boys still have the advantage of health and people here. The numbers not really looking really favorable for Valley GC. The swing out once again. Nico catches Lisa while she was trying to escape. Again, I think double swing out will do it for this time. Mad Nice Boys have their 10th score on the line.
Beautiful 4K there from Nico, both in the early and the late round. Coming in full circle to close it out, bring the Thrash online. Hopefully we'll get to see it to hopefully lock down their map pick. But again, I mean, showing why this is their map pick. I mean, just seems like Mads and Zoe are right at home here.
No more charges.
I mean, 11 assists
That goes there.
and 95. Like, you're doing everything as this breach. You're supporting your teammates while still fragging when you need to be. And Does feel like VLNT is a little bit lost now. Kind of going back to now a defaulted approach, trying to see what frags they can find on their save round. And we really need Chikusa to go big here, specifically in terms of first blood, in terms of frags.
Yeah. Well, now, Valiant GC, meanwhile, it's worthy to mention, they are forced into their save by here. I think they have a few sheriffs in hand. Alicia's cameras immediately destroy the swing out. Serena punches her for that. Finally, some aggression performed by Soma. This Vandal will be hard to counter, but it is
huge.
manageable. Mal does impossible, and I believe the Vandal will also be picked up by Valiant GC. Now they have the numbers advantage finally. Going into the 19th round. Madline's Koi, again, they're just slowed down by the slow ord by the stage. Again, all of these 3 players
Right there.
trying to push out from CT. The ulti being invested.
Shot
Oh, again, it's shut down before anything though. Dizzy again, not really going far. Haikuza swing out confirms the positioning of at least 2 players. Oh, the swing out, this could be dangerous if they do not play this carefully, but
Last player
time
standing.
still running out. Nico, 7 HP, has to save the gun. Haikuza chasing after her though. Okay, this is the game of cat and mouse for sure.
Just didn't run into Ninu. But
Yeah.
very, very well played. Like the coordination there to find LSD on the site to gain the site control. And then not overheating when they had the worst weapons, making sure they were there for trades with each other's fights being taken. So maybe giving them a glimmer of hope of what they need to do to get these last 3 rounds on the board to send Mad Lions Koi to the bottom of the group, I guess, list, scoreboard, whatever you would like to call it, standings. And now, look at the change that comes out from Mad Lions Koi. They put the Cypher on the A site this round. I also like the smoke here. It ensures they can't get this early aggressive peek out, but 3 players willing to take the fight. That should be a green light to go towards the other site, but still just a slow creep from Valiant GC, clearing out utility, waiting for the toxic screen to fall.
Cage trigger.
They still don't know that Alessia and Zoma are back on site.
Yeah, 5 to 5. Nico also, oh, does suffer the HP damage, but the ball really unconventional actually. Not really blocking off showers. Meanwhile, all the players are gathering up right now. Lisa, they are gonna be flanked actually. Look at the map here. Mel, does she predict this though? Okay, predicts the player. Okay, gets her down also. This lineup will be crucial for Valiant GC. They have to get this one. They cannot falter. Tina, the swing out, doesn't quite manage to get the kill. Alicia is good for 1.
Ooh.
Matt has to
One enemy
get
remaining.
out.
Taikuza?
But Spike is okay. Taikuza.
Too late.
Oh, the 3 kill is punished in the end by
They're
Zoma,
strong.
but it's not enough to get defused. Valiant GC, they finally are able to match Mad Lions Koi's aggression.
I mean, 10-10. Tied here again at the same score we found ourselves on Lotus. I mean, look at that. A 6-round run to start the game from Valiant GC. Then a 6-round run on the other side of the bracket. Or, sorry, the other side of the...
This goes here.
Yes, the map for Mad Lions Koi. They've literally mirrored each other here. And it is concerning because Valiant GC, once they get going, it's hard to stop them. So maybe I want to see a Mad Lions come out in like next round if they lose this one. But Mad's more trying just to outpace them. And this is concerning because if they get the frag, Spike is down right there. But Yakuza gets the frag. They know the response that there's at least 2 or 3 players pushing out a B short. So if it on the A site where only the Brimstone is home, no orbital strike either for them to contest with. So it is going to be kind of a mad dash. Who can get there first? Is it going to be Nico and, you know, Zoma? Or is it going to be this hit coming through? They don't clear out the sky smoke, so they're able to get through, able to get a frag, but Resurrection Online going to make quick work of that. Shouldn't be able to get shot through, but the Mosh going to ensure that that doesn't give them a disadvantage. 10-10, 3v3. They have started their post-plant positions here, but even then, they're quite divided, so if Nico and someone can start isolating these fights, it could easily be a turnaround situation. Wall almost broken as well. Nino just gathering information. Catches Zoma off guard, reloading out in the open. So just like that, It's gonna be on
Okay.
Serena, not really playing for anybody else, and all the frags. Nico 1v2. Still doesn't have
Yeah,
information.
okay.
Does the wingman. This is why you love the Gecko.
Wingman's
Snakebite not. Snakebite doesn't
enemy
land, but
remaining.
still able to get the wingman off of it.
I guess we're doing this.
And there it is.
Oh.
Lisa with the timing. Lisa with the 11th. And Valiant GC steal
Yeah.
the point back.
Oh. Yeah, finally. One step back. But yeah, I'm wondering right now if Lisa was dealt with by Nico, could she have been able to get that defuse? That's kind of stuck in my mind right now.
That would have been very close.
I think, yeah, I think it would have been close, but still, VLNT, you see, they have 3 consecutive rounds to their name over Mad Lions Koi right now. The score is still close, 11-10. They could be looking to convert this into an 11-11 right now from Mad Lions Koi's side. Matt's being aggressive with this boombot, looking for early information to be along. It doesn't tag anybody, and meanwhile, Haiku's kind of trying to explore into B, seeing what's up.
And I do like the Cypher play and Shower. I mean, they've been kind of a demon there in their own right. Making sure nobody can get in. But I feel like the race is trying to stop this B hit, and it's just not pulling any numbers off because there already are 3 players there for Mad Lions Koi. So they're not too concerned. Now that noise has been cut and the heal comes through, it's going to be a question of how much utility Chikiza still has to execute onto this site. I do like this quiet approach, obviously, using your toxic screen, but they can't take U-Haul control, right? Because of these trap wires. So they're going to be kind of maintained here temporarily, as Alessia can't really challenge the trap wire too severely. Nice
Lisa!
timing from Lisa, but the shots don't match it. Just like that, a 5v4.
Okay, this retake is gonna be essential. Left down to 4 players right now. Painch has already invested. Taikuza deals with 1 more player in mess. A showstopper here from Nads. Alessia also in mess. Another ult into this, and it's enough for Mad Lions Koi to get the defuse finally.
Talk.
Very,
again.
very dominant, bro. These
Yeah.
retakes. I mean, they're not even retaking. Like, they never left the site in the first place. So, I mean, the only people that were rotating were the 2 that teleported from B site to A site because of how deep Alessia's control of Shower was.
Yeah. Yeah, once again, the scores are evened out. Oof, it just kind of makes you think
get a
if
drop?
this map is gonna go
Thanks.
into overtime, doesn't it?
It definitely does. Now, we'll wait and see. You know, how the chips land. And 11-11. Ultimates for both sides to work with. Weapons for both sides to work with.
Yeah, the orbs already being farmed by Mad Lions Koi's side. I mean, to their advantage currently. Lair notes this presence being made by Haikuza, kind of trading back and forth sprays. Kind of I feel like they're both of these teams are waiting for some aggression being made, but not quite managing it to convert them into kills until Zoma tries to do something about it, of course. Lisa is dealt with, and they not have the screens right now to cross over inside like they did. Valiant GC could be something that's gonna be their Achilles heel, but let's see now. Haikuza gets a kill without seen by us. Mimi will check for some shower presence. Meanwhile, she's able to spot perhaps 1 player. Has to back away though, with also another player
30 seconds
TPing
left.
into A. Now B is empty, almost, for them. Nico still hiding near TP. We'll hear the spike being planted, and the rotations will be coming over. Haikuza already ready for this rotation though. Kind of backs up a little bit, but the damage is already done.
No, I love the forward aggression. And now they flip from, you know, aggressing to defending very, very well with the wall. And you can even see here potentially that the backstab from Nico is the only, I guess, saving grace. No wingman though online, so they fall trying to get that deployed. Finally, the wall has been broken, but slow to replace it. They're not gonna have any time. And I mean, I think this is where he contemplates saving if Mads doesn't get taken care of, Serena. first, and it's Valiant GC to reach map point first. The
Match
question
point.
now, Jared, do we go all the way to OT, or
Oh,
are the majority of the casters' predictions right?
it's looking really, really close right now. Mad Lions score, they have done everything so far to get one more setback, and they've been really, really successful in having a comeback situation going into the second half of this round. But
Mhm.
again, Van GC, they've been overall looking so dominant and looking so, reliable going into these matchups. So I'm expecting to see one more push from them.
Bomb buddy
But
out.
Mad Lions Squad might as well take this to an overtime. Who knows?
Who knows? That is the
Go get it.
perfect way to explain this map because it's just been so give and take, so left and right from both sides. And now, I mean, so many ultimates for Mad Lions, but some great, post
There.
plan ultimates for Valiant GC. If they can get on a site, they can get a Viper's Pit, Orbital Strike for the
Mhm.
post plan as well. I mean,
My camera is destroyed.
this trap play is set up, but the fault line catching Alessia is interesting. I think it's supposed to be like a fake out. They don't think to clear it, but I mean, if you're going long, that's an angle you're going to clear it, or you at least see if, especially if Ninu expends the Trailblazer. So just waiting for the collapse and the dumping of utility into this B site.
Mhm. And now, right now, it's about time. A push is about to be happening. Haikazak scores the first kill. Alessia still hiding, not for long though. Once
30
again,
seconds left.
activating a showstopper. Get these kills. Lisa, meanwhile, pushes out for these TP plays right here. Mads gets the kill. Okay, the trade out happens
Spike
though
planted.
on Nico's side. They have to act fast right now.
Last player
Nico.
standing.
Oh no.
Okay.
1v4
Hakiza.
though.
Dizzy's up top. Dizzy's down.
Okay, so has to do everything here to swing
And they
out, does
can't.
it in the end.
Attackers
Yeah,
win.
Valiant GC take this map and secure the win for themselves.
I mean, we said it that Chikusa having a rough start to the map, but coming back and delivering the punches when it truly matters, when they are on those double digits, pushing towards overtime. But regardless, Valiant GC pulls it out in the end. That's still, I think, a rematch that you should be proud of if you are, Mad Lions Koi. Yes, you didn't bring them to the map 3 like you would have hoped for, or won the series outright 2-0, but you got a lot closer, right? Like it wasn't as much of a stomp as the last time. But let's take a look at, all of the games that we witnessed today and their scores. So, I mean, as you can see, if
We have
we,
today's results screen, yeah,
yeah,
coming
there it
up.
is.
BBL Queens winning 2-1 against Neon Blade, securing playoffs meanwhile as they secured their second win today. So congratulations to them. Meanwhile on
Yay.
Group B, we just witnessed Valiant GC winning 2-0 against Mad Lions Koi. I believe we also have a standing screen coming up
We
after
do.
this. Yeah, oh, seeing this, wow, BBL 3 matches, 2 wins. Again, just alongside Giants X, GT Girls, and the Falcons Vega, they're the teams that have been just whatchamacallit, just securing playoffs. Excuse me, couldn't
Yes.
find the words right there. Yeah, they have all secured playoffs right here, and we have quite a few matches coming up still tomorrow, which brings us to tomorrow's matches screen.
Yes, and as you can see, I mean, Jared, you'll be coming back for both matches of Falcons
Hmm.
Vega versus Focus Sakura and Carmine Core versus Giant X, and I will be there for the first best of 3, and Fifi will be joining you to finish out for Carmine Core versus Giant X. But I feel like Focus Vega versus, or sorry, Focus Sakura versus Falcons Vega. Too many Fs.
Yeah,
At least Fifi's not
really.
casting that one because then it would be like Fifi, Falcons Vega, Focus Sakura. But I feel like that one's gonna be really, really close. Obviously, Falcons Vega favored, but with how close, we've seen some of the games in this group, I do think it's gonna be a good matchup. As for Carmine Core versus Giant X, I mean, you saw the standings. You know Carmine Core is in a very similar, dangerous position to Mad Lions Koi. So it would be a huge upset to beat Giant X, but it's a match they desperately need if they want to avoid relegation.
Hmm. Yeah, you are right. We're gonna be seeing tomorrow
Mhm.
whether which team will be the victorious one. in Group B, we have Falcons Vega again against Focus Sakura. And in Group A, we have Carmine Corp against Giants X. We'll be back to cast these matches, but this was all for today. It was Jen and my co-cast Zobi here to cast these matches today. Thank you all so much for watching, and see you guys all tomorrow.
Bye.